CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
Threadbreaker, right?
1v1.
Yeah, okay. Unified onto Criscata. Into the Feather Storm. He just preemptively heal, rooted in place, and oh no, he burns the flesh as well!
But, you know, they should be able to go in for a little bit more. Kongra gets the kick off onto Wako, but Wako able to dodge out onto Driver. Now Uniboy going for the backline, gets a distort, but Minji stays alive right here. Things are getting incredibly close. Will Kino fall down? Driver looking for the Q, but Minji turns him up, and they get the kill instead. This is actually turning up to be a 1-for-1. J-Team over. Both sides just happy to push in this mid, and Little B has to be a little bit careful here. Leon coming in with the engage first. They are going to start up onto Enso and Uniboy, but Wako on the other hand is about to go down. He's just alive for now, but he finally does die. Driver is still alive, and he's chopping down targets here. So in the end, it will be a 2-for-3 trade, but Little B goes down, and Uniboy is the only one alive. Super scattered fight.
Now, and things are just starting to get a little bit weird in this jungle. The dive, the knock, the bop. The Kurt is trying for the disengage, and he's not going to be able to do it as Hana opens up with a Heartbreaker. In goes the dash. What a massive body slam! And now it is going to be Hana, Criscata all the way on the board as they wipe off most of Frankie's.
Interested about this. I feel like he actually accidentally placed it. Yeah, he definitely accidentally placed that Herald.
Yeah, Driver looking for opportunity.
Oh, there goes the final chapter. They managed to catch two. There goes the reset. But they get the Viego back in turn. JT do have a numbers advantage, but at the meantime, Charm goes down anyway, and they're getting multiple kills. Resets down for Uniboy, and he kicks up all the remaining members. Beyond Gaming wanted to hold up.
Anima Squad deploy. What's up, Doc? I bring swift death. Impure fools.
Let's see what you're made of.
Be still! I'm trying to shoot you. All right, now we're hopping. Congratulations, off to a good start.
Hey, Fishbones, should we blow something up?
You might inconvenience people and hurt their feelings.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Stridebreaker, right?
1v1.
Yeah, okay. Unified onto Criscata. Into the Feather Storm. He just preemptively heal, rooted in place, and oh no, he burns the flesh as well!
But, you know, they should be able to go in for a little bit more. Kongra gets the kick off onto Wako, but Wako able to dodge out onto Driver. Now Uniboy going for the backline, gets a distort, but Minji stays alive right here. Things are getting incredibly close. Will Kino fall down? Driver looking for the Q, but Minji charms him up, and they get the kill instead. This is actually turning up to be a 1-for-1. J-Team over. Both sides just happy to push in this mid, and Little V has to be a little bit careful here. Leon coming in with the engage first. They are going to start up onto Enso and Uniboy, but Wako on the other hand is about to go down. He's just alive for now, but he finally does die. Driver is still alive, and he's chopping down targets here. So in the end, it will be a 2-for-3 trade, but Little V goes down, and Uniboy is the only one alive. Super scattered fight.
Now, and things are just starting to get a little bit weird. In this jungle, the dive, the knock, the bop, the Kurt is trying for the disengage, and he's not going to be able to do it as Hana opens up with a Heartbreaker. In goes the dash. What a massive body slam! And now it is going to be Hana, Criscata all the way on the board as they wipe off most of Frankie's.
Interested about this. I feel like he actually accidentally placed it. Yeah, he definitely accidentally placed that Herald.
Yeah, Driver looking for opportunity.
Oh, there goes the final chapter. They managed to catch two. There goes the reset. But they get the Viego back in turn. JT do have a numbers advantage, but at the meantime, Charm goes down anyway, and they're getting multiple kills. Resets down for Uniboy, and he kicks up all the remaining members. Beyond Gaming wanted to hold up.
So here we go again, touch your skin, pull me in, you and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love. Now the darkness turns to light. No wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching the horizon. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors birds lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blue skies turning to blue. We are traveling with our gravity. Reaching new horizons, we just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our gravity. Touch the sky, travel to the stars, there's a little light that we touch the sky, travel to the stars, wake up in a different room. Mascara on the pillow. Midnight, flowers bloom. Never on the down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. And a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. Your kiss is dangerous. I'm walking on a wire. You're just the same as me, dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. And a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor.
And welcome, one and all, to the PCS Spring Split Finals for 2022. It has been a long road for these teams. Fighting it out today, PSG Talon up against CTBC Flying Oyster to see who takes the Spring Crown and punches their ticket to MSI 2022. Hey everybody, I'm Pyrotechnics. I'm joined by none other than Clement Chu as we are ready for one last best of 5 before we send the boys over to Busan. But before we begin, I do want to take a moment to thank our lovely sponsors. They are, of course, CTBC Bank and Caliber. A big shout out and a thank you for making the PCS possible. And in addition, I do want to thank our broadcast partners, Riot Games, Garena, and of course, Carry Live. Now, Clement, it all comes down to this, but I think the biggest surprise from our expectations at the start of the split is to see PSG coming in from the lower bracket.
Yeah, this has been a lot of really very surprising trends that have been happening with PSG. Of course, I personally had PSG winning this finals 3-0 in my earlier prediction before the playoffs, but a lot of things have changed since then. CFO had a dominating win 1-3 over them in the upper bracket, sending them down, and then we just saw PSG have to come through a grueling 5-game series to come back into the grand finals right here. So the calculus have changed, momentum has shifted, and personally right now I do see CFO having a bit more of a lead.
It is a new day in the PCS. We have seen the J-Team universe really take root here, but in the end, it is CFO that are standing atop that particular heat. And the final boss, they've already beat them once, but back for round 2 is PSG. Here's how everything shook out over a few weeks of play. CFO, they cruised in their first couple rounds and only have dropped a single game, and that was against PSG in the winners finals. But as we've seen with the comebacks, with the long grind, it is the teams that can outlast and outlive, but they are very different squads than we are used to seeing from last time around. It was the PSG dominance train. Those days have certainly ended. We now have a lot of challengers coming up to take their place, and PSG is a squad that is still rebuilding off their new mid and jungle.
Yeah, we can talk a little bit about the strengths of each side, and then later on we can go into the matchup a little bit more. For PSG, their strength is still that they have one of the best teams in terms of coordination, in terms of how to play out objectives. I think the 5v5 is where PSG is at. On the other side, for CFO, this is a team that has the best individual talent. I think outside of maybe the bot lane, where you could say, hey, they get outmatched a little bit by Unified and Kaiwing. The rest of the map is very strong, and I think their mid jungle especially is leagues ahead of Juhan and Bei in this postseason. So you have, I think, for PSG, a team that is sort of cornered in their playstyle. They have been very dominant in regular split, but they haven't been able to showcase it in postseason. So far, only one of their lanes has even had a positive average gold difference at 15, and that has been Hanabi's lane. So the bottom side of the map, they need to shore themselves up. They need to showcase their regular season dominance, and Unified needs to come back to his MVP form.
Absolutely. I think that one of the biggest surprises of last series between these two teams on Thursday night was just how strong Shun and Koala looked even in the laning phase up against the likes of Unified and Kaiwing. It seems that only a few players have really been able to challenge this duo, but they were one that made it happen. I would like to see PSG return to that dominating lane form. Of course, it was a different squad with Maple and River in the roster, and Bei has definitely not been on the same level. I think that's kind of a harsh comparison because, yes, he's not as good as the legendary mid laner of the LMS and PCS eras. But at the same time, there's room to grow. I like to see him stretch out a little bit. He's played so many Rise games, but the Ahri has been a treat to watch. His Vex hasn't been bad. His LeBlanc has been okay. I think he definitely has a decent champion pool for the meta, but I'd like to see him expand a little bit beyond it. For Juhan, it's a little bit more about setting him up, enabling him. They like to roam as a duo. We've seen that a number of times. But for PSG, it seems like they need to be able to play for a late 5v5. That's where they seem to have the most synergy. That's where they seem to have the best play, because this is a team that do have good coordination when they take those straight-up fights. It's just the early and mid-game that they struggle with. And that's not the same for this team, because early game, CTBC Flying Oyster are always flying high here. They are Rest, Gemini, Mission, Shun, and Koala, and their bot laner. Shun came in week 5, and he's torn it up. This guy came absolutely out of nowhere and very well could be the rookie of this play.
Yeah, I totally agree. And in his matchup against Unified and Kaiwing, he actually did very well. They won the lane more times than they didn't. And that was the biggest change in terms of the momentum between the matchup. Now, for a general overview of CFO, this is a team that loves to play for red side, and they like to play for a 4-1 strategy, with the split pusher being their top laner in Rest. However, the matchup does change when they go up against PSG. Rest doesn't always find an edge against Hanabi. Hanabi is a very good top laner in his own right, and Rest even said in interviews he thinks Hanabi is the best top laner of the PCS right now. So I do expect the strategy to shift for CFO. They can play two different ways. They can be very flexible. Number one, they can play for mid-jungle dominance. I think Mission and Gemini so far in the postseason have been simply outclassing Bei and Juhan. And for the second route, they can also play a late game strategy as well. If they corner PSG, I could see them just coming out with a late game win. They are the team that does like to play the Jinx Aphelios a little bit more than PSG that usually likes to play the Xayah in their drafts.
Yeah, and for PSG, I think if they do try to stick to outlaning, they can run the risk of falling behind as the game goes. But if they can shut down the star rookie AD carry and also Koala as well, who's had some crazy plays the later the game goes on, but hasn't always been the most dominant laner, that can be a strategy for PSG to try and mitigate some losses early side and get themselves into a later stage of the game. But I agree with you. Gemini and Mission have been absolutely brutally dominating most of the competition. And with newcomers Bei and Juhan, it could be rough. We will be, in fact, comparing our mid laners in the postseason. These stats do tell a bit of the story. Bei just hasn't been able to put out the same damage numbers by a long shot. And Mission, such a veteran performer, he is so consistent across the board. We've seen very few games where he's struggled, even in the regular season. And in the postseason, I can hardly think of a one.
A huge question here is, what is Bei going to play? Because so far, I have to say this, not a lot of his champions have looked all that outstanding. If they go for a super late game strategy, he should go for things like the Victor and the Azir, champions he normally hasn't played. And just because of the weakness in the matchup, we have seen PSG throughout all of their games, every single one of them, they have to permaban Syndra and Zoe, either on the first rotation or the second. For CFO, they have had 2 consistent bans as well, and those will be the Ahri and the Rakan. Now with the Xayah off the board though, that could change and they could think about some other champions. Lee Sin is another one where I think is very critical for PSG because it's such a dominant early game jungler just to keep Gemini and Mission down. So there's a couple considerations here. I think without the Xayah, they probably go with the Lee Sin ban, and we'll be happy to just trade Volibear for Viego. That's likely what will happen if I'm the CFO side.
Yeah, last second sticking down. We finally see that ban coming through. It's actually going to be Rakan. Even though the Xayah is already gone, still a valuable champion for both Koala and Kaiwing as we get into the first pickup. I'm wondering, if the AD carry priority still rises here. I think the Jinx makes a lot of sense because Shun just looks so much more dominant on that champion. And without the Xayah counter matchup, trying to put him off kilter, give Unify the pop-off ability, that could be a winning strategy.
This is the confidence we needed to see from PSG. I have talked about this, but in the regular season, Unified was averaging plus 1,000 gold at 15. In the postseason, he's negative 200. So PSG has been very reliant on the Xayah because their bot lane has been underperforming. They really are using Xayah as a crutch just to make sure they get through the laning phase. But I think against CFO, you have to risk it. You have to be confident that you want to play for a late game strategy. So I like this, that they're going for the Jinx right off the bat here, taking a champion away. And they also got Volibear, which I think has been Juhan's it's kind of hard to say it's his best champion, but I think for his team composition, it has been the most important champion for stabilizing the early game. So CFO trying to take things away, and I do see this strategy as CFO trying to shift gears and probably play more towards an early and mid game, while PSG stick towards their late game 5v5.
Yep, and that, of course, has been one of their strongest suits here. They're going to give the Jinx a little bit of extra protection there, as well as a potential ball delivery system for Bay. He's only played 1 game of Orianna so far this split, did get the victory on it, so I would like to see how well this team fight composition can work out with the rest of it materializes. They'll be dipping into the pool a little bit more for the jungle pickup. Normally we see higher priority here in the PCS, but got to mix things up a little bit here in the playoffs. Aphelios, no surprises that ends up getting picked, run the risk of banning it out otherwise, although Shun has shown an aptitude on things like the Kai'Sa, as it's always possible, but they will stick it out. I think for Gemini as well as this being a takeaway, this Volibear has also been a very successful champion for him, and it does work really well with what CFO tried to do in the early and mid game, getting the dives onto towers and trying to build themselves a snowball up. So the bans start coming in for round 2, and we see the Hecarim off the board. That's another big one that we expected to see for the team fights. It would dovetail really well with this comp here, and CFO are not going to allow it.
Yeah, I think this is interesting for PSG because they want to ban the Victor, but I actually don't think CFO are going to go for the Victor regardless. I feel like their game plan is actually more tempo-oriented than PSG would imagine. They still have to do their due diligence because Victor absolutely destroyed them in the matchup in the mid lane, especially Mission versus Bay. So they're going to cross that one out, but I actually feel like CFO get away with a couple bans here. And on the other hand, for CFO, they're just trying to shut down disengage and shut down team fight potential from Juhan. Those two are going to hit the board. They don't really care about the top lane. I think the top laners are very evenly matched here, so whatever champion that PSG can pick, I feel like CFO are going to feel pretty happy with just a late game counter.
The Azir banned away, but the Galio noticeably absent from the ban column. I feel like this works pretty well with what CFO are trying to do, and it's something Mission hasn't been allowed in a few weeks here, so that could be a mistake from PSG's side.
I think Galio is, it's interesting. They are forcing him into this Galio very hard. Mission, I'll be honest, I don't think Galio is his best champion by a long shot. I feel like he's still much more of a control mage than a frontliner.
He's got a lot of champions, though, to be fair. It's a long list.
But CFO, I think, do want to play more of a tempo sort of phase here, so not too surprising that they are going to lock this one in the meantime. For PSG, I think their best strategy right now is just go for a big tank. Gragas, Ornn are both open right here.
Yep.
And for the jungler, It's a little bit more interesting in this one. I'm not really sure what they can go for. Trundle is actually a really good lane counter to Galio because you can't Justice Punch over his pillar. So that's going to be a nice one and can take away a lot of the tankiness. So I think PSG, frankly, they got everything they wanted in this draft. And CFO are, to me, are a little bit too focused on the AD carry for their damage right now. And they have to have a really good pick that does plenty of damage coming from their top lane.
Yeah, and of course the blind GP lock-in for Hanabi, one of the things he's very confident to do, as well as the Jace. We'll see what the match is here, and it looks like we could be shifting into that 4-1. Ooh, I would like the Jace a little more than the Graves, but, you know, we'll see if Rest knows best here as the timer's going to tick down. This would add a little extra damage in, but it's risky, right? Rest has already talked about how he doesn't feel as confident up against Hanabi, but he's going to be taking the fight to him.
Yeah, and this one is a very finicky matchup. We have seen the sustain from the Graves just win out with that early Eclipse. But I have to say, this is not one of CFO's best strategies. And I think in terms of how the matchup shakes out, PSG made the adaptations that needed to happen. They found something that does late game damage for Bey. They're willing to go back onto Jinx and just have confidence in Unified. While on the other hand, I think for CFO, this is kind of a tier 2 strat for them. It's double AD carry, but it's very reliant on Graves getting ahead. It's very reliant on early game sort of snowballing for mid jungle. And I feel like they will feel a lot of pressure to actually take action against the comp that's coming from PSG.
Yeah, I feel like Gemini in particular is going to be very hard-pressed to make a lot of visits up towards the top side, right? But he could still run into the Trundle. You talked about how it is a good way to deal with the Galio, but it's also just a fantastic stat stealer at 6, right? So many tanks to really try and take that away from. The Nautilus isn't going to be as big, but in particular, the Galio and the Volibear, something he can certainly deal with to put up a big front line. That pillar, I mean, it's non-dodgeable CC, right? So the Graves is going to have a hard time getting over it as well. I really like what PSG are bringing here in game number 1, and we are loading up onto the Rift. We'll see if the defending champions, back-to-back defending champions, I might add, can pull out a win here in game number 1. If they get this series, not only will they be cruising MSI, but they'll be taking a 4th crown here in the PCS, and they're 3rd in a row.
PSG has never missed the finals for the PCS. They are the most dominant team in the region, but now they are facing so many different challengers coming from the J-Team universe. I've got to hand it to them. I think in game 1, I do favor their draft quite a bit, but there always is that one X factor, and that has been Koala's Nautilus. So far throughout the postseason, he has picked this champion 9 times out of 11, and in their last series, he was able to get the most ridiculous hooks against Unified and Kaiwing repeatedly to completely blow up their lane. So if I'm looking on paper, I'm saying that, okay, it shouldn't happen. But in the PCS, Nautilus is S tier for sure, and Koala has been killing it with this champion. That's why he's always first rotationing it.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of supports are really putting a lot of high prio on this around the world, but he definitely seems to stretch that dredge line just a little bit more. And on top of it, you know, Koala has had some incredible plays. He's not always been the strongest player, the strongest support in the PCS in this region, but this split he's definitely been impressing. And the last series against PSG, man, he had the most big brain play I think I have ever seen, baiting out a chase to peel PSG away from a desperation Baron on a Hex Gate, and his team just takes it afterwards. Like, it was the craziest thing. Is it too much to hope that we get another ridiculous bait? That's a very specific ask, Clement, but I'd love to see it.
It was the weirdest way to end a series that we saw the last time around. CFO are going to go for a bit of a late invade, just at least feign that they're going to trade the ward in, but PSG do actually have the ward in here, so information advantage, I would say slightly leaning towards PSG in the end here.
And PSG, coming in with this draft, it definitely spells some confidence for this team, and there were questions as to whether or not they were feeling confident. We heard in the post-game interview yesterday, kind of felt like they didn't really play on their game, and I think it was kind of the same way for CFO too. I mean, they really have looked a little bit shaky in some of these clutch moments. We'll see if they have the confidence coming into the finals here. It is a familiar stage for at least 3 out of 5 of these players, and I do want to hand it to Bey and Juhan. They definitely look cool as ice when they are on point. So, game's underway. Let me get that extended leash there as Gemini will get the 2 start, and off to the races for game 1 of our grand finals.
we are having PSG just give up the push in the bottom side right here, and both junglers will be heading top, as I think this one is the more finicky of the matchups here. So no surprises. Juhan actually skipping a number of camps. There is a potential for him to just kind of rush into a early top lane gank, so we have to pay pretty close attention to that. He's going buff to buff at this point, so it's you know, we have seen some crazy just one camp into clear your top side into gank pathing before. So we'll see if that is still the case. On the other hand, Gemini also being a little bit sneaky right here. Level 3 straight into the mid lane gank. And this is a good thing because they know when PSG's ward actually times out. PSG could very well still think that Gemini was on his Raptors, and now we have the gank.
There we go. They did play to the safe side of the map, though. And actually, Predator is on, but they can't quite chase it down. Juhan's actually waiting for this one, and Gemini, ooh, he was nearly on the wrong side of that pillar. Takes a couple command attacks, dissonance, is able to walk away, but this opens up a chance for Juhan to get a little bit of counter jungling going and potentially take his life. A long wraparound, and oh boy.
Ooh, Gemini actually takes this one, and Mission is here.
One. It's a 2v2. This could be a lot of fun to start things off.
Juhan has a smite too.
Oh boy. Pillar's going down. Faye's on the wrong side of this one. That's going to defensive war, forced to flash away Mission. He's limping it out. Gemini, he's got a shield, but forced to flash away in the end. 2 summoners burn for the price of 1, but Rest is not going to let this go quietly.
Yeah, so far a big win for PSG here. They put their top lane for Rest in a very bad position. Look at that lane state. Rest can't really jungle safely right here, and his mid jungle don't have the flashes. So PSG with a great outsmart, but oh, they find the hook!
They do. Instant exhaust down onto Shun, but look at the damage they've already dealt onto Unified as he's just walking away from it. The root comes down again, and this is exactly what we were talking about. Koala with the dredge line is a terror.
Yeah, how does this keep on happening? Koala able to find Unified right over the minion wave. And as we were saying, when PSG lose, the biggest reason why is their bottom lane. Gemini now coming in for round 2, but Trundle's around the corner.
Ooh, that shield is going to land onto the taunt. Trundle's here for the 2v2, and they see him immediately turn tail and run. As they know Bay does have a flash should he need it, but it's already very clear what the game plan is, just trying to keep Bay down on this Orianna.
These 2 junglers have just not been farming much at all. It's pretty interesting to see the low CS numbers here. Now Rest is in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to burn flash. I think he might just die.
He might just straight up die right now. He does get the dash, the quick draw, and there he goes, the long over the wall. Oh boy, Rest playing it fast and loose.
Yeah, he had to know that the Trundle was there because he just saw him on the top side. But, you know, kudos to Hanabi. He's been controlling this wave and just shutting what Rest wants to do down super hard, and that does force the flash. A very confident fat flash at this one. I've got to say, I've seen so many people fail that one in the PCS.
Yeah, it's honestly, I kind of thought we were in for seeing that again, but he had the right positioning for it, made the play. Getting out safely is important, but that cooldown is down, and now he's going to have some trouble here with a level disadvantage over against the side of Hanabi. You can see the CS starting to mount, and that Gangplank is going to scale so much better.
Yeah, a very good back for him. He does go straight into the Sheen, and on the other side, as we expected, Rest does have to go for the early sustain. I think what we're going to see is most likely repeated attempts into the bot side. We do have the Glacial Augment coming in from Koala, and they know there's not an exhaust down there, so summoner advantage in that way. And plus they have the Galio. Usually if you want the Galio, you want to get the most value and go for the potential 4v2 dives. So a couple things we have to pay close attention to: wave state in the bot side, whether Mission can leave his lane, and of course that cannon barrage coming in from top also needs to be factored in since Hanabi is playing the game plan.
Okay, pair of supports here in the mid lane. Kaiwing standing on top of that control ward, licks it down. But Koala, don't know if he's been spotted here, doesn't look like it, but they don't have an easy opening in this one. CFO, remember, picking themselves this composition that needs to do a little bit better in the early game. So far, hasn't happened. Still a little bit of time to work with as they do have a 300 gold lead, but trying to see where that's actually coming from right now because they're pretty far behind in the top lane CS department. Seems like it's all bot here.
Yeah, it has been bot lane winning the trades, and also you have a bit of a CS lead in the mid lane. Lots of visits from Gemini, and I think what's so interesting about this game really is if you look at the junglers, they are pretty much underneath the tempo because they've been fighting so much and just constantly butting heads in the middle. So neither of these guys are going to be particularly tanky, and it's more utility focused for both of them, which I think does slightly favor the side of Gemini, actually, because against Trundle he's not going to be tanky anyway. So
That's
at
true.
least he's still going to get the stun and, you know, the tower shutdown ability. Right now, we are seeing Hanabi start to just crunch down on this lane. He is very decidedly in the lead. He's doing tons of damage here, and you can tell with the minion control, Rest doesn't have a say. He's just picking off CS here and there, hoping that he doesn't get barrel chained.
Yeah, Hanabi could just let those barrels sit there as long as he wants till they pop off, and Mission looked like he was going for a roam for a second, decides to change his mind here. I mean, this is just going to be tough for Rest. He's not going to really get to have a great time playing League of Legends this game unless something changes quickly. And it does make you question the choice to go for this Graves pick as a last one. Very few people can 1v1 shove in Hanabi. He's going to need a little help, and we are seeing a little bit of a jungle invade going on here between the Galio and
Level 6 on Gemini.
the Polar Bear. Yeah, he's going to try to steal away the Gromp here, and Juwon gets the smite down regardless. So
he gets level 6 off
yeah,
that too. Huge.
He does. That's pretty big.
But in the meantime, Kaiwing somehow dropping to 200 HP.
And that was actually a pretty good trade. He burns Flash in that engage as well.
Wow.
Extended 2v2.
I wonder what happened in the bottom side, but it looked like Koala found another hook. He didn't even need to use the death charge for that one, and that's going to prompt CFO to go straight for this top side as we see Koala try to tower dive Unified here.
Unified cannot get safely up here to try and defend. The hook.
Okay.
Minion intercepts this time. Shin goes back. Can't hit them all, Koala, but
yeah,
there are two plates there. I mean, this is actually a pretty good start, but Juhan might try for the smite steal.
Herald
Doesn't
goes over.
find it. The pillar denies. Rest is forced to pick it up. In goes the Cannon Barrage. Gemini on the run. Forced to bear drop away, and now Mission's in trouble as his flash had just come off back cooldown. He's walking away. Justice Punch, not to safety, but to try and intercept, and he will finally fall for first blood here, just shy of the 8-minute mark, I should say, as Unified gets rooted down. Gonna get dove, juggling the aggro, flashing Shun. Not the cleanest play here, and he has got to get the heck out of there.
Yeah, that's a 1-for-1 trade down, but CFO get a lot more because they take the Herald and they also take the bottom side. Unfortunately for Kaiwing, his rotation top lane didn't really allow anything to happen. You know, he didn't get an assist on that one, wasn't able to really contribute. And so CFO, I still think they end up winning on both sides here. We're going to watch this one again. Unified, of course, left to his own devices underneath the tower. He's got nowhere to go. Even though they sort of misplay this by having Shun tank the tower, it doesn't matter. He burns 2 summoners, he still gets a kill and gets out.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they're still going to maintain that 300-400 gold lead right now, and with the Herald, they can definitely try to extend that a little bit more here, despite the fact that Rest has been set behind the Gangplank, won't be able to 1v1 him too easily. He can still line the minions in. I'm curious, though, to see where the Herald drop goes, because Rest is going to be the one who's going to have to, as Gemini was separated from the eye by that pillar of Juhan.
There's multiple ideas right now. They could just drop his bot and have CFO take the first tower. That would be very strong in getting Aphelios ahead and just making sure you get that first break gold and, you know, open up the rotations. Or the top lane, like you said, is definitely possible, but I feel like in order for the top lane drop to be worth it, they would need to kill Hanabi in lane. I think that's the only situation where we would see the Herald drop, because Hanabi so far is still dominating in terms of just pushing down the lane. Oh, but I get what you mean. Sorry, the Herald is on Graves. It's not on Gemini.
Yeah,
like
I mean, he could go bot. He's got to wait for that teleport to come up. I mean, I wouldn't even mind the swap, to be honest, but it's just those little things that PSG forced them into, right? That's the issue right now, is that they actually have to try to force a top unless they want to change something in the lane.
Yeah. I just completely missed that. So in comes the gank right here, but it's so hard. Hanabi is incredibly tanky. He's holding on to basically he can cleanse any crowd control, so it's going to be hard to actually do this. I think Gemini is just there to kind of help Rest shove the wave out, and at least Rest will be guaranteed the 320 gold up there from the 2 plates.
Yeah, that's certainly not nothing right now. And they did lose first blood on Mission for it. I think Mission definitely misplayed a little bit on that counter engage, on the follow up. Justice punched in. I guess he probably knew he was dead at that point. Still, however, a lot of planes taken down bot. I mean, one of the big differences right now is what's going on between Shun and Unified, and I do think this is a reason we talk about how this bot lane with a rookie AD carry, it's kind of crazy to see them outplaying Unified and Kaiwing a fair bit here. Now, Gemini is spotted on this ward, gets licked by Kaiwing, but they could be setting up for a dive. Might be a 3v3, maybe even a 4v4 if you keep your eyes on Mission and Bay right now.
Ooh.
The Dragon is live, so...
Juan might be in trouble. He didn't see that ward, so they know he's here. They're going straight for it.
X-Flash, and into the hook. It was the easiest one as they get the knock-up and Moonlight Vigil. 1, 2, 3. Koala ends up claiming the kill on the Secure of the Ignite. That's going to open up this Cloud Dragon. Nicely played. They don't really telegraph much of anything as they go in for that dive.
Yeah, meanwhile in the top lane, we do see the Herald just being dropped down for rest, getting a little bit more gold here. I just love that play. That was such a clean technical kill from CFO. The ward does outrange the Scryer right there, and now Koala is going for a second one.
Oh, doesn't land the hook that time around. A little bit too short. Bay's a little low on mana. That certainly would have been a kill, or at least a flash forced away. We are going to be getting an Ocean Rift this time around as the second dragon has dropped. And, ooh, Rest's going in. A little low on the mana. Got to be careful. Those barrel chains are starting to sting, but he dodges it out just well with the Z.
Yeah, just going in for the plates right there. So he has a total of, I believe, 3 plates at this point, and that should catapult him over Hanabi. So he should be able to just shrug off the constant parlay poke here. But wow, Hanabi's no slouch himself. Getting a Triforce on his back here. Very nicely done, while Rest still has to farm a little bit up here onto the top side. We just see him taking the Krugs and should just teleport into the top again. So as the dust settles, CFO still have a very decided lead into this bot lane, I would say. And I do expect them to just kind of crunch down on this one a couple more times. They can disable the tower for easy dives coming in from Gemini. And so far, their 2v2 does have a quite sizable advantage. If you look at Aphelios, already a big component ahead.
Absolutely. That's a good place for CFO to play through right now. You do see Rest on his back. He is able to match off the turret plate gold that he was able to secure, so he gets himself an Immortal Shield Bow. Still going to be a little tough for him to tangle 1v1 with Hanabi. He should probably be trying to play it at least a little bit safer right now, and you can see those parlays are starting to sting. Teleport into the mid lane. Mission had actually backed. I don't know what caused that one as he teleports right back in. And we do see, as the plates have officially fallen, 3 in the top, 3 in the bottom, PSG were not able to find any themselves, but they are playing for the later stage of the game.
Yeah, and just to talk about the warding vision a little bit, I think Scryer's like 900 range, while the normal range for stealth wards is about 1100. Hanabi should know that someone is there. He's just baiting at this point. I don't think he's ever going to just straight up walk through. But this is like one of Hanabi's old tricks, and he will just come into river, check if the jungler is coming out. Like by standing there, he does make sure that it's not going to be a full-on collapse there. And as the wave comes in, he will have help at least, as the entirety of the team is now going to rush into Herald. This is going to be Herald for tower trade, and CFO looks like they're going to back up because they only have a 3v5 here.
Yeah, they can respect that. They should be able to take this tower pretty easily. Shun's actually going to get solo gold on it as well, and he keeps on pushing the wave. I mean, Aphelios can march these minions down pretty fast, and because the Herald's only just started, he might get some serious damage on tier 2.
Yeah, he also did have the correct guns for it as well. I think it was red-white the last time we saw it, so he's going to shoot through those pretty quickly. Gemini looking for the steal. It would be absolutely huge if he manages to get this one.
He does! No way! Oh. The surprise bear is the deadliest as he goes in on the blast cone, smites it down, doesn't even burn his flash. What a Giga Chad move.
Oh, that is so costly for PSG because they rotated 5 members to the top lane and they don't even get Herald for it. CFO walk away with a 2-for-0 trade.
Oh my goodness. I cannot believe the cheekiness of Gemini there. Well done. This is going to maybe result in the tower here. I mean, Rest, I don't know if he can totally save this one. Kaiwing can threaten. Yeah, that's going to end up being a tower trade, even with the collateral damage. Doesn't cut the minion wave. And Unified's able to do the job. Juhan even here to defend, but heavy investment for PSG to secure it. They do not get that Herald. Oh, man, I can't believe that one. Gemini, what a brilliant play.
He didn't even have to flash. Just times it correctly, gets the vision with the Sky Splitter, pops the blast cone over, smite, and goodbye! Oh, that was so painful. Yeah, and I think he did kind of bait Juan out. Usually when you see the Sky Splitter, you're thinking that Volibear is going to try and combo for max damage on it. He didn't do that. He actually just used it for vision and then popped out later. So the tempo play there was The mind games were there. The execution was there. And just look at his CS as well. He's been doing a very good job at keeping ahead of this Trundle. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we are going to have an equalization by Rest.
All right, so that will be an outer knocked down as the two down bottom have already gone. Mid lane's the only one that PSG are holding on to everything as we hit that 17-minute mark on the map. The gold game currently sitting at about a little over 3,000 gold in favor of CFO, and just off the back of some better plays, some better rotations. But the later this game goes, they're going to need to keep that built up and need to outfight PSG, because this is that straight-up 5v5 that they will have as it goes late. Not quite there yet, of course, still only a couple of items apiece at most, and ooh, Koala goes deep. That's going to be Shun actually tanking on. Ooh, good Moonlight Vigil's coming through a little bit too late as Kaiwing gets the swallow up. Really nicely played, though, to turn it around. Shun just dropping a whole lot of damage onto Unified. PSG, though, do have the inside track on this dragon. It would cut off the Drake stack.
Yep. Gemini, not again. Not again. No way. No way.
Can he do it twice? No, it'd be too risky. They are going to try and take the fight up the back, though. In goes Koala. A little bit of a whiff, but
they find Unified. He's
Mission
down.
Going through, and they've managed to get the separation. Even with the shockwave, they only lose Gemini, and Kaiwing is separated from the rest of the squad. It's a 3-for-1 trade there in favor of CFO.
What a smart sectioning of the team fight right there. They have Graze on the top side, getting both of the solo lane carries to focus one end, and then they just pick off Unified. So even though they lose that Drake, I still think it's a huge win for PSG because they get both summoners from Unified and a +2 kill lead.
Yeah, right now the gold is definitely starting to scale up here for C2BC Flying Oyster. And, you know, yeah, the Drake stack, like, okay, you can come right back and do it again. Let's take a look at the fight, though, because even though they did get away with it, yeah, Bay's a little sectioned. Koala goes in here, instantly flashes out, and they cannot go in as Mission pulls off the ultimate to zone him away, and it's just an easy cleanup from there. Rest even hanging in by keeping Hanabi and Bay busy.
Yeah, that was a really smart move. So there's two components of that I think were really important. First off, Graves actually smoke screened the ramp. So we saw Gameplank and the Orianna on top of the ramp, but they couldn't make it through to their AD carry. And the other point was Kaiwing just used his Devour right in front of CFO. So they knew they had an opening, they took it, really clean play, and they get rewarded huge here. If you look at the Aphelios, this is getting a bit scary. He's very hard to take down. If you look at Hanabi, you know, he has a lot of this anti-heal, but he's pretty much the only one that has a real chance of getting this, getting Shun to even take damage.
And this is crazy, too, because we knew that Shun was such a pop-off player on something like the Jinx, but his Aphelios has been a little more middling. He's played a lot less of this champion, only a couple of games, I think, and it definitely hasn't popped off nearly as hard. It certainly seems that CFO like the resets a little bit better, but he is certainly showcasing that he can play all these AD carries in the meta at the moment, and for a rookie player, taking it to the experience 2v2 of Unified and Kaiwing, it's just incredibly impressive out of this young player. We'll see if they can keep the push going right now. 20 minutes on the clock. Shun leads a few minions into the mid, and ooh, Gemini's caught out, but who is catching who? He's keeping him busy into the stasis. Juhan forced to flash away. That is a good cannon barrage
gets
to finish off Gemini, but here comes Rest around the side, finds the end of the line, and Hanabi cannot go anywhere here as he's cut off, and Sandwich Mission will claim his life. 2 kills for 1, and CFO keep on rolling.
Yeah, the stasis being massive there for Gemini, and now we do have a 4v3 situation. There could be a tower dive actually being planned right here. Mission is definitely gearing up for it. Oh, but he is spotted out.
Good ward by Juhan. The question is, do they still commit to this? I don't think they want it anymore. Pillar's going to go through. That should force him to just his punch away. Oh, no, just the blast cone. Meanwhile, Rest is like, cool, while y'all are doing that, I'm going to get tier 2.
Yep, does put a lot of damage on that one, and we do have the TPs coming in. Oh, Bay getting angry.
All right, Bay does not have flash, does not have ultimate, but he can slow Mission down. Let's see how fast the Galio can move. Dissonance does tag him as he tries to walk away. Shield for zoning, gets the 2 taunt.
There's no way.
Pillar interrupt, and oh, they will finally claim him, but a big investment there. The Rocket coming in at the last second, and Unified will secure the kill for a much-needed golden fusion.
Yeah, but I feel like CFO were able to drag that out so much that they still got quite a bit out of it. You can see the damage that Bay unfortunately did have to take, and he might not even finish his recall here. So
No, he doesn't.
You know, they don't get the tempo lead, and CFO, at the very least, they get the mid lane tower, and they still hold control towards the Baron. Now, we talked about the scaling. At 3 items, PSG should be dominating CFO. But CFO can very easily find a very quick Baron take with this Fed of Aphelios before that ever becomes an issue.
Does seem like they will be able to take another fight here in just a moment. We have another Ocean Dragon spawning on the Rift. Hanabi trying to keep the vision clear as he does take down the Scuttle Crab. Rest of CFO getting into position. Missions come off cooldown, and they're making a beeline for it right now. Looking for a pick to set things up. Still 35 seconds to go, and PSG are fully aware of what's happening.
Yeah, PSG are going to have a hard time. I think they just have to push mid and draw this one out. They are much better at disengaging fights than starting fights. They don't have good engage on this team whatsoever. In fact, I don't even think they have a single member that is capable of just doing hard engages. So the best route for PSG, definitely trying to draw the members out, but that also means they will stay exposed. I don't think they have the vision to really contest this wave. Oh.
Okay, they actually just take 2 members into that brush there, and Mission is forced to back away. But this does mean the Dragon's pretty much up for the taking. PSG starting to move towards the Baron right now. We'll see if they actually end up calling on that one. I don't think they'll be able to do it now. They just go ahead and try to set up some vision control.
Yeah, I think that's the best they can do. Like, if they wanted to draw members out, they really needed the left side of the river warded up as well. And now we do have CFO coming in with a 28-minute plant right into the Ocean Soul. I don't think PSG can afford to give the Ocean Soul over. So they're on a timer. It's 5 minutes. Farm up as much as you can. Try to avoid combat as much as you can. Just make sure you get those items in and give yourself a chance in the next Drake fight.
Yeah, if they stick as 5, they may be able to do it. But I mean, Mission is really showcased on this Galio an ability to reset fights and reposition his team. A lot of diving champions there. Koala actually does get caught out as he goes a little bit too deep into the cannon barrage. Shun dashes away. Not a lot of damage dealt to the members of CFO, and that is some key ultimates down there, or at least the cannon barrage. CFO might have free inside track on the Baron. You can see PSG are afraid that's what's happening.
Yeah, Koala taking a little bit of a risky route right here, but he should still be okay with the Galio in range for the heroic entrance, and they're just going to start this one out. PSG
so fast right now.
Marking it. But they might not be there in time.
They're going to be able to. This is going so low, so fast right now. Could go down to a fight after the fact, but I think the Baron is a foregone conclusion here. As Koala trying to hold it, it's going to be the commitment in for CFO. Hero's entrance, they are going to rush it down, secure it up. Koala, man, giving his life for this one. Shield lands. Big old Aphelios ultimate does not do nearly enough damage, and Mission is now in danger of falling off this map. As the chase is on, Gemini forced to hop over the wall. A lot of tools expended to get away, but CFO have managed to do it with all 5.
Yeah, and they also get the flash from Unified. He flashed mid-fight to try and finish off Mission, but Mission is still able to get away there. So a pretty big loss on PSG on multiple fronts right here. The gold lead is slipping away, and with the Baron timer stacking very close to the Ocean Soul, they're going to have a hard time defending the next one. Like, CFO can just straight up push mid, push bot, use the last minion wave, and, set up a big wave. Let's see if they can actually manage that and turn for Drake. If they can properly manage and control the waves, it should be a very, very strong push that buys them a lot of time. Let's watch this play again. So I think the idea here is very clear that CFO are just trying to full rush. I think they actually turned out a little bit too early. Koala is kind of the anchor point with this one. Bay only gets the ultimate on 1, not enough. Bay definitely needed to go a lot deeper on that play. And watch this as Unified very uncharacteristically does a super dangerous flash forward, doesn't get anything for it, and that just makes the next Drake fight so much harder to play out. You're not going to have flash on your AD carry. You're going to be forced to deal with Baron minions as well, and oh boy, this is looking really rough for PSG.
Yeah, they're going to have to hold on. Rough ride here. 26 minutes on the clock and facing down about a 6,000 gold deficit. About to be even more as the teleport comes in here to finish off this tier 2. As you mentioned, the Dragon Timer Soul going to be huge here for CFO. So much harder for PSG to fight into this right now as they've got the 4-1 in full swing. Mission on the side, keeping Hanabi busy is Kaiwing. Oh, that's the flash from Rest to stop that shockwave in its tracks. It will cut down the mini wave, and they're right back to it, though, on the bottom as they brought Gemini into this lane. Barrel chain. Hanabi is able to keep it cut down, but I think they might be running short on options. That is going to be the third item buy for Unified here, but will it be enough to turn a fight here? That tower is getting cut down so quickly. PSG looking for the opening.
Koala might have overextended. I think he's just...
Goes to the stasis, though. Maybe it was all a bait as they bring in Mission. No, maybe Mission was the one that overextended as well. Can PSG turn this around? He can't quite dash away. 2 quick picks, and now they're on the chase. The resets for the Jinx coming in. Gemini zapped here as he's forced to go for the bear drop defensive maneuver. Once again, the pillar comes up. They reposition. But PSG immediately smell blood in the water, and they should be able to set up vision control here on this dragon.
Yeah, the Baron is still there, so they will get the empowered recalls down and should be able to survive this. But as you said, the vision control now fully on the side of PSG. That was a rest. I can't believe Rest is still
so
here.
hard right now.
I know, that is
Rest, what are you doing? If he gets away with this.
He gets away. He actually gets away with it.
Oh my
Never
word.
mind.
He doesn't have Baron anymore. Right. He doesn't even have the Baron. Oh, what are you doing, Rest?
I think he's looking for a flank. Is that like? There's no way you stay here. He does have the one-shot potential against Unified. I will say that, but I still think this is so greedy.
for a guy named Rest, he has absolutely no chill. He gets the back at the end. Nothing gets punished. Nothing happens.
Yeah.
But that was a good turn for PSG. They desperately needed something like that to happen right now, and it'll make this next fight a little bit more even. Now we have Unified on 3 items, as I mentioned. He got his LDR, so now this is going to be the dragon fight. This is Seoul. PSG cannot afford to give this one up.
Yeah, the top wave is also just dealing so much damage to the tower here, so CFO, they just want to drag this one out, make sure they get some poke damage in. Oh, and Hanabi is getting caught in the top side. He's got nowhere to go.
Oh, they sandwiched him right now. That's going to use his own ultimate, but they take him down.
And
meanwhile, it's going to be a turnabout. Soul is secured. Gemini just says mission complete here. That's a trade 1-for-1, hugely in favor of CFO, and the minions are doing the work. Koala doesn't want to let PSG back. Oh, it's only bad choices, it seems, as he goes on in. Pillared up, gets the knock-up. They do land it. It's a long run for Mission around the side. The Rocket's going to chip some health, but PSG just cannot get to their own base, Clement. They're being locked out.
Yeah, and we have Koala back with the Ocean Soul. He has the HP, and now he's going back in.
One more time, he will finally fall. Shockwave pulling 3. That's massive right now. Can PSG actually turn the fight here? Mission just limping away. Shun keeping them back from the rest of the team. And CFO, they were playing with their food, but the Hunters become hunted here as they finally even this out. They stabilize. They're not done just yet.
Mission's coming in. He's going to be so fast. Oh,
okay. All right. Kaiwing saving bait from himself right now. That is going to be the reset. Dust is settled, but Clement, CFO get the Ocean Soul.
And I just want to say, like, the Koala going a little bit ham was probably not what they wanted, but let's start from the first. Hanabi trying to find his angle in. He gets picked up right at the start, and somehow on the other side, Gemini, this is Season 12, you don't have Smite advantage anymore, but he still finds the pick for the Soul. Just a 1v4 mission. Absolutely huge how much Gemini has just been out-smiting Juhan in this one. I understand what CFO are trying to do. They're trying to stop the timers, hopefully get full kills here. I do think Koala goes a little bit too deep and burns way too many summoners. Like, they could have cut off PSG regardless without going this deep and this close and burning, honestly, just wasting so many summoners here. But the idea here is to keep them occupied and to run the timer out, so when PSG do reset, they don't have time to set up the Baron once more. Now, this one was so close. Honestly, Unified getting 2 more auto attacks could have changed the course of the entire game, so I'm not exactly a fan of those CFO plays, but I understand what they're trying to do. As you do see CFO on the map, they do delay the timers until they can get back on the map first with the Baron control.
It highlights what we're talking about at the beginning of the match, right? Like, CFO are good, especially when they can get these leads, when they can snowball, when they get the jump on their opposition. PSG, they're the more coordinated team, so even from behind, they are still able to fight it out, and that's why this game is far from done just yet. And that timer is ticking. 31 minutes on the clock. Unified is a 3-item Jinx. The Flying Oyster have to respect that right now, even though they have every advantage. That Ocean Soul is going to be massive. This Baron is going to be big. If they get it, it's happening in Vision. PSG are going for the fight, Clement, the teleport flank.
Oh no, Rest is not matching this one. They do spot Hanabi out though, and the question now is, can Hanabi run away?
Oh, he's going to try. Oh, those barrels don't do enough. Oh, stop in the name of the law, and they will will just take him down. The rest of PSG are going to try to fight this out in the 4v4, but Rest is soloing the base. This Graves is doing so much work right now.
Oh man, Hanabi actually, the PSG weren't able to close the gap on the other side. So not only do CFO win a 5v4, they also get the bot lane and they force the TPs. Koala's still trying to stop these backs, and they're going to go for the Baron. It's a triple win.
CFO get everything on the map right now, and they nearly take down a Nexus turret. PSG just don't have any good choices here. This is brutal. Rest is going to try to go for the Great Escape at the moment, and I don't know if it's going to matter even if PSG do take him down. They've managed to catch me. Flashes forward, try for the outplay, but you can't really do that against the Kench.
Right?
Rest is so sustainable right now. He's going to go into stasis. He gets the Baron, finally gets shut down, but CFO get everything on this map.
All right, that was kind of unnecessary from Rest. I'm not sure why he was there, even trying to pull off that play. He goes down, and he even does have to burn the flash right there. So, in my mind, not worth it whatsoever. That was Rest just going back to his BM self. And, you know, I think there's a potential that PSG could punish off of that play. But
that shutdown
we'll
goal
see what
for the
happens.
Jinx. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised that Hanabi didn't use his Cannon Barrage there. He had to use Cannon Barrage to slow down CFO and actually allow the rest of the members for PSG to catch up. I think he just forgot about the fact that he had ultimate. He just held on to it and didn't use it the entire time.
Not good.
Yeah, it's really weird. We also
He
saw that
cut the
yesterday
wave
in his
even a little
Cannon.
bit. Oh, okay, chasing. Oh, Hanabi is a 3-level advantage, but Gemini just does not care right now as he goes for the Stormbringer into mission. He might get the outplay. He does. On the Cannon Barrage, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and we take those right now, but CFO, with the heavy investment, they may end up losing an inner tower, but they are pushing for the top. It's an open inhib if they want it.
Yeah, I would still consider that a win for CFO. You know, they actually cut the gold lead, especially with the objective bounties going down here, and yeah, I'm very surprised that he was able to get that one. You are seeing kind of the descaling factor that we were talking about between these champions, you know. Gemini had a very slow start. If you look at his items, he's still sitting on 2.5. And we do have that Jinx now coming in with 5 completed items. This is getting a little bit scary for CFO. If they can't find decisive wins, there's a very real possibility that PSG, despite being in a 4,000 gold deficit, can just win out because they have the better carries.
And they were in a much bigger goal deficit earlier on right now, so things are starting to change despite the soul. I feel like Elder is a massively important take here for CTBC Flying Oyster if they can get it. And, you know, yeah, this is that descaling, right? Like, we were talking about it a little bit in the pregame. I had a conversation with a journalist friend of mine earlier today about the Volibear. In this stage of the game, he starts to become a lot more like a minion than anything.
Yeah, I think Trundle, just with the ultimate, is going to outvalue here. And you can tell CFO are playing this a little bit queasy. They're trying to split a 4-1 and using the bot lane minions that are already wailing on the Nexus towers.
They're at the
so
Nexus,
this is so smart.
You don't actually want to take
the
a fight.
damage!
Oh, that's a massive Aphelios ultimate! The Moonlight Vigil's doing work, and Rest is just running around the map. They are going to bring in the Galio to try and split the fight. The volley goes for the jump on. Faye limps away. Mission and Juhan both go into the stopwatches, and even though Unified is running wild, what is he fighting for right now? The base is in shambles. It's Rest versus Hanabi, and Rest is the one with the bigger gun.
Yeah, Rest with the shotgun. You're able to take down a bot lane tower and a top lane inhibitor. It was a really good find from CFO, but they don't have their jungler in this one. This could be just a straight up giveaway if they continue on this Elder Dragon. Finally, they come to their senses and they're going to back up, and 2 members have to defend against Rest.
This is such split focus from both these squads right now. The Elder would be huge, but if you lose the base, it doesn't matter. Rest, I don't know if he can go for this one. The smite would be right, but there's going to be the taunt. They turn the fight. Unified. Big shutdown there for Shun, and they take the triple kill. They take the Elder, and CFO are taking everything from PSG Talon.
Oh my god, CFO are giving me classic G2 vibes, able to stretch out the map, play on all different angles. They're just out command and conquering PSG. They can't match up with the shot calling anymore. And there goes Hanabi. The base is wide open. CFO are going to take this one in such dominating fashion.
Absolutely, and hey, who says the Graves doesn't do well against a Gangplank in the late game? Holy moly, the 1v1 potential was massive right there, and that is going to be the game. CFO, not without mistakes, but they put on a masterclass of running PSG around the map to take game 1.
what a fun style to see from CFO. Their command of their members and their shot calling, I have to say, is just on another level from PSG. And that is one thing I didn't expect. We have to remember CFO's journey to the postseason. In their second half, they actually were in a very rough spot. They didn't win against a playoff team until week 5, the end of week 5. And to be fair, the team they did win against was PSG. It's been a long trek for them to actually gel their players together, to find their starting roster in Shun, but it's all come together in this finals. That was such a beautiful game to watch, and I think the smartest game we have seen CFO play this entire split.
They are ramping up at the absolute right time. And it's funny you mentioned that week 5 is when things started coming together, because that was the week that they added the final ingredient to this Flying Oyster. It was the spicy sauce of Shun, and we saw him on an absolute tear this game. He can certainly play in Aphelios in addition to the Jinx, and we could see why they opted to let the handshake through. What a brilliant play out of CFO's individual players, but the coordination, that's the advantage for PSG we thought coming into today. And after game 1, I'm not so sure anymore, Clement.
Yeah, we did hear from PSG a lot of their problems do come from the fact that it's a bit harder on your first split to communicate with your Korean mid-jungler. Now, I do commend PSG a lot for making their Korean imports learn Mandarin and try to communicate on the same level playing field, but that takes time. And, you know, we even have heard from interviews that they are having a little bit of trouble with the communication. So when that's already been the thing and you have to contend with 3 different things happening on the map, I think CFO have a decided advantage. Now, going through the draft, I actually really favored PSG's draft. I felt like their draft was strong in the bottom side. You could push in with this composition, and the mid jungle actually had an advantage. Trundle and Orianna actually can contain Galio quite well in the early game, and then Gangplank is just Hanabi's best champion. So I actually really like this draft. I thought PSG was going to take this for sure, but a couple things did happen. Number 1, the bot lane is still in a funk. We have to be absolutely honest about this. Both times there was 0 jungle intervention, and somehow Koala and Shun were able to make PSG's bot lane burn summoners. So that is a very, very bad sign. That means there's a high chance PSG might have to just go back to Xayah to play out this series. And the other point is, I don't think Orianna ever got to do much against the Galio. We didn't really see the push-in. We didn't see the gank pressure being put onto Galio. Mission still had the CS lead throughout the majority of the game, and I have to say that's not really supposed to happen given this matchup. So PSG, they had a great strategy, great draft. Unfortunately, I still think their players weren't able to execute to their normal potential.
Yeah, it did seem like the tempo was really being directed by CFO for most of the game. There was a while where we saw Hanabi really getting the jump on rest early, and, you know, like looking at that in the early game, looking at what normally happens when a Graves falls behind when he needs to get ahead, it'd be easy to write that one off, and it seemed like that was what was going to happen, but CFO redoubled their efforts. They made a lot of moves around the map. They sacked lanes, but they were so fast about it that they didn't even really have to. They were always able to at least trade something back. And even though they dove a little bit too deep, there were a few moments where it looked like PSG could get back into that. The one big shockwave that I can remember was basically on that big chase away around the map. And it was so close to being a triple kill for the Jinx, but it just didn't happen. And CFO, you know, really good presence of mind to split away, even burning flashes after the fact. They maybe shouldn't have been in that position, but they deliver in the moment, and that's what counts. It gives them the win here in game number 1, and what a beautiful performance out of this team. Honestly, it's just wonderful to see, because even the mistakes they make, even the flaws that CFO have are beautiful, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's just a fun team to watch.
You can tell that they're constantly pushing things. I just want to say, I never want to see Galio plus Volibear try to catch out a side laner again. That was just that was usually...
It was great in the team fight, though.
It was good in the team fight, but that is usually how they actually handed the gold over, if you can see in this gold graph. It wasn't that effective, and it did give over bounty gold. So CFO, I don't think they were flawless by any measures, but their creativity on the fly was so damn good. Gemini, he had so many good smites. He took the Ocean Soul, which was massive. He also stole away the first Herald, which PSG rotated all 5 members to get. That was a massive plus trade for them as well. And I just think it's getting... This is probably the best case scenario for PSG. If I'm talking about draft, this one was a bang-up job coming in from Corgi and coming in from, I believe Fly is still there. So they did a really good job from the coaching staff. But if they still can't muscle over CFO, things are going to look a lot worse. I think the most important thing is they need to be able to reach out to Unified. This has always been sort of the problem with Unified. Everyone knows that Unified does not talk at all. Kaiwing has been known as the Unified translation machine. So whatever you need to communicate to Unified, you have to go through Kaiwing, and that slows down the process. What they need is for Unified to get into the right headspace, for him to not tilt. Because we have seen Unified, in the past, if he doesn't have a good game 1, game 2, and especially this entire postseason, he's been looking really off. If that's the case, then I have to be honest, I don't think PSG stand a chance. They need to get him right.
Yeah. Mental reset's very important, but especially in the case of Unified, who already sometimes doesn't communicate with the team as much. And for PSG, I mean, they definitely had a great composition. I think that is something you can't take away from them. I'd love to see it again, and Rest will win the MVP. Man, what a journey from getting outplayed by the Gangplank level 1 and 2 and finding the Graves late game just blowing him away with a big shotgun for 30% of the team's damage. Oof. I questioned it. You questioned it. It got results.
He was in such a rough spot in lane. Honestly, I think if PSG were willing to just play out the laning phase, Rest was kind of toast. If you think about the early few waves, he was getting zoned out because the wave was getting frozen by Hanabi, and he lost the top side between his jungler and mid. So I felt like Rest should have been over. Like, it should have been done. Unfortunately, I felt like PSG actually took the foot off the gas pedal because their bot lane was in so much trouble. They went for the early Herald play just to equalize things, and it actually gave Rest a pretty good out in that chaos. He found the kills in the team fights and was able to restabilize. It was great comeback play. He didn't suffer from the early setbacks, and he continued to be such a nuisance in the silence.
Oh, yeah. Just honestly didn't even need to be with the team. The 4-1 was brilliant to watch, and I really like that you compared him to G2 Esports. There's a very real possibility we'll get to see them play up against each other at MSI, but maybe we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. We still got a series to play out. We'll be back with Game 2 right after this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
You under my sick spell. You're just a number. I know it's cruel, too bad for you. That's how it goes. Oh, darling, I know heaven is where you take me, but hell sounds like more fun. I make it hardcore, hurt more. What else did you take me for? Outlaws, so flawed. clever. I'll make your heart skip a beat forever. Lure you in, make you think you're clever. I'll make your heart skip a beat forever. Lure you in, make you think you're clever. I'll make your heart skip a beat forever. Lure you in, make you think you're clever. I'll make your heart skip a beat. I make it hardcore, hurt more. What else did you take me for? Outlaw, so flawed, make you doubt the things you saw. Hey, don't you know I'm cold? I'm a hammer's now. Yeah, that's how I roll. I'll make you trouble, double. You think you're indestructible. Darker danger, white knight trying to save her. Hey, don't you know I'm cold? I'm a hammer's now. And that's how I roll. I make it hardcore. Hardcore. Now the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to another time. We are traveling on gravity, reaching the horizon. We just keep on rising. We are traveling on gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split Finals here. CTBC Flying Oyster are 1-0 up in the series off some incredible execution. PSG will look to try and answer back as they will still be on blue side for game number 2. Everybody, before we get into this one, I do want to thank once again our lovely sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible, and thank you for sponsoring Flying Oyster because this team is absolutely on fire. I love it.
It was a great pickup for CTBC right there, man. I just want to introduce Flying Oysters a little bit more. The reason that they are called Flying Oysters is because in Mandarin, it sounds like we are family. So what that actually is the slogan of CTBC Bank. They want to not just be a financial institution, though they are the best one. They also want to be your family member, and that's kind of the play on words that they made. It actually works in a lot of different ways. It also sounds like faker in Mandarin. So Faker is Faker, and Mission has been known as the PCS Faker. So there you go, just some interesting tidbits, some play on words.
That is really cool. How did I not know this until the finals, Clement? I needed to know this information way sooner, but I'm glad, because I would have probably like said that every single time they played. Yeah, no, it's really cool. I really love what this team has brought, not just from their players. I love the branding. I love, honestly, just even the aesthetic and the look. It's pretty cool. And I am so excited to see what they can do in Game 2 here. But PSG, they're looking to find answers. They're looking to defend that legacy. They still want to make it to MSI. Let's see if they can pull it out in game number 2 here. They'll be on the same side in the draft. And I know we talked about how much we really liked their draft. It came down to execution. Would you change anything if you were the coach here?
I'll be honest, I felt like that draft was damn near perfect for PSG. They had the late game teamfight composition, the outscale potential, and they also had the winning mid jungle. So for me, that checks all my marks for what PSG wanted in a draft anyway. The only problem for me, and the biggest one that has been consistent throughout the entirety of playoffs, is just they need to win bot lane. Usually PSG, again, I'm going to say this, but the average stats for Unified in the bot lane is plus 1,000 gold at 15. In playoffs, he's been negative 200. So you can't really play with that sort of a deficit and expect everything to be fine. I do like this change up. They're starting to believe in the Nautilus curse. They're just like, okay, you know what? Nautilus is getting out of hand, but they do give up the Zoe for it.
Yeah, it's always possible that Mission can play that, but I do think it doesn't necessarily fit into what CFO have been able to accomplish more recently, so maybe that's not as much of a risk. More to your point about Unified having a negative trading and negative CS deficit there in the bot lane in the playoffs, he's played against 2 rookies, keep in mind, Kriskata and now Shun. He's going to try to stick to his guns and go for the Jinx again. I do think this is a good call. It does negate the pop-off potential that Shun can have, unless the Aphelios does it again. But surely that can't happen twice, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's really possible. Like, if you look at how the laning phase went, it's just because Nautilus was able to get those hooks on the AD carry so many times that they won the lane, and that shouldn't happen, I think. But CFO this time around, they are going even lower to the ground. We have the strong engage from the Leona, and I would say Lee Sin is actually Gemini's best champion overall if you look at his career. And that opens up the potential Zoe, which I don't think there will be a counter for PSG, and the potential for even something like a LeBlanc. So PSG, this time around, they have to go later into the game, while CFO are trying to run them out in the pre-30 minutes.
Yeah, that Lee Sin's definitely cause for concern there. I want to see what Juhan does find to answer with it. If he picks the jungle on this particular rotation, he could get his hands on the Hecarim, one of his more successful champions, but he's going to opt for the Viego, so they've got double resets here, and some protection in the form of the Tahm Kench, so this is a bit of a change-up.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Juhan on a carry position, because PSG overall are a team that's quite starved for gold. So I feel like whenever he's on a Viego, it's more like a if I win more condition, but it's not the how should I say it? It's sufficient but not necessary. I think that's the problem for me when he plays Viego. And we have seen this in the past when PSG goes for 4 carries and the early game doesn't go well for them. They just don't have the gold to pass around. They have. The last time we saw this, Viego actually had to build like straight tank after the Divine Thunder. So I'm a little bit worried about this. Yeah,
it's a risky play for PSG. We'll see. As the ban phase 2 enters here, CFO start targeting out Bay as they remove the Vex from the pool. Same thing on the PSG side. They do ban away the Victor. Again, it's the champion that really kind of wrecked their day in the hands of Mission, but I think he's going to be perfectly happy to go on the Galio again if he's allowed it. Do they give this through? I mean, the Zoe's still up, as you said. It feels like Mission has a ton of options.
Yeah, I think Zoe LeBlanc are the 2 ones that are going to be the most threatening. PSG's comp is very heavily gold reliant. Like, they cannot suffer a terrible early game. They just simply cannot do that. So I feel like the Zoe has to go. If I was PSG. Zoe?
I'm thinking about it here. It's the Orianna, though, and I thought maybe Bay goes back on this champion himself, but no, they're going to opt away from it. We'll probably see him on something maybe like the Rise. Maybe he tries to match Assassin for Assassin with LeBlanc. Hover on the Zoe right now for Mission. Pretty deadly champion in his hands. A couple players here in the PCS certainly make their name on that one. Uniboy, another one to come to mind. player that PSG became intimately familiar with in a 5-game series last night.
I expect them to just lock this one in. Lee Sin plus Zoe is incredibly dominating in the mid jungle, and PSG just cannot match. The Lee Sin will keep the Viego down pre-6, and I don't know what they will play here. Most likely a Rise. I think
it's base fallback, right? I mean, what else he's got in the pool if he wants to try and play, I don't know, more of a mage into it, but I don't really feel like that's in his wheelhouse so much. So the Rise comes through, no surprises there, and now PSG for their final pick are going to look for Hanabi on a blind. His gangplank was good, but they kind of sacked a little bit when they had a lead. I would honestly love to see something like that again, possibly, but maybe they want a bit more tank stats here. So the Renekton being hovered.
I think they have to consider the potential for Jace on the other side. If you look at CFO's comp, they're low to the ground, early game focused. And PSG, they once again go for full late scaling. Ooh, but this is pretty risky. They're basically gambling on CFO to make a mistake early game. That's kind of the read that I get from PSG. If you just line up the positions, you do expect CFO to actually have a pretty strong advantage mid jungle, and for that to radiate to other lanes, especially when they have this top lane counter pick as well. So I think I have to favor the side of CFO in this one. I feel like PSG, once again, they're running with 3 carries this time around. But it is one where, Viego still needs to snowball a little bit, and it is one to come online quite late. Sure, they have a much better team fight comp this time around, but that mid jungle really scares me when I'm looking across the board.
Yeah, Gemini and Mission have certainly shown that they can get their aggro on early, and Juhan and Bay are going to have to try and stop that one, try to stiff arm it a little bit. Bottom lane has also been a concern, even with this exact composition. I do like the adaptation to take away the Nautilus. It's just been too deadly in the hands of Koala, but he's still got an all-in champion. He's still got the Leona, pretty low cooldowns for that. Maybe it doesn't live as long. Maybe they can try for the outplay. I do think that bottom 2v2 is going to be incredibly important, because if Unified loses out another 2v2, I do think the tilt factor starts to become pretty real.
Yeah, I will say, I think it's pretty difficult for them to lose the 2v2. Both of their champions are actually considered advantageous against their opponents. So this time around, I feel like the only way that... I've said this before, to be fair, but I feel like...
I was getting deja vu for a second. Yeah. Wait a minute.
I've said this before, but I think the only way that CFO win their bottom lane is through mid-jungle intervention. I don't expect them to be able to, in any case, be able to 2v2 this one out like they did in the last game. That being said,
more reason to hold that line in the mid lane. I mean, I think this is going to rest a lot on Bay and Juhan's abilities. We'll see if the newcomers here, Korean duo from NS Red Force, can hold it up against the side of CFO for Game 2 onto the Rift here of our Grand Finals of the PCS Spring. Advantage for the Flying Oyster, but will PSG be able to ground them?
No, oysters don't really fly to begin with, so
these ones do.
That is true.
That's the exception.
CFO.
Okay. All right.
Is there still someone there? They could catch this one out.
Juhan.
The back goes through.
Okay. All right. He's gonna back away. A little bit of shenaniganery, but he's relatively safe. The orange there as well. I do like that they always keep PSG on their toes. Do get the ward down into the blue pit, so they'll have some information on the jungle start.
Mm-hmm.
I think this was matched on the other side. Yeah, it was matched. Okay, so both teams.
And just taking a look at the starts here, we are going to get PTA from Shun, so not going for the fleet footwork, usually against the Jinx. You do get pushed in by the Jinx early on with her rocket, so we have seen a lot of fleet footwork starts, but he's happy to go with PTA. And we also have Glacial Augment on Koala. So what this means is that it's a very strong ganking combination for their dual lane. You get the exposure from PTA, you also get the extra slow field. So if there's our ganks going into the bot lane, that could be a potential way for Gemini to start things, even without the help of just the mid lane. And taking a look at the mid lane right off the bat, is pretty sizable lead here for Mission, actually. Wow, that's a...
Yeah, oh boy.
It's a 200 HP advantage, just level 1.
Does not bode well. Bay's going to have to get his dancing shoes on to dodge those paddle stars coming through here. One other thing I did want to point out, too, is I think Unified last game went for the heal. This time around, he's on the cleanse. A lot of CC that can come into. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense here. He did get caught in a lot of CC in some of those extended fights, so I like this changeup.
Yeah, just trying to play it a little bit safer and try to hold out until the later phase of the game. I feel like PSG, through all 3 of their lanes, they're just trying to farm up. As long as they can keep track of Gemini, they should consider it a very strong win. They don't necessarily need to gank themselves. All they need to do is make sure Gemini doesn't do anything before level 6.
Yeah, early roam here out of Kaiwing does not get spotted, I believe, on that ward, just on the edge of vision. But they should know this is happening as they don't see him here. He's going to be coming through River Brush, and really no harm done. Unified is pushed the wave up for the time being, although he is getting out-farmed already. And certainly want to keep your eyes on Gemini, as PSG are doing with that ward in the jungle. So this time, a lot better tracking it. Question is it enough to stop what he does next?
Yep. So they should see him coming down here and be very well aware that there could be a gank. As we said before, this gank could be very deadly, and Mission is coming down for the sandwich, though he hasn't backed just yet. I like this play coming in, just to make sure they get the Herald, not the Herald, sorry, the Scuttle soon enough, and so far Mission sitting on 1 extra teleport with the jungle coming down.
Yeah, maybe one day that Scuttle can grow up into a big Herald, but it's just a little baby for right now. Cut down in this prime.
Have they officially said if the Scuttle actually grows up to be Herald? I feel like that makes so much sense.
I feel like it's some weird, like, mutant magic or something. Like, that's why Shelly gets so angry, you know? It's like, you know, like in Arcane, you know? You get all the weird, like, Chemtech stuff in and just, like,
yeah, you get the
like,
shine.
Become a monster.
Oh, the Shimmer, sorry.
It's the Rift Kaiju, really. Kaiwing goes forward and gets stunned up by Koala, but so far pretty even trades in this lane. You do see the difference is in the potions, as Unified has had heal up just a little bit more. Gemini up towards the top side, but Hanabi staying relatively safe. I don't think a gank would be coming through here too easily anytime soon.
Yep, you know, a double scuttle start from Gemini, but this is completely to be expected. PSG, as long as they, you know, keep the game steady until the 3rd Drake, I feel like they're in a very good position. This is one of the, I would say, the most insane teamfight compositions that you can draft in this current patch. There's 0 chance that CFO ever win a 5v5. Given this comp. And now Gemini hasn't backed. And, you know, he's going to lose out on this.
Yeah, Juhan, okay, the smite does go down, so he only takes a couple of chickens, but a lot of damage on his Gemini. He's just been tracked so well by PSG this game. That is the difference from game number 1.
Yeah, really nicely done here. Of course, if he landed the smite a little bit better. And this will force the top lane to play in a more defensive fashion, you know? Usually this Aatrox wants to stay ahead, but he can't push out because he knows Juhan is right next to him.
Okay, Ward hops into the Tri-Brush. This is a pretty heavily pushed up Unified Kaiwing. Gemini a little low on health right now, so this is risky, but I think
to grab him. Here we go.
Oh, they miss! Oh no! Koala with the whiff. His mechanics on that Leona, not quite enough, and Unified Kaiwing able to get out at the cost of all of their summoners.
Really sneaky gank being done by Gemini. Mission also going to find a great trade onto Bay right here. But to take things into perspective, that is both flashes down from the side of CFO. So PSG, they have to play safe for the next 3 minutes, but it could have been a lot worse than that one. Honestly, if Koala found that initial stun, I believe Unified should have been dead.
Yeah, that Zenith Blade. I mean, we were so used to him just knocking down those dredge lines that the Zenith Blade missing was almost a shocker here. Faye continues to just tank Paddle Stars after the Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands. Going to be forced to back away and no teleport here to get back into lane. So this might open up the Dragon opportunity. Meanwhile, Rest going a little bit low here. Call the Forge God, flashed away. Rest in the World Ender has the sustain, so Hanabi can't continue the fight, but Rest hadn't backed, so that trade a little bit tough for him to take.
Yeah, and he does have to burn Flash for that one. Hanabi can come straight back into lane, so overall I would say a bit of a win for Hanabi in this one. And he's completely survived the early game. Usually that is the toughest time against the Aatrox, but he's weathered that storm very, very well, and PSG even have the gold lead. So I think for CFO, the name of the game is really moving Gemini and Mission into this bot lane. They already have a quite sizable lead, honestly, in terms of the summoners. They just need to cash that one out, or else PSG are going to be pretty happy with this one.
Yep. So Dragon, for all of that effort, is what CFO managed to net themselves. That is the Infernal on the map. And it will be an Ocean coming up next. No Ocean Rift this time around. Can say goodbye to that insane sustain.
Yep. I think, Mountain, or Mountain's probably the best one for PSG, I would say. Hextech is fine, but not. I wouldn't. I don't think Hextech is actually critical for PSG because they should win anytime they group up anyway. So probably Mountain the best idea for them. In the meantime, Juhan doing another just great round of tracking Gemini, and Gemini understanding that his entire job is basically to utilize PTA and Glacial Augment to gank bot lane again and again and again.
Yeah, here he comes. This time, though, he runs into a control ward, so this is going to be spotted from a mile away by Kaiwing and Unified. Question is, do they still opt into the dive? They've got a pretty big
level
minion
6
wave going here, and Gemini actually going to track Bay, finds him on the Sonic Wave into the Insect from the side, but Bay should be able to get out on the party portal. Nice escape there, although he is still under fire.
Still a small win, I would say, for CFO in this one. They do get the Realm Orb for pretty much nothing here. And in the meantime, Juhan, I think Juhan is playing the map so well this game. It's really smart for him to just roam around wherever Gemini isn't. He's picking up a bit of a farm lead. Oh, but that Yumu's is going to make Mission a little bit too difficult to deal with. I think they have to call it quits.
That's the reset. Well, it was a nice try, and yeah, definitely Juhan having a much better game already as he's just opting to not face off against Gemini. It makes a lot of sense on this Viego. Want to try and get that power farm up. He is going to be able to give this blue buff over. On level 6 now, too, we should start to see him maybe make his presence in a few lanes as ultimates are starting to come online here. Push in the mid, though. It's CFO just having some leads and able to push it in, but no plates established just yet, so the gold game stays dead even.
That was really nice rotation from CFO. They catch up that the mid lane is rotating top. They know that Juhan just backed out of it, so not likely to contest right back again. And they shift their bottom lane there just to take it out. But, ooh, the Super Mega Death Rocket is going to be a little bit late.
Yeah. Would have been great. I love seeing those. It's a little hard to do these days ever since the AoE damage was nerfed, but all the same. Very much utility ultimate. It used to be for the flashy kills. Nowadays, it's kind of used from everything from trying to steal an objective to trying to shave down some hit points here. Little CS advantage there for Unified as they shove in the wave and go ahead and back. Noon Quiver already completed and the Cloak as well. So Unified's having a pretty decent game. As you mentioned, this is a 2v2 that should not go the opposite way, but not for lack of trying. CFO have certainly tried to make plays. Flash is very close to coming off cooldown, so if CFO want to make another dive down bot, they got to be quick about it.
Yeah, for sure. I think CFO has done a very good job at utilizing Gemini's pressure to then shift the pressure onto the other lanes. That is something that good teams do all the time. You know, once you have a lead, you generate this lead by showing your jungle, you move your bot lane into the mid lane, and then you just take the Herald. So even though they haven't had a winning bot lane duo, because they can shift that pressure around so well with the help of Gemini, they're still able to get things done. And I would say on the flip side for PSG, like Juhan has done a good job just covering his lanes, making sure nothing really happens here. And this is starting to get a little bit scary because PSG, I feel like even without, you know, the 3 item spikes coming in, their 5v5 is just absolutely nutty. Like if they just start up on Drake, there's very little that I think PSG can do to contest and even win a 5v5.
Well, they'll certainly be trying. A lot of poke damage that they can keep throwing out with those Paddle Stars of Mission, but he hasn't had the same oppressive influence as he did earlier in this game, earlier in the lane. Bay's been able to hang tough a little bit more now, has the Merc Treads too. This is going to be the Herald pop, as they're going to try to shave a few plates off here before the Dragon comes up in about a minute, but Bay looking to defend this. Juhan as well should be able to track him. That's a couple of plates going away. It is shared between Mission and Gemini. It wasn't quite out of the zone yet.
Really nicely done here. A lot of gold onto Mission, and that's going to be a bit scary if he does go in for the Ludens early on. A lot of poke damage coming in. And let's see how CFO play this one out. So they're just basically hypercharging Mission to get his Mythic. I do expect him to be able to get back to base and show up with the Mythic on the next turn here. But, oh, it looks like he's actually in need for a little bit more gold to make that one happen. And that does mean PSG actually come back onto the map in a better spot to take this Ocean.
Yeah, that does make the difference. And without a teleport right now, it does mean that he's going to have to walk the long way. Kailing might even interrupt his back. He does. Gets the lick on there, and he can't even complete the Paddle Star, just a smidgen too short. So it's a great timing window for PSG.
Mission, though, he does have his TP back. Is just using that
there
one.
There it goes, yeah.
To, he's just holding onto the heal with the spell book. So he should be able to join this one and should be able to pop in with the Mythic. That should be a pretty big gold lead. On the other hand, ooh, PSG with the sneaky flip.
Unified going up the long way now. It's Dragon started by Gemini. This might be sacked, but I don't think CFO realized what was happening here. This should be first brick taken down. Rocket's going to fire. Let's see if he can actually get the steal off this time around. It's very low, intercepted by Mission. Perhaps unwillingly, but Dragon for Tower, not a bad trade. PSG, they can't quite finish the job here, but it's going to be very close. Shun's trying to match them.
Yeah, on the flip side, I do think the tower will still go down, but PSG do have that option to just go for the second one as well. So there's definitely a lot of ways to play through this. And I do like this quite a bit because they are just dunking down on Rest. Rest cannot farm, has not farmed for the past 2 minion waves, and he has nowhere to go. So they just take the 4-1 out of CFO's hands. And if the 4-1 goes down, it doesn't matter if your AD carry is fed. You can't split push with your AD carry. And if you can't spread the map, that means you have to run into the 5v5. So this is actually a very smart way to deal with the potential 4-1 composition coming in from CFO.
Yeah, PSG definitely adapted a little bit here as CFO still have the gold lead. The first brick goes in their favor just barely as Shun was able to just throw out Chakram after Chakram. But huge gold infusion into both AD carries right now, and Unified's going to be pretty happy about that one. Rest, as you mentioned, has been denied a little bit of farm here, and he's down about an item. You can see that Bramble Vest on the opposite side. He's not been able to match it here, and hasn't gotten a lot of 1v1s off. Bay's actually waiting in the wings. Juhan incoming, so Rest could be on the opposite side of a 1v2. And they show face here. Rest is going to try to walk away from this one. Overload doesn't hit, but the Rune Prison, point and click. Here comes the World Ender. Will he be able to get the outplay? No, because Unified just absolutely shuts him down with the rocket.
Yeah, that was a bit lackadaisical coming in from Rest. There's absolutely no need for him to be pushing up that close, and he does pay the price for it. CFO, they have no pressure on the map, so that's kind of the thing with Rest. I think he's the closest player to the Shy that we have. He's very good individually. He's got great mechanics. I do think he tends to give away kills where there's not much need to. And I guess it just comes with the entire package.
Sometimes it seems like you can't have one of those tendencies without the other. So it does go in favor of Unified as he's able to snipe down the kill. The kickback, ooh, Juhan denied his own red buff. But I think he's going to be okay as he gets back into the safety of his team. Starting to see Mythic buys come in here. Everfrost picked up by Bay. You already saw the Ludens coming in for Mission. And as it stands, only one kill in this 15-minute game right now. And gold is dead even. The Dragon stack on CFO's side, but they didn't get the mountain that they wanted. Instead, it's going to end up being a Cloud Rift.
Yeah, I think the Cloud does favor CFO a little bit. They're the one that should have control of the split map and do want to play more about converging. Now everyone is funneling into the Herald, and I do think this is a very strong spot for PSG if they don't get poked out.
Okay, Kaiwing does get chunked a little bit here on the Paddle Star. Herald's going to reset for a second. Not quite. PSG wisely, I think, back away from this one. Although Gemini tags in, Mission still threatening another Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but Hanabi is able to get out of it.
No,
It's going to be the push down the mid.
It's really good play coming in from CFO. They're shoving in the mid lane and also threatening the choke with the poke right here. So PSG, unfortunately, weren't able to clean this one out before they converged, and that just gives Mission way too much room to really work with here. Koala might be in a little bit of danger. He's going to take some pats to the head, and Unified, he's totally fine.
Whoa, that was close, but Unified playing on the edge. This time definitely playing with some more confidence on this Jinx as he's already off to a kill start. Big minion wave stacking down bot. Rest is going to try and intercept that one. So it is a 4v5 right now, but the CFO top laner has his teleport if need be. Herald being heavily contested this game, but no one can get an inside track.
Yeah, Mission has just been such a nuisance. Like, PSG as a 5-man against a 4, they 100% should just take this Herald. There's no Gemini. Okay, Gemini's around. I might be speaking too soon again. No way.
He has the vision on this.
Please, don't Gemini, don't do this, Gemini, don't.
Okay, all right. PSG pull it out. They know what happened last time around.
Yeah.
All right, that's going to be the end of that. No more shenanigans.
I will say that actually ends up. I think it ended up being a pretty costly Herald for PSG because a lot of times they weren't farming during that. CFO actually able to stretch out the gold lead quite a bit during that. They were actually down in gold, but after the play, they're now up about 600 just from farming gold. So quite well done, I think, for CFO, especially from Mission, just making it really hard to take that Herald outright, even though PSG, by all rights, should just take that one. So I think CFO have dealt with that one really well, and now we're coming into the most important objective here, the third Drake. This one, if PSG let this one go, there is so much pressure on them. Granted, it is a Cloud Soul, which I don't think either side's, you know, particularly super happy about, but it's still something to point note of, and it looks like CFO are actually willing to give up their mid just to steal this one down. Very interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be the Shelly charge, so they'll be able to take this one. Ooh, the flash over Bay! Ooh, Shun answers immediately, but Bay could definitely smell the kill right there. So Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands right in the middle of PSG without tagging anybody. They'll back off after the play as the Dragon is traded over. PSG, though, going to try to take as much jungle away, establish some control here. Mission always threatening, but they found Rest on the side. He's able to limp away. Red buff should be smited down. Koala still threatening himself, and Mission just keeps on looking for snipes, but he can't quite find him.
Yep, hasn't really gotten anything just yet. Now Gemini trying to come in and find Unified here. This could be a little bit dangerous. It's gonna be
I
fun,
thought he was
though.
going a little farther forward. Ooh! One more of those, and he's the dead man.
Oh, Hanabi timed that perfectly, is able to get out of the sleep. That's the thing about Zoe, you know? You think that she's fine, she hasn't gotten any kills, you know, she isn't getting snowballed, and out of nowhere, it just takes your 80 carry down to 30%.
Yeah, Call the Forge God is going to be whiffed, unfortunately. So CFO do equalize the tower in the mid. There goes the Jinx Rocket to send them on their way, and still, PSG, they have pushing side lanes. They've managed to turn this once again, and Flying Oyster are going to have to react here. They want to hold on to teleports if possible.
Yeah. Overall, it's looking at that trade, I think both sides got sort of what they wanted, but the next Drake is going to be very dangerous for CFO here. There is a potential line for PSG to not even try to contest if they're too far behind. Like, it's not a must that they deny the Cloud Soul. And if you look into the future, 10 minutes down the line, even game, you go into an Elder, you should feel super confident if you're PSG. So I still feel like the onus is on CFO to actually get more done with their composition.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't got to kill this game. This is a very, very different tempo than we've seen in the series game number 1. And it's just been PSG stiff-arming really, really well this time around, as they'll be happy with the scaling they have on their side. We get closer and closer to that 20-minute mark. Level 11 starting to come in for some of the players here. Of course, Mission already on 13. They, as he picks up his Seraphs, I believe has matched that. There we go, yep. But PSG doing a great job keeping waves cleared. It means that CFO have to scatter if they want to come back and do it. 2.5 minutes on that Dragon before it goes, but Baron's on the rift. Neither team really in a position to try and threaten it, of course, just yet.
Yeah, so we are going in for a bit of a slow game, and I like what PSG are doing right now. They're clearing with Unified, but Kaibing is just behind him. He's got his flash there. CFO, it's very difficult for them to engage on this one, and you also see Mission on the side lane matching, so there's really no threat in this mid lane. They can just draw this one out. And I do like Bay has gotten himself a very good amount of CS as well. He's actually leading both solo laners against CFO. That means that he can play the stretched out game with him and match CFO, even if the rest can no longer be contained by the Ornn.
On the side lanes, CFO like to live if they can, but PSG just keep dragging them all over. Ward going to get cleared out by Koala there. You see a couple of controls over and around the Baron Pit for PSG. While should be able to find at least one of them, it's relatively safe as the back timers have gone in. Still a minute and a half. Keep your eyes on that Dragon Pit once it comes up in 90 seconds. Unified, though, racing to his third item. Looks like he's a little bit ahead even if he doesn't have the items in for himself compared to Shun. He does have the better farm for the time being and a kill to boot, so he should be able to complete his a little bit sooner.
Yep, both AD carries did get a full tower to themselves, so they should be relatively equal. But as you said, with Unified slightly ahead right here, and we're just waiting for the fireworks. 1 minute into countdown. So far, PSG have the dominating lead in terms of vision on both objectives. So there's a lot of different ways they could play this one. They could use the tricky Realm Warp, and they have the damage to actually sneak a Baron as well. So CFO have to keep that in mind. They need mid control before they really move into either side of the map. I think if they full tunnel onto Cloud Soul, PSG will just take Baron.
And PSG have just done such a great job of keeping waves pushed, especially. Like, their side lanes have been doing really well, but at the same time, they've also kept the Jinx and the Tom Kench in the mid. And Unified's been so good at his positioning this game. I know we criticized a little bit last game where he was getting a bit desperate. We've seen in the playoffs, he hasn't really been feeling as confident. This is the much more controlled, difficult to execute Unified that we have come to expect. However, it's not always safe against the Zoe. Here's the engage. Juhan looked for Gemini, decided he didn't want that one, and in a little hyphy here, 10 seconds till the dragon. Keep your countdowns going.
Yeah, but PSG, most importantly, they are in position right here. Bay is able to push out the bot wave and match the Aatrox. So, a full 5v5 fight, I think unless Gemini has some more shenanigans, this should go very comfortably to PSG.
Yeah, it does, and they still want to chase this one. I don't know how I feel about it. Looks like they might have been sniffing for a pick. It's not going to result in anything. PSG cleared that dragon away way too fast, and now it means the Drake timer is reset.
I think the best that you can do as CFO is just try to stop some backs here, get vision on Baron. But that really is about it. They could be in a little bit of trouble, but we do have the TP from Hanabi on the other side.
Ooh, it's a flank.
And an engage.
Okay, Bay coming through here, looking for Shun. Gemini has surrounded him. Who's flanking who? It looks like they don't know he's there.
They know for sure. They know.
Okay, for sure. They walk out.
Yeah, you can tell. It does show up in Fog of War, so you know that the flank is coming. But it's still pretty risky. They run away, and now Gemini's the one caught.
Well, he didn't know he was there this time around. Oh, okay, good kick out. Has to flash. Burns a lot to escape here. You can see PSG, they're the ones with the moment to strike. Setting up on this Baron right now. Hanabi had burned his teleport. He won't be able to join this Baron, but still with 4 members strong, they're shredding it pretty quickly, and Rest is nowhere near this team as well. Now they realize, can Gemini maybe be the hero? No, can they maybe get the teleport play in to peel them off? They're holding it, but that's going to be the turn. PSG are out.
Yeah, I don't think that PSG really wanted a full commit to that one. I'm not sure. I think that was an opportunistic play. Just see, like, oh, maybe Gemini did go back. If he did go back, then, this is ours. But if not, we're going to play this one safe. We're going to back out. You really don't want to be caught in a pit versus Mission. And also Shun flanking on the other side. I will say, though, for this game, I don't think Mission's done enough with his accuracy. He's just not been able to find any of his targets.
That's going over for Ban Juhan. They're going to keep threatening over at the pit. It's not safe. Yeah, and I think this is kind of proof in the pudding right now that the Zoe ban may not have been justified in Game 1. And Mission has a very large champion pool. He can play a lot of champions from control mages to carries to assassins, what have you. But the Zoe, even though it has a lot of snipe potential, it only matters if you can hit it.
Yep. And this has been the 6th game between these two teams in playoffs, and the first time Zoe has been let open. So if they don't find results with this one, I feel like PSG are in a very good spot in terms of the draft. I already felt like they were winning draft to begin with. And if Zoe can be left through, then, that's just another piece that they can potentially ban away on other spots. They could even consider on blue side just banning the Aphelios, and it would put Shin in such an awkward position and almost force a match ban on Jinx.
And Shin hasn't really been allowed to just fully pop off on this one right now because PSG just have a better team fight. As they chase down the line here with the minions, here comes Gemini, finds the Sonic Wave, and Call the Forge God, forces the flash away from the Aphelios. That's going to be the inner tower taken, teleport respawn. They try to counter-engage, dodging away from the Solar Flare, and CFO just do not find their mark.
Yeah, their 5v5 is way too strong at this point. They're just rolling across the map. The only hope for CFO, I think, is to, sneak the Cloud Soul somehow and then get back into the game, but they can't contest with PSG just grouped up like this. Mission doesn't even have the damage, I think, to threaten the backline at this point.
Yeah, and Mission just hasn't been able to find his mark right there. I mean, the few times we've seen it's been close to executing, but hasn't quite taken. Of course, he can find Hanabi, but he can always shrug off the Sleepy Trouble bubble as well, so you can see PSG, they're pinging that, in another 80 seconds, that's going to be another dragon they want to try and take away, but they can throw their weight around here.
Yeah, and another point to mention here is just Aatrox. If you look at his build, he has no magic resistance. So the way Bay is itemized, he can hold this Aatrox forever, indefinitely. He's very comfortable in doing so. He does have the anti-heal built in already. So he's there's just no winning tact here from CFO outside of some really crazy Zoe play.
Well, trusting in Mission certainly has been a good strategy, but they've been very stymied this game. It's such a quiet one compared to the absolute banger we had in our opening bout. But right now, PSG, they're controlling the pace. They are just showing CFO that they can't really fight them. They're just stiff-arming them the entire time and keeping at arm's length or at like Sleepy Trouble Bubble length. Mission can't find a target.
Yeah, and now they should have a decide advantage once more. I'm very curious on CFO how they play this. I think their best track is to actually herd PSG across the map and just use those vision advantages that they will get if they force an overload on either side. But PSG are going to find this one out, and they know the most important objective here is actually going to be the Baron, so they're not going to fully commit on the mid as on this Drake either. They're just going to try and shove this one in, and wow, what a ballsy play here by CFO. I don't think this is worth it, though. It's going to be super risky.
It is risky, spotted out, but they actually redouble their efforts, go right back onto it as they do land a Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Juhan forced away. Here comes the Jinx Rocket going to find Gemini a little bit low. Here comes the fall. Call the Forge God. Gets a 2-member knockup right now. CFO heading for the hills. Chains are going to land. Rest. Unified already chunked a little bit, but the Baron is resetting. Everybody battered and bruised, but still alive.
Yeah, taking stock of the situation right here, you do have a lot of ultimates being burned here from PSG, so CFO most likely want to continue kind of this scrappy, skirmishy fight. Even though they don't have the better 5v5, because so many resources were utilized, they feel like they have a chance here, and Unified doesn't have natural sustain outside of the red buff that he just got.
CFO are backing. Well, okay, just Koala and Shun for now, but I think they're going to full commit to it. This is a free dragon take. PSG, call the bluff.
Very nicely done. CFO, I sense that they're getting desperate. They know this, they're on a bit of a timer right here, and nothing has gone well for them. I actually expected them to stay closer to CFO, to PSG right there, and not allow the backs to go through. They could have continued to harass them, and there was no engaged potential on PSG, but I think they got a little bit scared of that situation, and it does allow CFO to, once again, drag the potential Cloud Soul away from them.
They'll get a top tower for it, but it's tier 1. Start off on the Baron. This is very late, though, and it is very obvious, despite the vision not being in their favor. Mission is going to fish for a pick here. As it Yomas as well. Jinx Rocket finds him. Instant peel off. And CFO are routed once more.
And the build design from Shun is a bit different. I don't think he went BT second here, so he's not going to be able to sustain up. PSG, if they, CFO, if they full back, PSG could just turn around and start wailing on this one.
Yeah, Koala's actually stopped his back. He's going to reset it now again. But it does seem like, unlike last game, it's PSG forcing CFO to dance to their tune. That's going to be the Baron started. Here we go.
It is going to be spotted out right away, and you know, this is very risky for both teams here. We are going to see if the flank can go off.
Call the Forge God, rest. Koala, Gemini do get knocked out. The Baron's going to reset. Rest on the wrong side of this fight, though. He's going to try to escape.
I think he's out.
Over the wall. Does manage to get out. Ornn disregard the bubble. And we have ourselves a good old PCS Baron dance, Clement.
I do want to mention the way PSG lost their last BO5 was by over-chasing someone around the Baron pit, and CFO were like, oh, thank you. They just gave up their support and took the Baron. So I think PSG are playing this one a lot more carefully this time around, and they're definitely not going to fall for the same trick, right?
You have to think. Oh, rest, he goes in. They want to take the fight right now, and the World Ender does go on as he tries to turn out and away, dodges out the rocket. They get 2 ultimates out of PSG for the price of, well, 2 as well, as Gemini already burned his Dragon's Rage. And on the chase, PSG Talon.
They have to go right back to it. They know he doesn't have the TP. They can start this 5v4.
Absolutely. Gemini is nowhere near this. He realizes it's happening. If he wants the smite steal, he's got to get his rear in gear.
Mission does have the smite here, so one thing.
Okay, big Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Juhan's out. Okay, that does equalize things a bit.
This game is so interesting. 31 minutes and only 1 kill. And the only reason I feel like CFO has been able to stay here is just because Mission has been finding critical... he hasn't found kills, but he's been finding critical captures.
He's threatening. Okay, they actually do manage to go in on that massive Leona ultimate, but will he be able to find the kills? Here comes the call of the Forge God, getting a 3-member knockup. Leona still thinking
could just be going down here.
Goes into stasis. He should be dying after this one. Flashes Rune Prison. They have the damage to finish the job.
Rest
around the side, looking for Unified, but he flashes away to safety. He finds one. One down. May and stasis. Here they go. They're looking for the 5v5 outplay, and they get the shutdowns.
So many ultimates burn on the front line, and Rust is able to find his way past the tanks. CFO just come out of nowhere and stomp PSG into the ground.
How do they do it? They should not have been able to find that fight, but the flank angle for Rest was gorgeous, and he bought enough time, even a member down. This is going to be the spoils of war. The Baron completed, and CFO, they still have a way to go, but they are right back into this game and even finish the Baron up in time for Koala to get it.
That wasn't even a TP from Rest. That was straight Rest just walking around and surprising people. He didn't even have the teleport in that one. He just makes the way across. Look at Rest here. This is some 200 IQ play. PSG are so focused on killing Koala and holding down the flank, they forgot that Rest could just come around, and he finds Unified. They burn both summoners right off, and Gemini is like, well, that's the goal signal. He goes straight for the assassination, plus Shun also flashes across the wall. They take the main damage dealer off, and once again, PSG just get bamboozled around Baron.
This time for the fight, it ends up trading 2 for 4, but the Baron on those remaining members of CFO, they are in this game. 3 kills now on the side of Shun as he was able to complete up a big old bounty on a 4-item Aphelios here. Teleport, what's happening right now with the Zoe? They're going to make a beeline for the Soul.
Yeah, and I don't think that they have spotted this one out. They don't seem to notice that this is coming, or they're not willing to fight for it, so the Souls should just go right over to CFO. The backs have already gone in, and that's just not enough time for them to reset. I guess PSG are reading, well, we don't really have the vision control here. The waves are pushed in, and honestly, Cloud Soul doesn't matter that much. So they're kind of saying, like, okay, we'll let this one pass. But we still have to remember, PSG, in my eyes, still the dominating 5v5 if they're able to hold their front. That's the most important thing here. The last time it worked was because CFO was somehow able to just walk past Hanabi and Kaiwing and find Unified directly. It shouldn't be that easy come these siege situations.
Yeah, here goes the engage. Now, here comes the fall. Follow the Forge God once again. That Realm Warp is not going to be taken. They find a Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto Juhan. If he gets deleted, it definitely removes some of their power. Mission is zoned out of this fight, as that was a massive Super Mega Death Rocket. That's going to stop the back here, but look at Gemini on the mid. Solo Mission finds himself a turret.
This is incredibly ballsy play from CFO. If that engage went through, they should have been wiped, and we have to remember, that was one auto attack, plus the R. That nearly just killed Mission straight out.
Unified's big.
Yeah, this is... I don't think they're going to find any more easy fights after this one, and Koala's caught with the red buff.
Ah, he's dead. Yeah, Unified gets himself a reset. There's the Moonlight Vigil, but I don't think he'll be able to get any more damage after the fact. You do have Gemini just dealing with Hanabi here. Mission going to come in. I don't know if they have enough to finish that. Oh, Hanabi getting so low. The Baron-empowered minions will be able to take the tower mid. They pay for it with Koala's life.
And
back.
Gemini,
Gemini
might not get out of this one.
Yeah, I think he's going to die too. Oh, wait a minute.
What?
Oh, the burn. Okay.
So... interesting way. I feel like CFO are very much aware that they can't take the 5v5. Their comp is so much weaker. So they're just trying to play the sneakiest game of all. They're just sending 2 people around here and there and trying to catch things out. But Leona's a very different champion from Nautilus. You know, she doesn't have the potential to just Spider-Man on out of there. So PSG at this point, you just saw Unify 4-shot at Leona. I still... think PSG have a very good chance of winning this one if they can make their way into the Elder Dragon. That's going to be the most important point. I think the Baron, even if it goes to CFO, it would be a great boost for them, but they're not likely to close the game off of that one. So the Elder Dragon, I think, is eventually what it's going to come down to. And if PSG can hold their ground there and keep Unified safe, as they should be able to, they have such a massive lead just in terms of the comp and in terms of those ornaments.
They've really got to watch their 6, though. I mean, that flank by Rest was brilliant, but if he gets away with it again, it's unforgivable, right? That's when you start to get into the minds of PSG talent. But they do have the lead. They do have the scaling. They do have the edge. And, yeah, you called out the Masterwork items. They're pretty much on everybody but Kaiwing right now. Ooh, here we go. Gemini, he was around the side sniffing for something as a follow-up if Mission landed the bubble. Unified was on the front, but he's flanked by the rest of his team, so nothing doing, no opportunity there.
And Mission has to be so careful with this one as well, because he can't take auto attack poke from Unified. If he takes 2 auto attacks, he needs to go back to base, and 3 auto attacks will kill him. So I think the Zoe, she can only operate out of blindside vision. She can't even get close to the composition anymore, and you can see CFO playing very safe around that, but they could be in trouble, or the other way around.
Okay. Keeping a pretty good spread here in the PSG jungle. I was keeping my eyes on Hanabi there because I thought PSG was trying to set up for a long flank, but it didn't happen. Just taking away jungle, trying to control the vision, see if they can set it up, and clearly aiming for that tier 2 down bottom right now. Buying some time. Obviously, Elder's still about 2.5 minutes away. Nothing else to take on the map until the Baron comes up.
Oh, this gets spotted, though, so Rust could be in trouble, and so is Shun.
Yeah, uh-oh, Shun is out in no man's land. He Gale Forces away. Will he get out of there? Just out of Tongue Lash range. Oh, that was close. But meanwhile, Rest is going to get 1v2'd. He might want to take this one right now because Juan, a little bit late to the party, and the World Ender just has a lot of sustain. Mission is low. They actually just buy enough time for Rest to escape. So close, but now Mission might bite it. The rest of CFO are here covering their tracks. But that was close.
Yeah, that could have gone so poorly, and unfortunately for PSG, not able to find the slows or stuns right there. Shun with the Cloud Soul actually able to walk away, so I'm sorry, Cloud Soul. You actually are pretty useful at times.
And, worth.
Yeah, that all started from Koala. He needs to be very careful about where he backs. He backed on the ward, and PSG just instantly hit the go button, so good find on their part, but unfortunately they're not able to burn any flashes here. I think that was something that they definitely wanted to look for.
All right. Board wars happening once again here as the Baron is on the Rift. 39 minutes. Rest. Look at the flank angle right now. Would love to try for the wraparound once more. There are a number of wards that PSG have to work with. They know where the rest of CFO are. They have to have an inkling that the Aatrox is
Rest
here.
Gets caught here. It could be really bad. Is he just allowed to walk away?
Yeah, he's out. He's out. All right. Rest gets away with a lot of stuff he shouldn't.
He also gets punished for a lot of stuff he shouldn't do, too. So
yeah,
it's a fine edge. It's a fine edge for sure.
Yeah.
But CFO do win out on that round. You know, they wrestle back control of the Baron. At least they are able to make vision on both sides. And for CFO, I think one of the better situations is if they can get a split objective map. Like, PSG, like, still need to think about the potential for Gemini steals and stuff like that, while on the other hand, Shun, with his bid, should be able to chunk down Baron very, very quickly. So, if it does come into split focus, there's a lot of interesting ways that they could play with it, and this is going to be about the IQs now. There's so many interesting facets about this. There's the realm warp you have to consider. There's the stacked objectives that are coming up in 10 seconds. Does look like CFO are going to beeline for the bot side, though.
Yeah, but you can see Bay's already here down bottom. He can
he's
try to
walking
sandwich
forward
them himself if he wants to, but okay. Elder Dragon on. They're going to proc it here, and Mission. Oh, dangerous game he's playing, but he's running for the hills. Here comes the Call of the Forge God, gets a 2-member knockup, but they can't engage it right now, and Mission is still finding poke. This may come down to a smite fight.
Yeah, Mission just took 700 damage from one auto attack from Unified, though Hanabi no longer has the main engage tool. I felt like he was a little bit wishy-washy with that one. He let it go a little bit too early, and now Rest has a chance to come back into the flank. He's going to stop the TP potential.
Yeah, Hanabi can't quite back away right now. The 1v1 of the top laners continues as this Dragon is down to 5,000. A lot of damage being pelted on. Moonlight Vigil gets burned. Here comes Mission around the side. Oh, he goes so low. This should be the go button
Gemini
right now for PSG.
Just go down. He's down.
As they open it up, Hanabi getting Gemini. No spite available, but the fight turns around once again. CFO are looking for it here in the 3v3. They shut Unified out of this one, but can they stay alive?
It's still 2v1 and carries.
But whose world will be ended today? I think CFO are going down.
Oh, beautiful play coming in right there. And that's the power of late game Unified. He's able to just chunk these carries through. Mission goes over the wall, gets 2-shot, nearly dies. The Elder Dragon I'm not sure if they can't finish or not, but they're straight ahead going for it. It's going to be
19 seconds.
15 seconds here on Gemini. They don't have their AD carry in this one, so it looks like Inhibitor, but the base is going to be a little bit difficult, I think.
Yeah, they're not even going to try for it, but they do manage to crack the inhib. Look at the teleports immediately trying to double dip on this one as they'll bring Unified up in 10 seconds, starting off the Elder immediately. PSG do make a decisive swing. It's a 42-minute game, Clement. This series definitely giving us some heart palpitations.
Yeah, we just saw Juhan had such a good start of the fight right there. He's basically able to double up as a secondary AD carry. And now CFO are in a lot of trouble because the Elder Dragon could just give an easy Baron over towards PSG. We're going to watch this fight again. I just think Unified did such a good job at finding those critical auto attacks. CFO, they try to poke with Mission, but as we said, this is so dangerous for Mission to actually do here. They missed the Moonlight Vigil. Definitely should have held on to that a little bit longer. And watch, that's just actually just one auto attack. And then 2 auto attacks by Gemini. He's nearly dead. They get the smite fight right off the bat. And even though Rest does such a good job at killing the targets early on, Bay is able to then go back and trade out on the side of the Aphelios there. So Juhan able to pick up as a secondary AD carry and finish things off. And with the Elder Dragon, that means the Baron goes their way as well.
So, PSG, a hard-earned fight, maybe harder than it even shouldn't have been at this point in the game. They are able to clean up both the objectives on the map. CFO are going to be on the defensive for a little while, though Rest has clearly not gotten the memo.
Cut the wave?
Oh, man.
PSG can actually just march down the lane and win the game. I feel like that's probably the best move they can go for. They're going to have the Elder Dragon. Ooh, oh, they stopped the back.
Stopped. Great ult from Unified to stop this. Here comes the Baron push. There's a Zoe on the flank, but they don't care. Kaiwing flashes, misses the lick. It doesn't matter.
The Unified gets hit, though!
Going, but here we go. They're trying. It's Gemini going in for the play. Koala absolutely melts with
3v5. Unified still alive.
Are going down. Rest falls, and that is the outscaling. The triple kill for the Jinx keeps on going. The ace comes through, and PSG Talon fire right back.
The superior late game still comes out to win it. This one was a very slow early game from CFO. They weren't able to get anything to go. And PSG, they proceeded with their offense by playing stellar defense, not giving anything over. They outscale, and they know that the Cloud Soul isn't all that important. So very critical calls on how they wanted to play the objectives. This is the PSG we wanted to see. They're slow and steady, but it feels inevitable.
Just did not give CFO a lot of openings. Some miracle almost fights there from CFO up against the stellar 5v5 didn't quite pay off. Man, Rest, absolute honorable mention for some of the crazy outplays that he was able to accomplish. Mission on the Zoe didn't do nearly enough, even though he threatened time and again. But we questioned last game if Unified was going to be in trouble, if he was going to shift away from the Jinx. And he has proven us naysayers wrong, Clement. In this game, Unified is right back on point.
Yeah, so well done coming in from him. The rapid fire cannon and the extra auto attack range really neutralizes Mission on a lot of these poke attempts. And I think the big thing about PSG playing this early game was that they recognized they could swap early, and I think that was such a smart play. The swap did multiple things. Number one, it took away the potential for Zoe to actually do a 4v2 dive on the bot lane. And the number two thing is because of the preemptive swap that they did, they actually shut down Rest this game completely. Rush should have been able to run away in the mid-game with this matchup, but because he was denied so many minion waves earlier on by the preemptive swap, he wasn't able to get that one going. And then they matched the Ryze against the Aatrox. That was another really smart thing. Ryze was building double armor items against 0 magic resistance from the Aatrox. So a lot of smart moves, mainly based on macro decisions coming out from PSG.
And that is what PSG are known for this split, right? They have been our number one macro team in the regular season. We've seen them still do well in the playoffs, even when they've had some mistakes. They make decisions and they stick to them pretty well. We talked about how communication issues can hamper them based on some of the language barriers, but they seem to be on the same page this time around. And when they don't get set too far behind and are put into these chaotic situations, they still manage to take the win. And yeah, kudos to CFO. I mean, they found a couple miracle fights. I think Rest, again, was really setting up a lot of those great flank angles. Maybe PSG need to work a little bit on their vision game, tracking out Rest. They did keep Gemini under lock and key for a lot of that early game too. So really good job neutralizing the early game dive potential on all fronts.
Yeah, just really nicely done on there. I think the thing about PSG is they know when to trade objectives and when they don't need to fight for things. They can just wait things out. So I feel like for CFO, because they are going to most likely going to go on the blue side, that would be my estimations. I sense that this series is going to shift into its next phase, where both of these teams are going to be looking for the late game edge. What PSG clearly knows that they're not great at playing tempo. But if CFO can corner them by out late gaming their comp, that is going to be super interesting because PSG will have to react in different fashions.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting adaptation. I would love to see the flip up on the side. I think CFO, this red side preference may have run its course here, and the Aphelios just didn't get to do nearly as much. Shun wasn't quite in position because his front line wasn't nearly as big. He just couldn't take the 5v5s, and look at that Jinx damage at the end of the game. You know, we were seeing Rockets just shred hit points, and yeah, you can't out-sustain that, Aatrox.
Definitely not. It's 2 auto attacks on Mission, and he's going to go down, so I do think that we could be seeing blue side a couple things. I think Jinx is going to be very highly contested. And I also feel like the Victors and Orianos are going to come back for the side of Mission because he can consistently win lane on both of these champions without going for a tempo pick either. And CFO still have to respect the Syndra, most likely. So I think we are going to go on to the next stage, the stage where I predicted where both teams are going to try to play the slowest game possible, but CFO are going to come out still with the edge because they still have the winning lanes.
Well, we'll see if your prediction comes through, but for right now, Clement, we have absolutely got a series 1-1. There will be no more sweeps here, and I cannot wait to see it. Slow and steady wins the race, though, for sure. 44-minute win for PSG in this one. A very different style of game in game number 1, but we'll have to see how it all shakes out. I'm curious to see who ends up with the MVP for this one. I mean, I feel like it's unified by default because this was a team that just kind of worked as a well-oiled machine, and he was the pop-off player that Juhan really did just kind of go into a more tanky build on his champion after a little while. But, you know, he still was threatening. He still got the shutdowns a couple of times, but that Viego, definitely not the big carry. It's actually a Nabi that gets the MVP. I mean, it makes sense. His Call of the Forge God set up a lot of those fights.
I will have to say, I feel like Nabi actually used his ultimates way too early in the majority of these team fights. So I'm a little bit surprised by this one. I would have liked Juhan to take this one, but, you know, he does have a perfect KDA. I mean, he can't complain with that, I guess.
Shh, don't leak our formula for deciding MVP.
Oh, sorry.
No, but Hanabi, like, I do like him on Ornn. I think this is a guy who you know, he has his carry champions. He's probably the best Gnar in the PCS as well. But when he gets a champion like this Ornn, when they set up the 5v5s, it's definitely in PSG's favor. Maybe he's a little liberal with them, but that's okay.
Yeah, this one definitely much more of a team effort, I would say. So I think whoever gets the MVP, it's pretty much fine. But like, I think for Game 3, my prediction is just this. Blue side going to go for CFO. CFO are going to try to outvalue PSG in the draft by going even later and most likely take the chance.
All right, well, we'll see if your prediction comes through, but we got to take a quick break first. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family. just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another dream, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give me all your love, give me that touch, give me strength from above, from above, yeah. Give me all your love, give me all your love.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split Playoffs. The championship here at 1-1. We are currently tied PSG have managed to find some strength there. A very consistent and controlled performance to take a late scaling game in their favor. Everybody, I'm still Pirate. He's still Clement, of course, and we have hopefully a few more games to go, at least 2 more. I'm personally hoping for a 5-game series, but we'll see. Before we get into the pregame banter, once again, I do want to give another shout-out to our wonderful sponsors. They are, of course, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, it did seem like PSG, while they went from strength to strength in the 5v5, we saw CFO kind of rely a little bit on some rest flanks. I wonder if they maybe start looking to funnel more resources his way this game.
Yeah, they definitely could. I feel like Rest, given enough ganks, could still overpower, but I do want to say that this time around they are on the blue side, so much lower chances of them getting a counterpick in the top lane, and I think the draft is shaping about hyper carry ADCs. If you are on the blue side, you can ban away the Xayah, and if you trade Jinx for Aphelios, you're still in the lead. You get to push the lane, you get to outscale the Aphelios, and you put PSG in a very difficult position because PSG has not shown the aptitude to actually snowball and play a tempo game. Their last 3 wins have all been beyond 40 minutes. So I think CFO are going to try and corner PSG by actually taking away the scaling comp for themselves.
Well, we'll get to see if your prediction comes through there, Clement. I am really curious myself with this blue side shift up. The Jinx has definitely been a high priority champion all split long, should continue to be so. I would think the Nautilus is probably still a ban champion given how ubiquitous it has been, but it leaves open the door for some other interesting stuff. Mission might have some different picks this time around as that Zoe did not quite do what he needed it to.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to kind of match the bans right here because they are on the red side, so that means Zeri and Syndra are still locked in, and Nautilus is an interesting one. I think they could let the Nautilus go and take it themselves on the red side. That's definitely a possibility here.
That's true.
And on the flip side, I don't think you're going to see much Renata resistance coming in from Koala. We don't really know if he plays this champion well or not, and that's going to be a pretty big X factor coming into some of these drafts, because if he is a good Renata, then your Tahm Kench pick could run into a lot of trouble if you didn't take that into account.
That's true. It does seem like there are very few teams here in the PCS that have used it very well. I mean, I'm really thinking like the side of like Deep Cross Gaming, Woody in particular, showed a lot of propensity on it, but neither of these teams quite so much. I wouldn't put it past Kaiwing to be able to do it if they wanted to try and maybe bait the pick. We'll see as we get underway. This time the Ari Band blue side for CFO, so I think that might be the giveaway. We already seen a bit of a mix-up. We don't want the Hecarim in. CFO are allowing that one through.
Yeah, I feel like Hecarim is Juhan's best champion. In terms of team fighting, this is the one you want to go for. PSG pretty much on the same track, and I expect CFO to just ban the Rakan here. The Xayah is another option. Oh, they do take the Xayah. So what this means is that CFO get their choice between Jinx and Aphelios, and we all know Jinx, the true priority. For PSG, the question is, okay, the Nautilus, or are you going to continue with the Zoe? I definitely feel like the Zoe is going to be let open, and they banned the Tahm Kench. Very interesting.
Okay, so that means if the Jinx is first picked and they decide to go for the Nautilus themselves, it does lower Koala's priority onto, you know, maybe something like the Rakan or the Leona if he wants to go for the hard engage support himself. So thinking about it here, do they want a handshake on the AD carries? Is it more valuable to put Shun on that pop-off AD carry? I think it would be, but the timer ticks away, and it will be the Jinx after all.
Yeah, I think it has to be the Jinx. If you're banning the Xayah, you're basically handshaking Jinx for Aphelios. So there's pretty much to be expected here. There are a couple weird off champions that you could pick into this Jinx pick and still have control of the lane, like the MFs. But I feel like for PSG, since they're so focused on late game, again, their win condition pretty much revolves around getting to 40 minutes into game time. They're just going to stack the Aphelios. They're going to take it here. I have really no doubts in my mind. They pretty much have to. They could consider taking a jungler, but if you're going to pick, you have to pick Aphelios in the first 3 picks anyway. So no surprises here. It will just be the handshake. And for CFO, this is a very interesting spot. This is probably their strongest spot to actually take in to just lock in a winning mid-jungle duo. They could definitely go for that one. Lee Sin has been a little bit risky, and I feel like overall Gemini Volibear, this is his most played throughout playoffs. It's very consistent. The stuns are strong. The early game is strong. So I wouldn't be surprised if he just locks this one in and also bolsters the team fight.
All right, so do they want to give Mission a strong champion here and not risk him being more banned out? I think the answer is yes. They have a lot of other options in the support role, even if the bans happen there as well. The priority seems to be the Victor that PSG had not allowed through since they got pretty thoroughly spanked by it in these teams' last matchup, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it from downtown going for that late game. The damage, it gives them 2 pretty big hyper carries, and there it is.
And we have to remember, this Victor was able to beat out the Orianna in lane, was able to beat out the Ryze in lane. Essentially, all of Bay's champions actually get pushed in by this one. So there's not an easy answer for Bay, and I don't think Bay is someone that is going to pop into the LeBlanc or the Zoes. So he's most likely just going to answer with, I think Ryze is probably his go-to. Maybe Orianna, but either of them are pretty much the same thing here, which is basically just control mage.
All right, so they're going to try and take that matchup for the mid. They do have a chance to, ball deliver in Kaiwing as well. I mean, so it does have some synergy with what they're trying to do at the moment. Of course, batching the 5v5. But CFO, so far, getting the best of this draft, it seems. We in to ban phase 2, though. We'll see what bans continue to go through. I would think Koala continues to be targeted, and he does. The Alistar is off the board. He's not played at this split, but it definitely works in line with the same style of champions that he would want to do. I wonder what's next.
If they ban the Leona, then the next Koala champion in playoffs is actually Bard. So
yeah, or Rakan. I mean, he'd have to go. He'd have to go Enchanters either way. Maybe he can play the Renata. I mean, if he's been holding it, it is the finals. We've seen him play it once, but not with a whole lot of success. I think it's situational, right? If you get dove on, that's the opportunity. You don't want to be the one diving with Renata Glass.
Yeah, I would love the Renata, to be honest, but I have my questions if he actually plays that or not, because we haven't seen it in the playoffs whatsoever. In the playoffs, he's actually only stuck to 3 champions. So his pool is getting hard pinched here, and we're going to find out what Koala actually has. This is going to be very exciting here. I personally think the Rakan's probably the best option.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Rakan works. Yeah. I mean, you have a tanky bear as well. If you put rest on maybe another tank as well. Oh, the Orin ban away against Hanabi, so clearly looking at the value on that one. All right, let's see what PSG decide to round their composition out. It looks like we are heading for 5v5s one way or the other.
Yep, should just be a jungler here. Jarvan is decent. I don't like the Trundle as much. There's no guarantee there's actually going to be a tank in the top side. So going up against solo tank is a little worse. Yeah, Jarvan I think is the best answer. You get the attack speed on Aphelios, that works out really nicely, and it's also teamfight centric. So for CFO, yeah, Rakan I think is the best. Top lane, they want something blind pickable. I'm pretty okay with Jarvan here. I'm sorry, Gragas here. I think it's hard to counter him, and I feel like Jace is a little bit too risky. You don't really want to run Jace, Victor, Jinx against Jarvan. There's too many open targets. So
how do you feel about a GP pick away from Hanabi here? A lot of damage, but then you start to cut your tank potential down.
Yeah, GP is definitely, it's fine, but I feel like it's less consistent.
Ah, there we go. Renekton. Okay. Rest is going to try and split the difference a little bit. He'll have the sustain up through there, and we'll see what the final pick is. Hanabi's going to have an answer. He always does.
Naru's, definitely good, but I feel like PSG have not picked a win condition here. Like, if they go with this one, their win condition is Hanabi split push in the late game. And I'll be honest, that really has not been how PSG won games at all. I think whether Hanabi has been able to split push or not has been completely incidental to the outcome of their actual games. So in this draft, I feel like PSG hit the nail on the head. They did everything I wanted them to do in our post-match discussion from Game 2. They first picked the Jinx, they picked Victor on Blue 3, and yeah, that's all I could ask for. I feel like this is the key to the matchup. You just outscale PSG, and congratulations.
Hey, listening to Coach Clement, it seems. CFO looking good in this draft for PSG. It will be a challenge, but they've stuck to some comfort. They've gotten some takeaways. We'll see if they're able to execute on it. I do think they're going to be pretty reliant on being able to at least neutralize some of these lanes, even if the scaling factor comes into play. I would not put it past CFO to try for a lot of early dives, especially not with the Bully Bear in the hands of Gemini. So I'm going to be watching that bot lane. I'm going to be watching the mid lane as well. Even into an Orianna, I mean, Bay has already proved he is somebody that can be stomped on when Mission has his comfort. Even early game, the Victor can still do a lot of damage if he steps too far forward. I would think that this is something that CFO can capitalize on. So I'm not counting it as a quiet early game just yet.
Yeah, I feel like this is a more mid-game centric approach coming in from PSG, The advantages that they do have is that they have a much stronger jousting comp, which means that they can get the first strike in, and if that strike is well positioned enough, it could be devastating. They have the ball delivery system on Jarvan. He can EQR Orianna ultimate, and if you look at the backline coming in from CFO, they don't have a lot of saying when Jarvan comes for them. They're very slow. They don't have hard crowd control, so that's definitely a possibility, and also Jarvan can just be unstoppable during the Cataclysm. So I think that's their big advantage, but they have to use it mid-game, and they do not outscale.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be watching for this one. Either way, one of these teams is going to go up to match point here. In the PCS Finals, remember what is on the line. The crown of the region as well as a ticket to MSI 2022 in Busan. PSG are the defending champions. Back. And they're going to try to add one more to the repertoire, but CFO are looking to upset that alpha card for sure.
Yeah, taking a look at the runes right here. I like this from Jarvan. It is the first strike Jarvan. You're kind of a burst assassin anyway, so why not get a little bit more cash in? It's a really fun build, and in the long run, it does usually work out, but it does mean that your early ganks are a little bit lacking. You don't really get that combat stat coming in here. But I like it. It's a nice, fun build. It's a scaling one. And, we have seen it a couple times in the LCK already.
Yeah, I know. It's good to see some of those newer runes coming out to play with some different types of champions, too, because I was getting used to just seeing it only on Corki. Not in this region, mind you, because for whatever reason, the PCS has something against him. It's that mission.
Yeah. Corki's... I feel like he's really good for a lot of teams, but just not in some of these matchups. And what I mean by that is a lot of teams want to scale, but they also want to have some say in the mid game, and that's kind of the only weakness of Corki. Corki gets pushed in basically in all matchups. So even a team like PSG that are dead focused on getting to the late game, they're not likely to go for it. And Juhan, this cheese is going to get spotted out. Level 2, buff to buff start. I love this from CFO, very good awareness, because we did see this from Karsa yesterday in their V5 versus Jingdong matchup, where he was able to get a lot of sneaky ganks off just early using the cross-mac Jarvan.
Yeah, there's a lot of possibility there. So, Juhan, making moves, is going to be spotted on that ward, though, and this is CFO tracking him here. I want to see what they do end up making happen on this blue side for themselves, already getting a push in from Shun and Koala. Gemini with level 3, we would expect him to be going either into that jungle. Ooh, Juhan very low if he finds him.
Ooh, yeah, this could get pretty dicey. Juhan doesn't have his abilities up just yet, but they should be coming here. Really nice positioning. That's pretty much the hardest position. Oh, he just uses EQ. Gemini's going to get a free flash here.
Yeah, he is. Okay, get the stun down into the Sky Splitter, and Juhan is trying to run for the safety of the Orianna. He actually doesn't burn that flash after all, but it was a close call.
Yeah, good job by Bay there to come in and help out his AD carry, but Gemini is doing the camp-to-camp start, just trying to target out Juhan. I think he's a little bit slow on this one, though.
Getting revenge for last time around. Yeah. Remember, that was the Viego that was actually taking a few camps away from Gemini's lead. Bay's a little low right now, though.
Juhan, I think you're forced. Gemini, I think you're forcing this a little too hard. Just get your scuttle, man. Get your scuttle. You're already down 2 camps.
He doesn't want scuttle. He wants Juhan's life. All right, he'll give it up. Look, sometimes the bad guy gets away.
Yeah, I mean, he still will get ahead just because, he has an open path to double scuttle, and he has more camps on the map there, but a little bit greedy,
Just a bit, but that's okay. I see him coming right back into it, as we've seen both junglers pretty much tracking each other quite a little here. Oh boy, that's going to be the stop on the back of Koala. Ooh. Okay, nicely timed by Unified. That's going to give him the CS advantage.
Yeah, it's actually quite huge in these trades here. Does force another back to start, and that will cost quite a bit of CS here. You do see kind of a cheater recall from Shun. They are running heal, combat sums, trying to stay relatively safe in the bot lane, and just trying to scale up on this one. I don't think they're pushing too hard in this lane. Kind of hard to find the outright kill. Much better with jungle pressure. And now we have a 2v2 happening here. Juhan should get spotted out here. There you go.
All right, on a run. He's got a level disadvantage right now, so it's going to be maybe a little difficult, I want to say. I mean, rocking 2 ruby crystals for the extra HP, but yeah, both junglers really just keeping an eye on one another this game. And this whole series, if I'm honest.
be pretty unlucky for Gemini. Okay, he finally spots one ward. Didn't catch anything with the Scryers. And I will say, because of that interruption, if you look at the bot side, Unified, even though he's on the Aphelios, I think he's going to be able to push this lane. He's Quicksilver, not Quicksilver, sorry, Noon Quiver into the Cull, so he will have a decided advantage in pushing this one.
Mm-hmm. Howing coming into the mid lane as well, and Juhan, they're going to try to set up for the play onto Mission. Here comes Koala to match. He's under vision, though. Juhan might just cut him off if he wants. No, he's just going to let this happen.
Yeah, Koala's sticking very close to the wall so he can prevent the Nautilus from coming in, and he's just trying to hold the wave for his mid laner. Very nice support play coming in here, but he is down in levels, and he has to be careful about that. His wave is also pushing in, which does mean that he's losing more minions than Kaiwing is on this roam. Though Gemini is here unspotted, though. They know Kaiwing is down there, too. This could get very interesting.
Both teams getting real sneaky with it right now, but I'm loving what CFO end up doing when they try to play around the vision. Let's see if they can get anything happening. It doesn't seem to be the case right now, so PSG able to stiff arm a little bit. Kaiwing hits him with the Mad Bee. Some great emote game in the PCS, just going to say it. I mean, Rest is the BM king, but he's definitely been getting some competition this split.
I want to say Rest has been actually getting a pretty good laning face off just because he was able to shove the wave early. He saw that Jarvan was level 2 cross map, and he instantly just shoved the wave to kind of win out the matchup. This is how you want to play the Renekton versus Gnar. It's true you don't have a great late game against the Gnar, and the only advantage you do have in the early is just your shoving potential with your full rage Q. So he's done a good job at keeping his CS ahead, and coming back with boots too. He's actually have a very favorable trading window here against Hanabi, and you can see him go right for Hanabi here. Does win out on it like expected. And this is interesting here for PSG, because PSG do have a much better team fight combo in my mind. They have the hard engage and tankiness of the Nautilus, plus they have the Ori coming in. Gemini, loses out on the smite.
Oh boy. Gotta love that smite fight. Juhan manages to get at the end, and that's going to be a few members of PSG here moving into place for this first Infernal. I believe this is the first that PSG have actually been able to get first Dragon in this series. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. 7.5 minutes Infernal up. Yeah, the next one on the Rift will be a Mountain.
Okay, so we've got the Hextech or the Cloud Soul potentially in the next few rounds, and
could be spicy or not.
Yeah, let's just see if it's I feel like definitely Hextech a little bit more favorable for CFO because they have the range advantage. And just talking about that play a little bit more, it's just the Noon Quiver difference here is pretty massive. They also do get a cheeky play here. This is a trick that PSG love pulling. They feign, they've back, and then they come back and shove another wave. So that's always the PSG special.
Just a little bit more for the play. It's got to play for him.
Yeah.
CFO are going to be able to clear out vision on this Rift Tail. Gemini actually going to start this here. He's got Koala around if he needs him. But Kaiwing is trying to muscle him out. That's going to be the reset. Herald going very far.
Neither AD carry has really shown up, so I think they're playing pretty careful. Ooh.
Cool. Koala forced to flash out of the Jarvan pit. Juhan had 6 on that, and that's the Ignite ticking away. He will be able to tag to Gemini for the safety, but a nice trade there. Ultimate for Summoner Spell of Koala. This is going to open up Herald for PSG Talon. Gemini over the wall once again, going into lane. Uh-oh, he could be sandwiched. Finds Kaiwing, forces the flash on that one. There's the hook into the Gnar. The Gnar bar not quite built up. Excuse me, that was Rest. So he tries to get the dominance on, manages it barely. The first flood goes the way of Gemini, but Rest is traded back immediately. Very chaotic fight here, double. And the Big Bear gets gnarred into the wall as well. The Chaos Storm chasing Juhan and Hanabi away. Flag and Dragon, that'll be it, a 2-for-1 trade.
That was insane from Rest. He actually stays around and holds onto his Q just to get extra rage there. That's some very ballsy Renekton mechanics right there. The passive is if you fall lower in HP, you actually gain more rage. So he holds onto that, gets the max value out of the heal, and just out-tanks the entire rotation. And it does allow CFO to rotate back in with the Victor, get the Herald off of that play. Massive play from Rest to stay alive for that long.
Yeah, that was huge right now. Rest, I mean, he was so close to dropping down. Let's take a look at the replay again, because Gemini starts off by forcing a flash, and then immediately Rest goes solo, but Dominus on, flash in, and it changes everything.
Oh, he holds on to get the second rage charge. That was absolutely beautiful coming in from him, and a good target selection here by Gemini. He knows that Hanabi's about to go Mega Gnar, so he goes into the back line to finish off the Orianna first, and they win out on the trade. Of course, Jarvan was also missing his ultimate right there, but now PSG do find themselves in a favorable position in this bottom side. If you look at the mid lane here, there's a lot of pressure by this Orianna just disappearing on the map, and there's also a decided level advantage coming in for Unified.
Yeah, that's Noonquiver Diff right there. Shouldn't trying to catch back up with the Cole. We'll be able to at least push the wave away, but that's a lot of plates taken by Unified. He's really feeling himself this series. I think after game number 1, something happened, because Unified has been looking better and better, not just individually, but you know, he's been moving with the team. He's been staying just on the fringe of danger, but well within safety range. I'm curious to see how well he can do on this Aphelios. Kaiwing coming back in the lane. You do see the gold lead. It is in CFO's favor, but it is nowhere near safe, of course. Only about 400. And most of that's more or less negated by the Infernal Dragon. So, Juhan coming in, Gemini already here as well. We could be in for a dive. Oh, flash away. Shun playing with fire there.
Yeah, Shun could just be dead here. Like, Juhan can instantly burst him out, and he does have the Ori ball right next to it. So, it's a very risky situation for Shun. Tips to your AD carries: you should never stand still and try to use your zap right in front of the Nautilus. That has been a very bad play for a lot of Jinxes in the postseason so far.
That's true. Yeah, you know, I was giving praise to Unified for the last couple of games, but Shun himself, he's definitely had some 50-50s. The rookie potentially showing a few nerves himself. Haven't seen this guy lose a whole lot, so yeah, maybe not used to it.
Yeah, this is just the support difference that we're getting right here. Not a lot of pressure being able to be traded in from the Rakan. But if we look across the map, I think CFO in the next team fight are going to be very strong. They do have the stasis already on the Volley Bear, so they can basically just faceplant Gemini into the enemy comp, follow up with Koala, and I think the fight really is about getting the first punch in for both of these teams. If one of them can't find the first strike, it's very difficult for the other to respond correctly, and I think CFO are setting up for this very nicely.
All right, getting a few more plates off of it. And, Juhan chased down by Mission. He's able to get out safely there, though. Really hard to chase the Jarvan down. Turbo Chem Tank on both, and whoa, okay, the all-in. Ultimates on both sides. Chaos Storms and Shockwaves oh my, as Mission limps away on the Victor, but so does Bay. No flash is holding their nerve there.
Yeah, and this is going to be a decided advantage for PSG, because CFO, they did have a stronger mid-jungle.
Okay, just wide. Nice try, though.
Yeah.
That's going to be PSG with another Dragon take here, building up a stack of their own. We'll finally get to answer that burning question, Clement. What kind of rip do we have? And it's a Hex deck. Let's open those gates.
All right, Mission just going to go for another play, but I think PSG traded very well with Bay here. That was a very smart move. They know the mid-jungle is the winning part for CFO. You take that away, you can just start the 3-man Drake right on your own, so well done there. And I feel like this game is, it's going to be about, I think, a lot of Baron plays. I don't think the Drake is going to be the end-all, be-all for either of these teams. But we are getting into that sort of big team fight territory. And it's interesting. I think both of these teams are, pretty close at this point. CFO even has a bit of a gold lead, despite PSG having more pressure on, I think, both sides.
That's true. We'll see if they can maintain it now. Things do change a little bit with mobility now that the X gates have been opened. 14 minutes, no more turret plating. We'll see how the final score was there. 3 down bottom for Unified. It wasn't matched, but of course the 3 plates in the mid off that Rift Herald charge, not to mention 1 by Rest up top. Does mean that relatively gold evens out there, but it's on Unified. He's going to be pretty happy with the difference for himself personally. That's a lot of members of CFO sniffing around. Unified's safe under tower, though. Not a lot that Flying Oyster can get here.
Yeah, good back of the Dragon Pit Ward there. Does catch out Victor, so Bay instantly hard pushes the lane. It makes CFO's calculations very difficult here. So CFO, they just go back and start farming this one out once more. And You know, take stock of this situation. This is a Victor versus Orianna matchup that I feel like Bay has actually improved massively upon. This is not how the matchup used to look for Bay. He's done a good job at staying even, but that being said, he's about to get caught out. Flash down.
Okay, flash, but the turnaround, Juhan didn't really have a whole lot of mana to work with there, and I don't think he fancied himself on that Cataclysm, so he doesn't go for it. Might be saving it here if they can bait mission out yet again.
Yeah,
I still has the ult for himself as well, so we got a bit of a skirmish down bot. What was happening there as Kaiwing runs for the hills?
I do like the patience there from PSG. If they trade Shockwave for Stormbringer, I don't actually think it's worth it for them. So they hold on to that one. They know that Gemini has been consistently able to just escape from Shockwaves, and now they have the jungle gone. They have Shun isolated.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's gonna walk into this
he knows. He knows, but he can't do anything about it. We're going to see Gemini coming to the rescue, as is Koala. The Hex Gates may be enough here as they look to set up the dive. Oh, this is a tense moment. Zap. Okay, nobody's there. Yeah, I think he's going to get out scot-free with this one. Oh, the flash. Never mind. As they take down the tower, but will they be able to follow up on the knock-up? And Kaiwing not really taken very low. Gemini wasn't in position, but he goes for it on the flash. The rocket intercepted by Juhan. Mission coming in as well. We've got a whole on party in the bot lane, but Bay is the one that opens up hostilities here, and Hanabi is coming to the party as he gets knocked and bopped against the wall.
Here comes Rest.
Meanwhile, big overreaction, a slice, a dice, and he manages to call the meek off that one. Juhan headed for the hills, and the turn for CFO was that much better. Hanabi gets taken down as Gemini takes a bite out of Crime. What a turn.
What a massive play coming in for Rest. Flashes forward, save his slice and dice into the back line, and I thought this was a little bit aggressive here, but it does look like because Kaiwing started all of this with the flash to begin with, he wasn't able to escape and did give over that kill there. So very beautiful turn. We're going to watch this one again. We'll see how this one actually starts. I believe we missed it, the flash engage from Kaiwing. Okay, there we go. Shun able to Gale Force off of that, which makes a huge difference. You know, Dredge line completely whiff right there. And this was the part I was feeling a little bit queasy about. I felt like Gemini's play was a little bit too hard on the nose here, and the turnaround does come through. Oh, Gemini able to get away. The Koala isn't so lucky. And here is the big turnaround. Everyone was so focused. Juhan actually mistimes the EQ. And then we have the slice and dice to kill the AD carry.
You just can't forget about Rest. He's had so many hero plays in this one, and sure, he comes late to the party, but in the end, he gets the results. That's what matters. Gemini does get pretty much all the kills in this, though, and you'd much rather have that on Shun, but it will buy him a shiny new set of items, and for the time being, he's in a pretty good position. Gold lead extends to about 2,500. Still no dragons in favor of CFO, but they have a much better map to work with right now, especially after opening up bot tower.
Was such a good play there. I feel like for PSG, unfortunately, that was just raw mechanics, to be honest. Hanabi did not need to die in that one, and they could have been able to save Unified, I think, if the EQ was timed correctly. But, you know, split-second decisions, this is why League of Legends is fun. It's all about who has the faster finger sometime. And now PSG have a decided advantage going into this Drake. It's already being started out, and CFO, they have to force themselves in quickly.
The Narbar is popped. Hanabi forcing some respect here. There's always a Smite Steal potential, but Gemini, he's running in a little bit zoned away from the team. I think this is secured up by PSG. They tried for the rocket, doesn't happen. Shockwave lands, mission goes in. That is going to be the follow-up fight, though, as the quickness. Bay, Chaos Storm, not enough here, as Shun and Mission are locked up in the pit with Juhan. They cannot follow the rest of the team.
Gemini's down.
Mission goes down on the backside as Hanabi is still doing damage in the mini-Gnar, and it is an absolutely chaotic fight here.
Before, no way,
they will take that unless Rest can be the hero. He finds one on the Dominus in phase, chasing Kaiwing, looking for another, finally falls, and oh boy, Clement, we have so many close fights.
Yeah, that was a 2 for 3, but PSG come out massively in favor because they do pick up the third Drake there as well. Unfortunately, I think CFO actually just set up for this Drake way too late, huh? I'm not sure about what the rotations were about here, but you saw Hanabi in flanking position. He was at a very good Narbar. He's not a viable target for this engage, and CFO really tried to go in after the fact. Gemini took a lot of damage just trying to stay in around the fight to make it happen. So we'll watch this one again. Like, I don't think they were about to follow up on the Shockwave, so Koala sort of overreacts right here, and then you saw Shun Gale Force right into a full Juhan combo with Hanabi to back him up there. So It was a very awkward fight for CFO that nearly turns into disaster, but rest on this Renekton has just been taking names, has his eyes on the prize the entire time, goes for Unified, the correct target over Kaiwing, is at least able to claw back some of the deficit.
Yeah, they get something for their trouble. Not walking home empty-handed, but you have to think that this next Dragon's going to be all important here for CFO to cut off. They want to try and get themselves into a scaling game. They have the Victor, they have the Jinx. Right now, though, the gold is sitting on Gemini and Rest, the two champions that fall off the hardest in this composition. So they're going to need to translate what they have.
Exactly, and I think they need to have a winning team fight at this point. It's just been... And I feel like a lot of these objectives were actually contestable, but PSG, once again, I think they just understand macro a little bit better. They understand how to trade their abilities and when to actually get lane shove into the mid lane. So the last two Drakes, I feel like should have been a lot closer for CFO, but they just haven't been able to pull it off.
Look at that. Mission goes for a Demonic Embrace buy right now. Getting himself his second item, and we'll see if it's going to help him out more and more here. Tower taken by PSG topside just about. Hanabi, finishes the job. Mission with the chase down. Chaos Storm, he wants to 1v1 this. Oh, Mission says if I can't get kills fed to me, I will take them myself.
Yeah, Hanabi trying to outplay and get his Mega Narbar, but he definitely underestimated the amount of damage that the Demonic Embrace can do. Just shreds through the percent HP right there, and wow, that is going to change things. That means that, this top lane with a Hull Breaker is not going to be so useful as Mission can match him.
Yeah, holy moly. Mission just... I mean, I talked about how, like, a lot of the gold was sitting on the non-carries, and then I looked over and I'm like, oh, wait, no, Mission's got 3 kills. It's fine.
You forgot about Mission.
You can't. That's the critical mistake. I've got 80 carry brain, man. I look at the Jinx and I'm like, oh, no. But wait, Mission's got 3 kills.
This is getting very interesting. I feel like PSG, they still get so much value if they get Quad Drakes. The Quad Drakes is just absolutely insane. Every one of them is quite useful. So even though CFO have a 2,000 gold lead, I think as raw values, PSG are definitely still ahead in this one. And it's going to come down even more to scaling. I think, this is a pretty good build by Mission. He knows he's vulnerable to the engage just from Hanabi and Juhan. It's very difficult for him to avoid that one. And those two champions are stacking HP. They don't have any resistances, so Demonic Embrace makes a lot of sense here.
Good adaptation on the fly. 58 seconds till the next Dragon will spawn. CFO can't afford to give this one away right now. They'd love to at least pick up a Hex Tech of their own. PSG been much better at controlling the Dragon Pit on the red side this series. And this is their first game on the red side this game, I should say. But CFO have an inside track here, and I don't think they're really strong enough to try and handshake for the Baron. Definitely want to keep your eyes on Rest, though, because he's had the hero plays, and his window has not closed yet. Okay, Moonlight Vigil lands on Gemini. Does manage to get the root down onto Shun, but that ability has been used. Inside track will be able to clear away this tower. CFO might just have to sack this here. Although they go for the engage, finding Kaiwing. That's not who you want. And they reset.
Ooh, CFO misplay pretty hard here. They actually leave the mid lane a tad too early. Leave it completely open. And yeah, Hanabi's pretty happy to walk into this one. So they have to make this Drake work. But on the other hand, PSG's already thinking about the next plan. They're heading straight for Baron.
Yeah, they might actually be able to do this because of the timing window that's been allowed here by CFO. That Dragon hasn't quite gone down. They are just going to force the trade out. Shun and Mission can clear it. Can they interrupt in time? Rocket's going to fly. No, they're already off of it. Okay. All right. Yeah. PSG playing it safe.
I feel like PSG miscalculated one point. They didn't have the correct guns to actually take down. You really want the Shakarums and Onslaught Severum to take down objectives really quickly, but the guns that they had were AoE guns and Gravitum. So, probably the worst guns you want if you want to rush down Baron, and they realized that a little bit too late, but they still make, CFO feel pretty dangerous about that one. I would say overall, I think CFO come away a little bit happier with that trade in the end.
Buying a little more time on the Drake stack as well, and now they get a Hex Tech for themselves. They can try to contest a little bit more earnestly. I mean, keeping your eye on the window, right, for the 80 carries especially. We're looking at 3 items. Now they're a little bit closer to even, despite the kill that Unified have been able to pick up in this game. Shun hasn't died. Of course, the coal gets sold, and he's able to at least get some gold back on that side. But of course, like, Mission has a lot of damage here. This is something you have to respect now if you're PSG in the straight-up 5v5. You need to get the dive on, you need to get the play. I mean, Juhan did a great job in that last dragon fight by locking both of the carries in the pit. But also that was kind of allowed by CFO's backline just kind of leaving him out to dry. But I don't know if that's going to happen again.
Yeah, I feel like front to back, they should feel very comfortable. At this point, Renekton and Gemini are incredibly tanky right now. We saw the Gore Drinker in the backline is going to keep Rest alive for a very, very long time. I don't think that PSG can actually out-tank frontline. If they go full-on front to back, I do expect CFO to win. But CFO have to be in position. That's always been the big issue right here. I feel like every objective fight, PSG has been able to inch away with small advantages, either just taking mid lane for free or taking Drakes for free, etc., etc. So we will see about the setup here, and I think it is starting to turn into a PSG sort of, this is the territory I feel like PSG is a lot more familiar than CFO. The way CFO usually plays out their late game is, Rest, you do your thing, we're going to wave clear in the mid and wait for late.
And it works when they can drag PSG around the map, right, and create chaos. But if there's a 5-stack, it's not quite as effective. And, you know, there's extra mobility from those Hex Gates, so all bets are off, I feel. CFO in the mid, trying to set up on that front to back if they can. Big wave clear here.
Yeah, I feel like both teams are just trying to find opportunistic picks here. Like I said, it's going to come down to who engages first, and PSG definitely has the lead.
Start. Oh, forced the engage off the polar bear, interrupted it here.
Dead
It's
already.
a massive shockwave. The rocket splits the uprights, and Gemini is gone
into the
before
back
you
line.
can blink. Hanabi into the back. They do manage to get the stomp down onto Mission, but they're not out of this one just yet. The flash, Rest trying to tank through it all. Almost takes down Bay in the back, but it is not going to be enough. And PSG, battered and bruised, but they stand tall, knocking down 2.
What a good understanding of their composition. I said the biggest advantage PSG have is their jousting potential, that they can get the first strike in. They find the jungler who holds the smite, and then they sandwich him from 2 sides. Nautilus Hook comes out from the side, they tag on to Gemini right at the start, and the backline right now, Shun doesn't have the armor penetration just yet. He can't cut through the front line, so if CFO's front line just, you know, allows PSG to wail on them for free, they're still going to win this one. We're going to watch this one again. And I feel like for CFO,
That war was bait.
yeah, what they should understand about this one is they just need to stop PSG from starting on it. They don't need to do anything else. They take a very, very risky attempt right in front of PSG to try and clear the ward. And that's not what their comp is set up for, you know? They're running this Rakan, they're running this Renekton, and Renekton's just getting kited out in the late game to be expected. Koala can't really do anything on the counter engage. Hanabi, perfect rage into the backline. They burned the majority of summoners away from CFO as well. What a great play from PSG. That was beautiful to watch. And now I think PSG, with this Baron, can just chain it into a very easy Hextexel.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for CFO to contest without a lot of those crucial summoners. Rest's flash, Mission's flash, Shun's heal, as well as Ignite. Maybe back up in time for that one. Not in 37 seconds, never mind. But Bay and Juhan going to be making the 2-man push down, get a few minions here onto this inner turret. That's more golden fusion. Remember, they want to get to those 3-item spikes for the AD carries. It looks like it's going to be faster here for Unified. And now it is going to be the PSG setup around the back of the Baron Pit. 20 seconds and counting. Or Dragon Pit, I should say.
Yeah, PSG has this one on lockdown. I feel like CFO can't even really contest at this point. They know the potential for the backline to engage, and Mission doesn't have the resources to really survive through this one, so they're forced onto wave clear duty.
All right, well, that's going to be the soul going the way of PSG. For CFO, still going to try to rely on the later stages of the game. Nice rocket, but it's very easily sniffed out and tanked. Soul secured. PSG talent.
Beautiful play from PSG so far. I have to say, PSG are... I think they're just the smarter team in most cases. They have so much experience with dealing with these objective situations, while CFO does tend to make some weird moves around objectives. Either just showing up late, or just like doing very risky clears across the board. I feel like a huge thing is if CFO don't get a champion where they can actually clear wards with their support, they do tend to come into these situations playing very risky. I feel like Koala, if he was on Alistar or the Nautilus, he would be a little bit more confident to be the ones actually just placing himself as the sacrificial lamb. That being said, though, we do have to still remind everyone, in my eyes, CFO's late game does have more potential because their carries hurt a lot more. So There's definitely still potential for like just a one-shot to happen, but for now, I think PSG are doing the smart thing. They're using the Baron to maximum advantage, just trying to split here, and that also gives maximum advantage to the Hextech Soul, as you can slow people down, stop them from rotating. They should be able to pick up another 2,000 gold.
Yep, one tower knocked down in top. You see Hanabi continuing to go for the split push game. Rest gonna have a hard time contesting him. Actually has a 2-level disadvantage here. And that mid tier 2 is about to go down as well. Not a lot that they can do. Unified on that front line, still feeling himself. You can see Gemini looking for an angle, but won't be able to find it too easily. I think they'll even crack base on this if they want to rotate for it. So much control, and the vision always follows. PSG are just so good at laying down these wards.
Yeah, I feel like Gemini might be forcing himself into engage. He knows that he's unspotted right here, but finding Unified is going to be relatively difficult. Oh, he shows himself.
They know. They know, and they don't care. It's another inner tower. PSG just getting a huge golden fusion here, just going on a slow rift around, a slow tour around the rift, I should say.
And this is kind of the danger of CFO trying to outscale, because well, their objective game hasn't really been on par. PSG able to outsmart, rotate here. I feel like PSG, their coaching staff is just telling them, hey, if you guys just don't fight CFO early on, you know, we have the big brain plays later game. So
yeah, it's brains versus brawn.
Exactly, and I think if we look at the next objective right here, PSG still have a pretty strong spot to play through. They haven't cracked the base necessarily, but there's going to be staggered objectives, meaning that PSG can focus on one side, and CFO have to respond. That's going to be super dangerous, because ideally CFO do want to split the map. They don't want to play up against the just the wombo potential here from PSG. If you walk into Moonlight Vigil, Cataclysm and Shockwave, you're just instantly wiped in the backline. So
not to mention a Hanabi ult. I mean that can really ruin your day if he manages to find a multiple man Gnar.
Not much for CFO to really play around at this point. We do have the Baron up in 1 minute, so very interesting to see what they do. I think they need to hold on to their balloon trinkets. Number one, they need to be able to call off bluffs, and they also need to figure out how they want to clear wards, because whoever goes in first is going to have a very hard time. I'm trying to look for stasises in their front line, and they just aren't there.
Yeah, the Volibear is definitely built a little bit more to kind of run in, not necessarily to do much after he's made the big play. And, you know, Renekton, of course, going for the full tank after the Gore Drinker, as is to be expected, trying to be a big old stat stick. But Gemini, after those early kills, hasn't really been able to pick up much more gold for himself. The only Zhonya's, the only stopwatch we really have right now is on mission. And if he's hitting that, something may have gone wrong.
Yep, and we do have Mission going for the MR builds as well, and really like this coming in from him. He is going to be able to lane quite comfortably against the Victor. And, yep, PSG already setting up this space. This is really hard for CFO to play against. They have no backline wards. Maybe the top ward will be an anchor point for Rest to TP in. And we are seeing this pink on the other side of the map. So if Unified comes a little bit too far forward, that could potentially be a way in. Looks like PSG are just going to start this one.
Yeah, 3 members on it right now. They know that Hanabi's not with. It doesn't really matter. Unified hadn't actually joined the squad just yet. And PSG kind of give it up a little early here as they are searching for Koala as they peel off. But Hanabi's becoming a real hard split pusher. Rest still doesn't really have the way to turn him away. He's still a 2-level difference right now on that side lane. So they actually send Shun back. I don't think he's going to defend this, though. And PSG right back to the Baron.
Yeah, and we have to remember Hanabi's under 0 threat right now, because he does have that Hextech Soul that makes it so difficult for people to chase down in. CFO, I don't think Gemini can even survive the burst at this point. If he goes down, it's instant turn into Drake, so I think it has to be someone else. I think Koala has to be the one to pop his head.
They need to choose the engage. PSG, I mean, they've made it very clear that they want the fight right now, and there's going to be an Elder on the table as well in about 45 seconds, so the Baron, kind of an objective they're playing around, but they have not seen the need to commit to it. Maybe this time it's different with the zone away, and it seems like with the Victor moving down, but no, the teleport's going to come through. I think Hanabi is just out. This is a debate.
Yeah, they actually get completely outplayed here from CFO side. That's way too late on the response. And
Gemini's caught. Oh, has to use that Stormbringer to get out of harm's way. Still close on the front line, and PSG looking to chase. They are going to go from objective to objective. Teleport comes through in here for Bay. Wave clear, but it's not enough against that Baron empowerment right now. And Rest, he gets tanked up by the edge of that hit. Juhan going in, gets the dunk down onto Mission. There's no follow-up damage here. Maybe they can make something happen in the backline. Hanabi nearly has that Meganar.
Oh, he finds a
three-man shove back, and that is going to be a big old shutdown into the pocket of Unified. A triple kill off the back of it, and they can clean up everyone but Mission. I think it's just a matter of time as he goes into stasis to buy a few more seconds. Good night, and that is going to be the pushdown for PSG
What a
Town.
beautiful team fight right there. They're so patient with that one, and they find the Renekton out of nowhere. 2 flashes unused in the front line. They just can't do anything. The slow from the Hexaxol also just great. PSG with a strong, solid macro game performance to take this one away from CFO. This one is a very interesting showcase of just like the strengths of PSG. I feel like when they win, it's nothing that's super explosive, but it's just so well calculated. And CFO, I think they need to go back into the drawing board a little here. They did the correct thing in going for the late game, but they left themselves open to the macro outplay because they didn't have a strong lane to play through. None of these lanes actually ended up winning, and they were pushed, not pushed in, but they didn't have any position to really funnel their energy and try to play forward with.
They didn't really get to choose their own engages, too. I mean, it was just PSG controlling the map incredibly well and baiting around the objectives. I think the draft was really, really brilliant to put Koala on a more Enchanter-like champion. You really called out how it wasn't very safe for him to ward. You needed Gemini to be in the front line, and I mean, the problem with Gemini is, even though the rest of the team was scaling up into late, that Volibear was falling off. He wasn't able to do much. As you mentioned, he didn't have the stasis. And sure, there's the threat of Mission, there's the threat of Shun, but they never really got to do the free hitting, the lasers, the rockets that they would have liked. And it didn't matter at the end of the day. So PSG just handled them for another game here. They go to match point 2-1. And CFO, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board yet again.
Yeah, this is so interesting because I feel like what CFO are slowly figuring out is they need some more explosiveness in the early game for sure. I'll tell you about the way that PSG has lost their games. In the games they lost, they have 0 Barons and only 10% of the Dragon controls. So if you keep that in mind and you think about what's actually happened, that means if you have a strong early game, you can just blow PSG up, but you have to stick very, very low to the ground. In this one, and I felt like the draft was fine here. I didn't like the Renekton, to be completely honest. Even though he was able to get a lot done, I think the Renekton, it just doesn't do enough late game. It's not that tanky compared to a Gragas. It doesn't have outplay potential like the explosive Cask, and it also just doesn't split push. So the Renekton was a very questionable pick. If they had the Renekton, they would also have another very strong source of engage. So if they tweak that, I think this is still a somewhat playable draft to run it that way.
I also think that there was a bit of missed opportunity there from Gemini to try and get the lane snowballed ahead a little bit. We didn't really see him down bot until he was matched by Juhan, because he was so focused on trying to get the counter jungle. You talked about how he sort of forced a little too hard early. I mean, yeah, it wasn't that punishing at the end of the day, but I think if you pick a Volibear, you really want to be hitting that R button on the bot tower at some point, especially if you want to snowball Shun. He barely got a chance to get the kills at the end of the day, and I think we've seen PSG find a way to handle this hotshot rookie, and he hasn't had a big impact for 2 games in a row now.
Yeah, it's really smart, and it's on a lot of these micro decisions that are this difference is actually being split here. So what PSG did to control the lane is they actually just stopped backs again and again. They stopped backs, they came back with a better item, and the other side had to come back with a call, and they were able to just take the matchup away. So kind of interesting. That's the veterancy coming in.
I think I want to see a first pick Nautilus coming in here if they take blue side again. I feel like you can take a Felios or Jinx, it's okay, but you need the Nautilus for Koala because PSG are going to keep banning this guy, man. There is the gold game. It started to fall off pretty heavily in favor of PSG at about that 27-minute mark, and ooh, look at that Aphelios damage. Just about everybody on the opposite side out damaged with the exception of the Victor, which isn't really a fair comparison to be honest, but really well played by PSG. Smart decision-making across the board.
Yeah, when PSG win, I just feel comfortable watching their games. Their games make a lot of sense. If I'm a coach, I would take PSG 100% of the times over CFO. Because I think CFO is much harder to control. Well, PSG is, you kind of know what you get. They're consistent.
Yeah. It's like an LPL team versus an LCK team,
Yeah, that's what it feels like, and that's why we've been talking about CFO's win cons a lot more, because CFO are the ones that I feel like they need some special sauce here. And the MVP goes to Kai Wei. You know, wins his lane.
Oak City, baby.
Oh, that one on Renekton was so good because the angle actually split Mission apart. Mission wasn't able to deal damage to any of the backline, and he didn't get a tank in front of him where he could actually dish out damage. The other side of that meant that Hanabi was able to survive 1v1 against the Jinx just wailing on him, able to get the Mega Gnar into the triple push.
Absolutely. Oh, Kaiwing really doing work. I do think the supports are incredibly impactful when they are on an engaging champion. This Nautilus shall continue to be very, very heavily contested, you have to think, and PSG just know how to play around the engages, the setups, the follow-ups, and everything. So really well earned on that as they go up 2-1 on series.
Yeah, it's going to get really interesting. I think a lot of these personal player histories are going to come into account right here, because for many of them, they have been denied going to MSI because of PSG. PSG were always the gatekeepers in this one. Rest has wanted to go, Mission has wanted to go, and PSG plus Flash Wolves has just said no.
Over and over. Well, maybe they can turn the tides, but they would need to take 2 wins in a row. We'll find out if they can start that journey right after this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
Yeah. I'll avenge you. It's not long till I evolve to what I'm meant to be. Hometown prophecy, London reinvented me. Elitists do it properly. MJ would have rocked with me. It feels like a crown, it's the only thing on top of me. On this things in CD, get high like PG. Guys did like Ouija, they smart like 3Ps. Get fly like ET, live east like E3. I am the only trilogy that be no repeat. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat, I'm an avenger. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat, I'm an avenger. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat, I'm an avenger. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat. I represent evolution like Charmander. Come through on the mic with a hard banger. Biblical with the bars, I'm the last rapture. I'm Picasso with the pen, this is art grammar. Lightning with the flow, call me for the rapper. I've been through some stuff, you will marvel at my chapter. Loud with the amp, but I call it a big bagger. And I'll elevate my family, the only thing that matters. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat.
I'll stand with my head held high. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but you ain't putting out the fire inside. Blood, sweat, and tears will make me stronger. Whatever comes around the corner, there's a fire inside of me, and I'll keep fighting for my own victory. And when I'm out of breath and there's nothing left, oh, the fighter inside is gonna keep on fighting. It's gonna keep on fighting. Yeah. When the ground all around is burning, from the ashes I'm a phoenix rising. When I'm surrounded in the shadows of doubt, I will never surrender. I will never surrender. There's a fire inside of me, and I'll keep fighting for my own victory. And when I'm out of breath and there's nothing
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split Playoffs. In this Grand Finals, we have PSG coming roaring right back to a 2-1 match point right now. If they can close this out, they punch their ticket to MSI and claim themselves another championship notch in that belt. We'll have to see if they can do it. But before we get into it, Clement, we, of course, have to thank our lovely sponsors. They are CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, did you know that CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution?
Yeah, I think I've heard that.
Okay, good. But did you also know that they're not stopping there? They won't stop until they have a championship, baby. They got to win 2 games to do it. Let's see if they can make it happen. Flying Oyster going to try and do them proud. But they have been handled by the superior macro and game sense of PSG talent so far. They're going to have to find answers here.
Yeah, I feel like in Game 2, a lot of the problems did stem from the fact they didn't have a consistently winning lane to go through, and now they're switching up a little bit. I still feel like they are going to go for late game scaling in the mid lane, but they will try to get better side lane matchups. Now, the big question is, what do they do with the Jinx? Because I don't think PSG actually banned the Xayah, so it could allow CFO to, just go into the Xayah versus the Jinx or the Aphelios matchup.
Yeah, I think the AD carry could definitely shift a little bit, but the Xayah is going to get banned by PSG. Okay. We might have the handshake again after all. The question I want to ask is, where is the Nautilus going to turn up? Is it banned away? Both of these players have not lost on this champion in the postseason, and it just seems to be such a high priority pick. I feel like you have to get that on the first rotation. CFO on red would traditionally get it, but maybe PSG are going to give them something different here. They do have 1 pick first.
There's nothing else to really ban. I would just ban the Nautilus. Oh, they take away the Tahm Kench. So
okay, the Tahm Kench first.
That's very interesting. Because if PSG go for Jinx like is expected, Aphelios Aphelios Nautilus is perfectly acceptable for CFO. I don't even think they're going to hesitate to go for those 2 bans if they are allowed that. And CFO can't ban the Jinx right now because they would handshake away the only hyper carry. So they go with the Gnar, which I like it. It's a very strong ban here. And PSG, you have to go for Jinx right now. Oh, they go for Naut.
They do it! They do the first pick Nautilus! I was wondering if this was going to happen because it's such a good takeaway from Koala. He goes down the tier list and he finds Leona. He didn't look as good on it.
I don't know what to say. Like, in theory, this honestly doesn't make all that much sense to me. But it's happening. It's happening for sure. And, you know, with Xayah banned out, I feel like CFO, you guys kind of have to go for the, just go for the Jinx right here. You know, take the Jinx Aphelios matchup once more, and gives you that late game scaling potential. And you try to force the plays in the top side. Huh?
Ooh, they opt into the Aphelios themselves. I don't know about this one. It does have the consistency, but okay, they're gonna give Unified the Jinx himself, and this is a preferred lane. PSG getting a lot of what they wanted here.
Yeah, so CFO are the ones setting up for the kill lane, but PSG do get the better side of the scaling matchup. PSG are wondering if this is a trap of some sort, but I don't think it is. You guys can just lock it in, feel very comfortable with your strong picks here. They do have another champion pick to go with in the 3rd pick just to snag that Jinx up, but I don't think they're going to drop it any later into the 2nd round. So there we go. Very strong team fight setup already.
All right, for CFO, we've seen the mid lane matchup. Leo has been one of Mission's preferred champions in these situations. He can get a lot of plays across the map. It's a little hard to dodge him out as well on that hero's entrance. So I think this one works for them. Last time around, you know, we saw him get to play Zoe when that was unlocked. It didn't look quite as good. His Victor was good, but it didn't quite get online when they wanted it to, as they just got beat by PSG on the map. This Galio allows them to make moves faster.
Yeah, and it is more of a tempo champion as well. We have seen Mission just go for the Predator in all of his previous games, so he's not really that tanky in the front line. He really relies on moving across the map. And I think for PSG, you know, they have to consider a lot of these top laners that can have gap closers. I feel like the Camille has to go in this one. And depending on what they want to pick for the top lane, probably think about the Jace here as well. That has been one of the blindside picks that they've been very, very worried about throughout the draft. And indeed, we do get the Camille ban.
Yep. CFO also targeting out Hanabi again, the Ornn in addition to the Gnar off the board. I wonder if they go for the GP as well, or if they just keep it to some of those more engaged tank champions. I mean, side push has been a big thing.
Would be an issue.
Yeah.
I think if you take away GP, then, you know, you definitely knock Hanabi down a notch. His big three are Gnar, Ornn, and GP.
There it
You
is.
take that away, yep, very good call right there. And I think the next in line would be something like the Gragas. So much more manageable, easier to counter out in lane. You can get a side lane advantage with a whole different stew of champions right here. Well, PSG, they typically do ban Jace here, but oh, they're going to go for Lee Sin, which does give Jarvan over to Gemini if he wants it.
Yeah, that is also a good takeaway from Juhan as well, as he was able to make a lot work with it. And, you know, without a lot of easy escapes on something like the Jinx or even the Orianna, that's something here. Did they really go for the blind Aatrox? No, okay. I didn't think they were going to be that crazy. But Gemini might be opting for a reset champion, trying to add some damage in instead of the Jarvan. And he will lock the Viego.
All right, Viego was one of the win conditions I had for CFO. I feel like if, much like their matchup against, much like J-Team's matchup against PSG, if they can get a carry in their jungle, it's a huge boon, because Juhan is almost pure utility for the most part. And it will pick up on the lack of damage coming in from a mission as well. However, this composition really lacks something that can allow mission to engage on. That's the big problem I see in this composition. It doesn't have the best of engages, really. If you want to lock in the cannonball, it's usually Jarvan, it's usually Camille. Both are off the table. Top lane has to be something with a gap closer.
Yeah, it does. And I'm looking down the line, I'm mostly seeing things that, like, you know, the gap close is like Graves Dash or something, but that's not really what you want. The Gragas could work as well, but Hanabi may end up taking it away. He will actually opt into the Renekton pick. So ball is in CFO's court to see what that final pickup is going to be. Will it be in for 4-1 after all? I don't know.
I feel like the Jace makes the team fight extremely weak here. CFO, they pretty much are fully committed to a non-team fight, full skirmish team composition. This is solo tank, and I think Graves is a lot safer, to be honest. I think Graves, you know, even though I'm not a huge fan of the champion itself, Jace just gets obliterated by the Orianna Jarvan combo. I don't think you can put two champions into that category. Graves himself does have a bit easier time getting away from these engages. He does have the smoke screen, and you do have at least some semblance of a front line with the Galio and the Leona to play double 80 carry through. So I like this a little bit more, but I think you know, PSG, I still favor their comp a little bit more. It's a composition that is very solid. It has the late game scaling potential, and it's definitely favored in team fights. So I feel like PSG might be closing this one out.
They may be, if it can get into that safe stage of the game for them. PSG have managed to stiff arm CFO 2 games in a row. We'll see if they can make it a third one here. On the composition, though, I do want to point out that Rest, you know, when he had that big victory, the Graves, even though it got set far behind, was able to come back right into it, even though we were doubting it. It seems so long ago in the series now, Clem, and I wonder if they're just trusting to the guns.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see what happens here. Graves has been his most played throughout the entire split. It could just be a comfort issue. And the other thing we have to look for is, how are you actually going to snowball this Viego? I actually think it's a little bit difficult here. They could get a couple finds onto the Orianna early on. Orianna, obviously you don't have any gap closer, so if the Galio flashes on you, it's pretty much a flash. So I think that might be the angle of attack here. Just try to get a couple of flashes off of Bay early game, and then shift that towards the bottom lane. It's still a little bit harder against Renekton in the top side. I don't expect them to focus that too much. It's mainly just a pushing lane for Graves to play with. But I think mid is the point of attack and where the skirmishes have to start for CFO in order for this comp to work at all.
And typically, Bay has been one of the more gankable lanes, right? Like on PSG, he's definitely been one of the weaker sides. You would think Mission, the skill difference, the experience difference is pretty vast between those two mid laners, and Mission has been able to play through that against other mids in the past. I really want to see Gemini making return plays, because we've seen flashes burned in a couple of these series, but then the follow-up just doesn't come through. He gets tracked throughout the jungle. Now he has the opportunity to get kills and resets for himself. If Mission can be the one to get the follow-up, the taunt off, that's something that Bay is absolutely going to have to respect. Orianna's a champion that you can play safe with, but we have seen Bay misplay before, so it is going to be on the young mid laner for PSG to not give CFO advantages early in this game.
Yeah, and I also want to add, I feel like the limitations on this comp from CFO are very stringent. I don't see them winning with this composition I'd say like post 32 minutes. That's probably it. Like 3 items.
Giving themselves a timer.
I think PSG is just going to manhandle them. A huge problem for this comp is they don't have good engaged potential whatsoever. Their only source of like gap close is actually just from Leona. And that's too easy to spot out. As long as PSG have their eyes on Leona, there's not much you can do and not much you can force in from Galio. So what that means is if you ever let PSG just take over the objective spots, then you can't force your way in, and they're just going to take that one and snowball, as we have seen in the past 2 games. So, you know, I feel like this is the way CFO won the first game was super dynamic. They were throwing 3 different things in the air, and PSG were just like, what's happening? What's happening? And they just couldn't catch all of the balls as they were about to drop. And that's how CFO have to win. But in this one, the case is really different. There's only one ball to look at, and that's the Leona ball. So, yeah, I feel like it's pretty hard, but
yeah, they've not given themselves an easy time. I know we've been talking a little bit in the outset that the coaching staff and the pick bands definitely seems to be a little bit more thoroughly thought through on the side of PSG. I think that's something we can't expect from this organization. They do tend to do their homework. I would argue like pretty much nobody but maybe like Deep Cross Gaming puts more very specific effort into their drafts, but for better or worse, PSG definitely have the support behind them. Their drafts have been good. Even in game 1 when they lost, I know we talked about how this was kind of a really good draft for them, but as you said, it was just CFO throwing a lot of different things at them and the kitchen sink, and they just couldn't quite keep up with it all. For CFO, their backs against the wall here. This is the moment when you find out if a team is championship material or not, right? They have to overcome in a deficit. Even though they started with a game 1 victory, a very, very big confidence booster, they've been stymied since then. PSG have not given them opportunities on the map. Shun has been neutralized. He's now on the Aphelios, a champion that we haven't seen as much of him on as the likes of the Jinx. And Unified is trying to shut the young gun down and prove, no, he is still the best AD carry in the league. And right now he absolutely looks like it. He has also got a great team around him. I think Bei and Juhan have been doing what they needed to, even if they're not individually as skilled. The communication has been improving, it seems. We talked at the beginning of the day how it can be tough when you have 2 Korean players, even though they've been on a pretty stringent schedule of learning Mandarin. It's not going to happen overnight or even over the course of the split. They have managed to look a lot cleaner in the last couple of games, and we'll see if they can continue to do it, because that would mean PSG would be cruising to a 3rd straight title in the PCS, their 4th total. You got to remember, all the way back to the start of the PCS as a series, before took over from the LMS, a lot of these players were involved in that one. It was PSG, or it was rather Talon Esports versus Machi, and that was Gemini, Koala, Mission, and they got denied MSI from Hanabi, Unified, and Kaiwing. You'd have to think they want some revenge. They got to be thinking about it.
You go even further back, and they were denied by PSG, even though it wasn't Bei and Juhan or Maple and River. Or Maple. They were denied by PSG from going to MSI as well. So there's a lot of impetus for CFO to prove that they can actually win out on some of these drafts. Taking across a look at the startups right here, we do have a very safe lane from Unified. Has to be expected. PSG are on the scaling game once more. And we do have another first strike coming out from Juhan. I think it worked pretty well the last time around, not going to change. And of course, for Mission, we do have to point out this is once again going to be Predator, so much more focused on early game, chasing down Bei. And as we have seen, he does like to start with boots to open up, puts a lot more gank pressure right at the get-go.
We'll have to keep an eye on Gemini. The level 3 Viego gank is very possible here. Koala, he doesn't want to take the level 1 up against Unified and Kaiwing. I think this lane may be a little quieter. And the last series, it got really explosive, though. There was a lot of pop-off, and it was shooting Koala that got the better of it. But PSG have clearly downloaded the strategy they need. Really like that first pick, Nautilus, just because it's such a takeaway. Koala looks very different on not Nautilus.
Exactly here. And if you look at the bot lane, it's a really nice defensive setup here because you do have Kaiwing with the Aftershock. He should be a little bit tankier than Leona in most instances. Of course, the Eclipse is still there for Leona. And you really read CFO as more combat focused, more about helping Gemini secure these kills against their opponents here.
But Gemini has a lot of pressure on him right now, right? Like the reset champion, he really wants to be able to stack them. He's going to be spotted on vision early on, so information, PSG, they're feeling pretty confident about this.
Yeah, really nicely done by PSG in this one. This has been a consistent factor of their play. They get the shove in, they're definitely going to find out Gemini. And I think that's been the sort of biggest takeaway. You know, if you think about CFO, they actually have a pretty good time at getting Gemini into early action. Hasn't been the case this series at all. They've always been tracking him. And on the flip side, it hasn't really been true for CFO versus PSG. And that first rotation on jungle is actually extremely important. It really decides on whether you can play the lane with a shove in mind or you have to stay back and prevent some of these gankings from happening. And especially for the top side, you know, because Rest always likes to play shove all the way.
Yeah. I mean, CFO are playing, they play a lot more hard-headed, right? Like, they are mechanically incredibly skilled players, but they are a little closer to 5 individuals rather than, you know, a fully well-oiled machine. I mean, they haven't really adapted to this vision control. They haven't really blocked it out. They've gone for, like, maybe cheeky, like, brush plays every once in a while, but that's a little more telegraphed. And Gemini does have level 3 now. Let's see if we can get something happening in the mid. No, they ping it out. You can see the communication on the mini-map as Bay just immediately backs off and respects what Gemini can do here.
This is just so well choreographed from PSG's bottom side. They push the lane, cheater recall, go back with the call. They know they're for the scaling game. It's just beautiful to watch them execute all of this. And even with the match here, the problem is CFO actually got their wave frozen. So that's going to be a CS lead over to the side of Unified after this wave. Really nicely done. They get the advantage in lane. They avoid any chances for Gemini to gank them, and it's so hard to gank Hanabi. Like, you have no hard crowd control on the Graves, and you know, Renekton is probably the champion with the most potential to 1v2 jungler if he does come up there.
Yeah, so everything's kind of working out well for them in this early game. PSG just wanting to control the pace as they've been able to do in their wins, and keeping an eye once more on Gemini is easy peasy as you like. I don't think they spotted him there, but they had to know timing-wise that he was going to be on the Raptor camp. And also a gank in mid is going to be even harder right now because Bay is kind of pushed in at the moment. So that's just going to be the recall out of the CFO jungler, and another quiet early game commences.
Yeah, and I just have to say, like, this is... I feel like PSG is... in order to appreciate them, you have to kind of live in the grand context of things rather than in the moment. Because I feel like they're not particularly explosive, but they're just so damn solid. Look at this again. PSG still holding onto the wave, acquiring a good, sizable lead, as we've mentioned, and forcing the hand of CFO. CFO pretty much have to respond with this Drake. It's completely spotted out by PSG. PSG are just saying, okay, we're just going to, you know, farm this one out. We don't care about the Drake that much. We're going to pick up on CS, and we're going to be happy about it.
Yeah, it's such a fundamental difference in how these two squads approach the game, like the philosophy. PSG, I mean, one of the reasons they have been so successful is because they're just able to do this over and over again, especially against the weaker teams in the league. I think it was a big surprise that CFO beat them in one of the 2 losses they had, the first one since opening day, or opening week, rather, against Megabank Beyond Gaming. But they haven't really shown as much weakness. I mean, that last series starting to look more and more like an aberration than anything else.
Yeah, I'll be honest, when we casted that series, I was saying Game 4 and Game 5 were a complete fluke. Like, there was no way that Koala just somehow gets 2 Dreadlines back to back.
It was like an 8,000 IQ play, though, with the Baron Bamboozle. I mean, there was pop-up potential, the ceiling is high, but as you can see, PSG are just so much more consistent. Now, here comes the Viego. Gemini on level 5 does not have Heartbreaker, spotted on the ward, so he can't really get much done.
Yep, very easy here to just cast this
Sad one Viego. He's got to go back to Hot Topic now. Get some new belts.
And I feel like this is a problem with some of the red side drafts, is that CFO don't actually have a matchup where they can force kills onto top lane. PSG just play this so well. They pick the Renekton here, and you know, you don't have a... There's not really a 2v2 that you can hard force if it's Renekton against a ranged champion, and any counter gank is going to be so threatening because of it. So they're just able to kind of scale on here. I think CFO do have to play with the Drake stack. That's going to be the most important thing. If they can put pressure on PSG to come in before the 3rd carry item, that's going to be absolutely crucial. So CFO, this is your time to showcase your knowledge of how to control these objectives. You know, we're still 3 minutes off, but that has always been the make or break point. Every single game that we had this series, PSG has been able to sneak away at least 1 Drake pretty early on.
Okay, the mission roam is happening here. We'll take a look at the top side. 1v1, Hanabi goes in onto rest, and nice little trade with the shotgun. Got to be a little careful not to take too much more damage. Mission can't quite complete it. I thought he was going for a deeper roam here, but he ends up going back to mid lane, and now it's Juhan in the bot for the 2v3. Koala and Shun don't think they know this is happening. Oh, Dredge Line doesn't land.
They have to suspect something at this point, I feel like. Like, if Kaiwing's still holding his position after the Dredge Line, then you know that something is up here. The wave is pushing out. You see Galio roaming down bot here as well. And Juhan knows his priorities. He's just, okay, I'm not going to force this against a potential Galio roam. I'm just going to back out.
Okay, Gemini's up here. This might end up... Oh, he's actually going to go for some counter jungling. Okay, so a little vertical there. That is the ping spotted. Juhan knows that Gemini's at his blue buff. Might just turn to fight him.
Yeah,
2v2, I think.
Interesting fight here. Mission's already here in position.
Oh, smite down. Okay. All right. It's about sending a message, really. Does he need the blue buff? No. Does he want Faye to have it? Also no. Oh, hook out of downtown forces out the flash and Moonlight Vigil. Oh, Shun was in a 1v2.
Yeah, Koala actually made a roam to top lane to try and see if they could get the Herald. And CFO are getting caught out on this top as well. But there is no Orianna here, so this play is very interesting because they have the 3v2 momentarily. They're going to go in.
They got to go for it here. Mission on the chase down should... No, he can't quite get that play on the taunt as Hanabi runs out. Mission was not interested in investing his flash to secure that one. So, 9 minutes in, still no first bloods on this, and they don't even clear the Rift Herald. It's CFO trying to make plays, but they're not the ones finding anything.
And that's the problem I have with the Galio. They actually just have no lockdown on the top side. So, you know, it's really easy for PSG to just walk away from these engages. They're like, there's no Leona, so we don't have to worry about it. You just walk away, and you're good.
Honestly, I think game 1 of that series, Mission flashes that. It does seem like they have slowed down a little bit, and I wonder if they're starting to feel a little defeated. Gemini does come in here. That's going to be the secure. He actually steps up 1v2, but he knows he's got friends coming to the party. In goes the Galio. Shockwave lands as Gemini goes to Stasis, flashes away. The rest of the party is coming here as they will try to get first blood. They do. It goes to rest, but the turn comes right on back as Gemini's down a 1-for-1 on the fight.
Yeah, I do want to see where the kills end up. If Gemini did snag that one, maybe you could make a case that it's fine for CFO, but grand scheme of things, definitely PSG favored just a little bit. They do snag the Herald at the very end. And no, it's actually Graves that gets the kill, which is also, I think, fine. The worst case scenario was definitely Mission picking that one up. So I feel like this is it's pretty decent for both sides. And you do see a lot of summoners being burned here. So it does mean that CFO, I think, will have a slight edge coming in to the next Drake fight.
But they're going to need a lot going forward, right? Like, that's the important thing, is they need to really make something off the back of it. They need to utilize those down summoners to actually get some more for themselves, because they do have a timing window. You talked about it, 32 minutes. It's kind of the point when their game sort of closes out for themselves. They need to start setting up kills. It's Juhan actually making the roam down towards the bottom side. They'd be looking for a Herald play as this Dragon number 2 is started up by CFO. This is the Mountain, and this one should be uncontested. You see the back coming in for Kaiwing.
Yeah, the timing here is really good because you just saw the Orianna Jarvan combo go down. You know there's no threat from that one, and PSG are not even going to try and contest this.
You had to check with the Rocket. It makes sense. We have another Hextech Rift, by the way, so a little more spicy here if this is the final game.
Absolutely massive for Graves. This is probably the best Dragon Soul you want to see if you're already up 2 Drakes and you are trying to play a split pushing game. So CFO, have a lot of incentive to contest this one, and the threat level is also high for PSG. Like, if it was a Cloud Drake, then PSG could kind of just sit on the laurels and not really care about the Drake stack. But a Hextech, I feel this is one of those souls that they will have to respond with, and that means they have to go into the team fights. We are taking down the minutes. It's about 20 minutes until 4 Drakes, and that's definitely still a strong point for CFO to close the game.
Oh yeah, that's a way for them to get into this one for sure. Rest not going to let Hanabi back too far forward there. But still, you got to think we needed to see a lot out of Gemini in this early game, but he was completely tracked right now, so window may be closing. Juhan does take the Hextech gate, and he does get spotted on a ward here around the side. They'll know this is happening. Maybe CFO can make the counterplay. Now he knows he's spotted, though.
Yep, Gemini going to show up here as well, just clear the wave. And I feel like Juhan is really struggling to find a place to put this one down here. We have the engage coming.
Kaiwing is going to be spotted here. You do see the zone out from Shun. That's Kaiwing into
No
stasis.
flash.
I think he's going down. Nicely timed on the Moonlight Vigil, and Shun will be able to clean up a kill off the back of that one. Nice little 1-2-3 punch.
Yeah, really well done here. They kind of pinned Juhan onto the wall right there, so they know they get a momentarily 3v2. And now, yep, PSG are going to respond with this one. It's, Mission, you can't take that.
Mission's zoned
back.
away. Yeah. All right, good charge here. They're going to have to try and make it even as Shun is able to get some solo plates while Unified is coming back from base. Won't be able to clean another one up here. Asking for help over on the opposite side. That was Gemini, I think, just taking the rift, taking the gate, I should say, back to the safety of his own jungle.
Solid win here for CFO, getting that one down. Also getting the Aphelios with a kill right here. So a lot of good stuff happening for them. I'm looking across the lanes here, and I feel like the top lane here is something we have to mention because Hanabi so far in this Renekton pick has been rather ineffective. He's not been able to do anything, not be able to throw any ganks in the top lane. That's usually how you want to play it against the Graves, is just use that hard crowd control to find something. We'll watch this again from PSG's perspective. Kaiwing definitely out of position here. He knows that Viego actually has the has Juhan pincer. Juhan cannot come through the river. Just, I feel like this is kind of a calm issue coming in from PSG. A lot of times, Kaiwing might have too much on his plate. And in the top lane, Hanabi's going to get caught out and killed.
Yeah, he wants to try and make Rest pay for it, but Rest is right on top of him. They'll let the kill get secured by the Graves. So the roams from Mission starting to hurt a little bit here as they at least can turn things on the top and on the bottom. Will they be able to get more out of it? That's the question, as the gold lead extends to 1,000 and some change. Not a massive win here, but plates fallen. Shun is going to look to pick up first brick. I think he gets it in time. Yeah, PSG can't really answer it here, as they were instead kind of just waiting in the brush, maybe setting up for a play. Doesn't happen.
I'm not really sure what Bay is doing on the bottom side. I feel like he could have done a lot of damage in the mid lane here, but I guess he wanted to look for cross-map play and doesn't really end up defending here either. So a bit of an odd roam on the bottom side, and I feel like it's time we could say that, okay, decidedly, Graves does have the lead right here. The bot lane is getting pushed in. It's going to be hard for Orianna to find farm in this laning allocation. You can't go up against Graves right now. So the next couple of minutes is going to be heavily CFO dominated, and I think this is what they were kind of missing in game one, is just kind of a solid matchup that they could win through, and this time it has showed itself in the top side.
Yeah, I think we've seen a couple of Renekton games this series that just haven't really looked all that great because the value just hasn't been there. And Hanabi's going to get dove again if he's not careful. Koala and Gemini are here. He's going to try to run back to the safety of his own jungle. Yeah, he's got the slice dice over. That's fine. Should be losing out on some pressure in the top side, though, as the Aphelios has taken up there. Gale Force on. Should be able to get even more damage on these turrets. Unified in the mid with the help of Juhan. And Mission just straight up tanks that zap. I think this is a mid turret as well. Unified can finish the job. Flame Chomper's on, but they want to turn the fight potentially. Okay, a little bit of a misplay on the shield of Durant, a pair of teleports as well. This could be trouble. Rest is forced to go away from that one. Koala into stasis. It's a bit scuffed here, but maybe they can turn it around on the hero's entrance.
Mission goes in.
And that's a lot of damage. Hanabi, though, slicing and dicing Gemini, taking out Unified. That's huge to open this fight right now. And the taunts are flashed away from CFO. They get themselves a quick 2, and wouldn't you know it, there's a Hextech Dragon on the Rift.
Yeah, beautiful play here from CFO. I felt like it was a little bit scuffed on the engage from CFO as they close in. PSG still get to take the first tower, but on the other end, Mission is able to save his own support right there and turn the fight around. I feel like all the eyes were on chasing down the enemy, and unfortunately here, not enough attention on the side of Gemini as he's able to sneak back in after taking the death charge. Let's see where Juhan actually uses his ultimate. He goes on to Rest, but Rest doesn't die. And look at this, Koala actually stops Juhan from coming in. They have to reposition the Orianna EQ combo, not there. And that is the engage back from Gemini onto the backline. So yeah, I just think, unfortunately for PSG, they over-chase and leave their backline vulnerable.
Yeah, CFO find an opening, they take it. Also, credit to Mission, he actually intercepts Unified Super Mega Death Rocket at, like, the final second. I don't know if it was going to be big enough to kill anybody, but it was extremely close. And that is going to also be the Rift Herald take here, CFO. They've decided to just group as 4. Rest is on the outside, so in case he's needed, he is available. Dragon Stack still in play. A decent timing window to work with, and now a gold lead that's starting to blow up.
Exactly. This is looking really scary for PSG. PSG have to think about how they want to engage this one. It really is about picking the correct target right here. And, oh.
Okay, Hanabi into the taunt right now. They won't be able to follow through the damage. Mission, he can walk away from this, but it's all just a ploy to buy time for Shelly to finish the job. They get that outer turret. Not much more for it, but still, adding gold into the coffers is huge. Rest is going to start pushing down bottom side, and this is where Rest can start to take over, right? Because you don't really have anybody who can contest him 1v1.
Yeah, he has so much sustain. He's going to beat out the mage by default right here. And you can see that PSG are trying to send 5 members all along. Here comes Grab.
They got the root. Shockwave, it doesn't matter. Shun gets himself kill number 3 of the game, and Operation Feed the Bot Laner is in full effect, but it might be turnabout here as they do manage to get a great root, great catch, everything burned, and Rest, I don't believe it. How about that blowback? He gets away.
He gets the Immortal Shield Bow proc. It looked like he was about to go down, but, you know, on the flip side, it's just a free flash burn, so I don't see PSG as being too concerned about this one. But the next fight is absolutely critical. I think in this fight, they actually need to blow up the Viego. It sounds near impossible, but I don't see a scenario if Viego isn't the first target and PSG are able to take him down with the combo piece, that they win. If they don't get the Jarvan Shockwave combo onto Gemini, I just think there's too much potential for CFO to just clean up afterwards. So, you know, this is getting real tough. They have to walk into the Hextech Drake. We have seen them do it before, but not without the vision advantage this time.
Ooh, boy. CFO are determined to make this one a big old series. You talked about sustain, Clem. Well, how about a Bloodthirster on the Graves? Rest is going all in on it right now, and I can't believe he lived through that. Yeah, I mean, PSG aren't going to be as worried. They get the flash out of it. That feels pretty good, but, man, like, he was just riding the shotgun blowback over and over again. The ultimate, the flash, the proc, everything. And they get to reset. He's back down on the bottom lane. Got to be a little careful, though, as there's not a lot of vision there on that side. They're going to try to keep it clean. Baron's about to spawn as the 20-minute mark will tick over, and Unified picks himself up a rapid fire cannon. That's his second item, I believe.
Ooh,
teleport in. They're going to chase Hanabi. Smoke screen on. And Hanabi can't really sidestep it. There's the Zenith Blade. He's on the Dominus, but I don't think it matters. The taunt's through. They invest pretty heavily, but Gemini will get the kill, and PSG are in no position to respond.
Yeah, they have way too much vision advantage in the bot side of the map there. Hanabi unfortunately overstays his welcome, and CFO are able to extend that vision lead up all the way until the next Drake is what I believe the next play is. And this mid lane is looking a little bit scary, but I feel like PSG are setting up a correct trap. Jarvan could just pop out if they're on... no, never mind, they see it.
200 reveals. And
Bay,
Jig is up.
Bay,
Oh,
Bay.
Oh,
bye, Bay!
Oh, woo! Shun is fed.
Straight up 1v2! That was
double buff,
disgusting! Oh, that was some nasty vintage of Aphelios.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Yeah, this champion. 400 years. 4-0. Okay. Okay, cheeky interrupt. That's fine. Yeah. It's okay. It's cool. Let's see that again.
That was so nice. You gotta watch it twice. He uses the turret, gets 2 auto attacks off, and then finishes with the Moonlight Vigil. He gets the other Caliburn proc on the side, and then just kills him with the Executioner. Oh, that was some real nasty gameplay.
Yeah, you know, if you were listening to us in like games 2 and 3, and I was talking about Shun being like a real hotshot rookie AD carry, this is why. You had to wait more games to see it, but this is why.
Oof. This is when you tell when rookies really show up. The thing about Dago and how you knew he was going to overtake everything was in those game fights, in those situations, he was always going, me. This is what I'm going to do. Look at me. And he took control. He put the reins in his own hands. That's what I love about these really aggressive rookies and what I think you want out of your future stars here. And, you know, Shun just showing up huge. That definitely didn't feel like a rookie play to just throw down that play there. And I like this from CFO. You know, they're unconcerned about the Baron play top lane whatsoever. PSG might have a lot of vision there, but they don't have the damage, and CFO know that. So easy 22-minute soul.
Yeah, I mean, huge right now for CFO on the Hex Tech. They're going to be able to chase down if they want to. Now they can just keep on pushing on the side. I mean, the only danger right now is if Rest just kind of gets himself caught up, but his team is close enough to deal with it. They can just kind of rotate on this one. I think they might base and... No, they're going to set up a trap. It's all a trap.
Well, but
Gemini, watch him on the side.
Galio's on the other side. He's just happy to split push this one away. In the meantime, massive item advantage here, and Gemini try to pick up some scraps here. Not going to happen. Unified taking a lot of damage.
Drop it. That is going to be the Galio dropping in. They've already taken down Unified, and I think this fight is already over here. Gemini on the front line as the Jinx, able to get a little bit more work done. A little squishy. He's going to have to back away, so they take Unified down and the outer turret, or inner turret too. Time to base and reset for round 2.
Oh boy, Shun is just looking so disgusting. I think that was collateral damage from Rest to start things off, and then they just finish him off with the Heartbreaker Strike coming in from Gemini. Just beautiful combo coming into the back line there. They really do just trick out. I think Bay was the one that had to defend mid lane, so they're able to get a split-second 5v4 and capitalize on it with the semi-global. Now Rest is going to say hi to Juhan. Oh, that's his EQ.
Yeah, he knows he doesn't have a lot of escapes right now. Actually doesn't opt for the chase down. He might have been a little worried that Kaiwing could arrive in time to help, but... Oh, man. CFO looking very scary here, Clement. We talked about the timing window that PSG can win this game at. It is quite a ways away, and Baron is being started.
Yeah, this one is going to be a hard contest here. Let's see. They have double blue trinkets, so I'm 100% confident PSG will find it.
Okay, they're gonna full commit to this one. I mean, this might be the straight up fight. Keep your eyes on the Galio. No, they turn into the choke point, and that's gonna be a massive taunt. The shield of Duran. Goodbye, Unified. Goodbye, PSG. As Kaiwing runs for the hills, the double kill comes through, and they don't even care about the Renekton. I think this is lights out.
Oh boy, 25 seconds on the timer, but 34 for Bay, and there's only one member left. Hanabi has good to go back to base. Let's see if the Hero Croc can mount a defense right here, but it's going to be very difficult. CFO, this one's risky. This is how kind of J-Team lost the previous one.
It is, but this is how CFO managed to find the edges. They do not have the time to come back in. Just ignore the Crocodile. Never mind. They try to take him, but he gets back to Fountain, and we have a 5-game series.
What a dominating game from CFO, and you can see how this, I feel like for PSG, there's so much pressure in the way they actually win the games because of the format. The way they win are 40-minute grind fests, but they have to play back-to-back. This is their third match coming into this week. They are under so much stress to make all of this happen here, and they now have to play 10 games back-to-back, and sitting through those 40-minute sessions is not an easy task. So, you know, I think like all win scenarios are valid, but if you're playing from the lower bracket in this format, it does get very difficult for you the later the series goes.
Yeah, exhaustion is a very real thing here, and PSG have been put to the test. I mean, you got to think back to last split when it was Mega Bank Beyond Gaming that was challenging them. They had back-to-back 5-game series. Not the case necessarily here, but they did have to play 5 yesterday against J-Team after being knocked down to the lower bracket by this very Flying Oyster squad, but it has been so close. And for CTBC, what a lifeline this game was. Rest being able to get a winning matchup up against Hanabi. The Renekton continues to be a trap, it seems. And honestly, once Shin started popping off, the setup was great there. I think Mission on this Galio is able to do things that are just honestly shouldn't be allowed in League of Legends. He saved a couple of fights early on, let them snowball. The Soul was so early in the game that PSG just didn't have a chance to come back into it. And wouldn't you know it, Clement, we are going to Game 5.
Oh, this is so much fun to watch these two teams duke it out. I was a little bit worried that, CFO were going to run out of steam. I didn't like their draft all that much, but the big difference here is that they were able to catch out on a couple of mistakes here and there from PSG in the start. Especially, I think the Kaiwing mistake early on was actually pretty costly there. They did get the kill for free. They were able to leave their lane. It allowed Mission to actually get an early Everfrost, and he just straight up he just left lane. He's like, you can take the tower or whatever, I don't care. Goes top, gets a kill right there, and gets Graves snowballing as well. So The biggest thing for me is that I feel like even if CFO want to go for late game strategy, they have to think about how to execute early game kill lanes. That has been, I think, the difference maker for them comparing Game 4 to Game 3.
Yeah, and for the first time, I think we've seen a Nautilus lose in this series, and it was a much better Leona this time around for the side of Koala. I think he had a lot better Zenith plays. His solar flares were landing either for a good zone or something. They were able to layer up the CC a lot more effectively, and I wonder if it was just getting their bearings a little bit more, moving on to champions down the tier list, and it does seem like that's given a lifeline to CFO here. I think PSG adjusts their draft strategy. They'll, of course, have side selection for the final game. And I'm honestly not sure what side you want to take. PSG have focused on the blue side, but because CFO have preferred red, they've gotten wins on it. I don't know, man. I think all bets are off in this final one. It's win and take the title.
I still feel like PSG most likely go for the blue side. I feel like if they look at this game, they just say, okay, we made a couple of mistakes here and there. We probably ban the Galio. That would be my biggest adjustment overall. I think they can afford a ban on the blue side for that one. I'm just trying to think of what the 3 bans were this time around. It was Syndra, not Nautilus, Syndra,
Xayah, and then, oh gosh, what was
I forgot what
one?
the third one was.
I just remember that the Gnar was banned red side.
Yeah,
they didn't have a
banned
third
red
ban.
Side. I feel like they can spare a Galio ban. Zoe is no longer a threat, and I think
it was
production.
the Kench.
Oh, it was the Tom Kench. Yeah, they can.
Yeah, I mean, I like that too because they did do the takeaway. It seemed like the focus was on Koala, but you can't remove everything, right? There's so much priority for this bot lane pick. Of course, you're going to get the handshake of the Jinx Aphelios, but Leona is going to be able to be just as good. And yeah, this was all capitalization on mistakes, but also rest in his element. I feel like this series has definitely sat on how well Rest can make hero plays, on whether he can snowball lanes. This Graves pick is kind of a pocket, but it was Mission that enabled it all, and for that, he earns the MVP. I think your read is correct, 100%. I think we need to see this Galio banned in Game 5.
Yeah, I think Galio is he's able to leave lane way too easy, and against Bay, I think Mission is perfectly comfortable with giving over some plates just to get his side lanes rolling. So if you think about this game, the bot lane was actually ahead for the most part. They got the cheater recall off, always the really cheesy plays there. And what went wrong was, Kaiwing oversteps, they give over a kill there, and then you see the pressure just starting to mount because Mission can always fly into the bottom side. He has that Everfrost there, and even though they're winning the bot lane, they just bleed out because of this Galio pick. So I'm still pretty confident in blue side for PSG, but Syndra Galio bans, and I think probably they'll keep Xayah there as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised here. I wonder if CFO have any surprises on their side. Maybe they do something crazy, like leave the Zeri up and try to go for a bit of a crazy counterplay. We haven't even seen Shun get a chance on that champion, but it seems unlikely. I'm trying to stretch a little bit here, but Clement, we have got ourselves one heck of a final series. It looks like CFO were going to run out of steam, but they have found an answer, and we are going to scrape some silver. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody, for the final time tonight, the final time this split after 4 back-to-back games. CFO, we thought they might have been out of gas, but they managed to find something left in the tank. Let's see if they got any left, or if PSG are going to claim that title after all here in the PCS Spring Split Finals. Before we get started, one more time, I do want to give a massive shout-out to our sponsor, C2BC Bank and Caliber, for making the PCS possible. And, Mr. Clement, we have got one hell of a series here, no matter who wins it all and goes to MSI.
Yeah, and I honestly feel for both of these teams. PSG has been a household brand in the PCS. They have been the symbol for excellence, and they've been able to do it in 3 different iterations if they also send this squad forward. It's such a great proof of concept for the organization about their dedication to the esport and to our region. That's a great story in itself, but on the other side, you have CFO that just came in this split that was comprised of a bunch of Avengers that have been denied repeatedly by PSG and their ilk. So the storylines are just absolutely wild. You have a team that prides itself on cohesion, on history, on their lineage, and then you have CFO that prides itself on its mechanics, on its pure entertainment value, on how they can play the game. So I have to say, even though I'm going to feel very sad for whoever gets knocked out, I will feel so proud for whoever goes forward as well.
No matter what, they will have earned it. We enter picks and bans for the final time this split. And my goodness. Yeah, that's right. We're going to scrape some more silver as we go. PSG, choose red side in a flip here. Ari, Narban by CFO, blind on the blue. We see the Syndra coming through again. We're looking for that Galio to deny mission. I feel like this has got to be a Nautilus coming in very quickly. Maybe not first pick, but certainly first rotation.
I think CFO have cracked the code in terms of like some of the trades here, but okay, the Galio does go down, but I'm a little bit surprised by the Xayah ban, so they're just going to make it Jinx versus Aphelios and make sure they get one hyper carry either way. Nautilus is, it sounds really weird, but I do think that Nautilus is actually the pick right here.
I think so too. It lost last game, but... Yeah, I mean, Leona's still good, too. I think they're thinking about it. What would they rather have, the Nautilus or their pick of AD carry? And I think it's going to be the latter. Shun's going to get that pop-off potential after all in the final game, putting it in the hands of the rookie.
So the difference this time is that there has been a trade for Nautilus and Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench is still open. Koala could definitely go for that. PSG has been very careful about banning that away. But I have to say that's true. You know, Tahm Kench is not exactly a Koala champion. I think he's far more about the engages and has been for the entirety of postseason. So it's a bit of a question mark if he goes for the Tahm Kench or if he goes for the Leona this time around. Looks like he will go with the meta standard here.
Yeah, I mean, he has played a number of games on it in the regular split. I do agree with you, though. He likes to have a little bit more engaged, but I love this level of protection because Shun had been dove a number of times over the course of the series when he's had his hands on this Jinx. I think it makes sense. What's next? Do you expect the mid lane pickup for Mission, or do you see Gemini's pick here?
They do have the team fight oriented pick, so I do like just getting an Ori or a Victor. One of those two are incredibly critical for CFO. Mission shows that he's been able to win the matchup if he gets either of these champions, and he's also allowed to scale. So I like this coming in from them. This is the kind of the game plan that I expected CFO to come into this series, which is basically cornering PSG until the early game and forcing them to play tempo. So PSG going with all the picks they like. This is very classic PSG champions across the board here. But CFO, I do think, have the sort of matchup edge with the first 3 picks here.
Yeah, ban phase 2. We'll see if anything's able to flip here. Of course, those top laners have definitely had a time of it. I think Rest has really showcased his chops when he's getting a chance on that Graves. I don't think Hanabi's picking that Renekton anytime soon. The jungle bans, of course, are the focus. No Volley Bear for Gemini this time around, but there's still a lot left in the pool available.
Yeah, I expect CFO to just ban out the GP. That's pretty much the strongest champion that is left for Hanabi. And I think that PSG are angling for Hecarim. That has sort of been their go-to in a lot of these situations. I don't think the Lee Sin does all that much for the competent PSG side anymore. Oh, but they're going to go for the Tryndamere here. Huh.
They want to give Rest a good matchup. I mean, I like this. It has... Denying Hanabi has really worked out well for them because it lets them play on a side lane that PSG have to answer.
Yeah, that has definitely been the case here, and with the red side pick, it's very clear that PSG are focusing on a 4-1. Hanabi has been their best player throughout postseason. They want to give him that last shot, and the Graves is going to go, so I feel like PSG have to take the Hecarim here. Hecarim Ori into this comp, it's just way too strong team fight. It's also a good tank and engage, so either CFR are going to ban it themselves, or PSG have to take it away.
Thinking about it too. A lot of time, this is when the nerves can settle in. Game 5 for the title, for the championship, for these players that have been denied so long, for the likes of Gemini and Mission, Koala, Rest, and for Shun, the newcomer. He came in week 5 and he's at this stage, man. What can this guy do with the full split under his belt?
Yeah, he has. The sky is really the ceiling coming in for this player. Oh, Juhan gonna go for an aggressive pick in the Viego. He has to snowball this one, but he has the setup for it against someone like Mission. I'm not a huge fan of the Lee Sin ban, to be completely honest. I feel like I could have gone with something a little bit better, and this is starting to get interesting because we have seen this Nocturne in the past just completely dismantle PSG's coordination advantage. Once you turn those lights off, PSG now have to communicate between Korean and Mandarin. It makes their job a lot harder, and you can use that during a realm warp.
Not only that, you can use the Nocturne to deliver a ball if you don't go too far on it. And with the Gangplank not banned away, Rest has an opportunity to take it. There's so many power picks on the CFO side here.
Yeah, this is a bit difficult for PSG to respond to. Like, most of the times they go for the Jace, but I don't think they want to play with it. Jace is not a split-pushing champion here, and their options are a little bit limited. What actually wins out against the Gangplank? This is a really questionable Jace pick. I would not pick the Jace here against something like the...
the orange... Okay, this makes a little more sense. It gives them... I mean, they still technically have a... I want to say 4-1 if they use the Rise, but I don't think so. It's a tank matchup, and that's okay, but Hanabi should get shoved in pretty hard here.
Yeah, it's a matchup where you just farm, but Gameplay really kind of treats you like a bank and just kind of parlays you to death.
What kind of bank, Clement?
I will say...
Would it happen to be a CTBC one?
The best financial institution in Taiwan?
I love it, man. I mean, look,
sure.
What else can we say for these two squads? Like, no matter who wins this, I think we'll be proud of our MSI representative. Yeah. And right now, I mean, we're getting ahead of ourselves. The title's on the line here for the spring split. It is an incredible journey for both these squads. The rebuilt core mid-jungle duo there coming into PSG Talon, still having a lot of success, even with a handful of stumbling blocks in the communication that they've been working on. And this squad of incredibly talented players in CFO coming together to form the Avengers, really, I think is absolutely fair to say. Not just the J-Team Avengers, but also the Machi Avengers.
True. So many iterations of Avengers on this team. Also the old J-Team Avengers going up against PSG here from Brest. So this is a really fun squad. I will say this game is pretty much all about Juhan. I think that the top lane, there's not much to be done about that one. And for Aphelios, even if he gets fed, because the Nocturne is there, it's going to be difficult for him to have a mid-game impact. It all really comes down to Juhan. If Juhan can be the secondary carry here, he can make a huge difference, and he needs to snowball alongside with the Rise. The Rise, typically we do see him going with the, especially Bay Rise does go for tank build, so he will fall off later. PSG against Nocturne, they cannot afford to go in with a single carry. That is pretty much a death sentence against the opponent's squad. So they need Juhan to be fed.
We'll be relying on junglers to make it happen. Juhan, ball's in his court for this game as we open up for the final match of the PCS Spring Split 2022 here. Let's take a look at our summoners and our choices of the runes. Lethal Tempo on Gemini's Nocturne, of course, and a couple of spell books on the PSG side.
Yep, so looking at these runes, the only thing I would like to point out is just the defensive nature of CFO's bottom side, and you can see how aggressive that PSG are angling for this one. This time around, the Nautilus is going to go with the Glacial Augment, help with the ganks. They're trying to play the tempo side of the matchup, so we'll see if Juhan can find anything in the bot side. You know, Tom Kench can't really help his AD carry pre-level 6, so there's a lot of potential for ganks to go down in there, and there is no cleanse on Should. So I think that's going to be the primary focus of this draft, at least in the early game for PSG. They have to find a couple of kills, either on the mid lane itself or in this bottom lane.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one, and it is interesting. It's very bold of PSG to really try and flip the script here and play towards the tempo comp. One of the things they've struggled with, if they can find that answer, it feels even better to win the game on what has previously been your weakness. But for CFO, we'll see if they can stymie that. Juhan shows face in mid lane and heads straight into Gemini's jungle for a bit of countering here. We might end up turning into verticals.
Oh, I really love this play from Juhan here. He helped shove the mid lane and also just moves in the 2v2 a little bit earlier. This is very difficult to deny, and it will just keep Gemini down for quite a while here. Unfortunately, he doesn't hit level 3 off of that, so it's actually a little bit slower in terms of the tempo. He's not going to be able to continue that.
Yeah. It's a bit, but not quite as much as I would have liked. Yeah, I think so. I think Bay was a little bit close here, and maybe that's the adaptation. He's got a level 3 right now to try and push Mission in a little farther, and actually going to lead that one on as he goes ahead and gets his back off after the fact. Juhan getting the Gromp and the blue buff on this. Nocturne going to be a little slower to the party, but of course we mostly expect that to come in at level 6 anyways, so Juhan can actually take his time about it.
Yeah, what I'm looking at here is just the warding here from CFO. They're pushed up very far, but they do have a ward on the ramp. Let's see if Juhan is able to spot that one out. Look at it. You will see this one. It's going to go for the scuttle first.
Meanwhile, we'll check in the top side. I mean, of course, we expect this to be a lane that Hanabi will lose, but you know, with all the talk this season of him really carrying over his Worlds form and kind of just wrecking everybody, he knows how to play weak side for sure.
Yeah, there's definitely no stranger to that one. I like this interesting adaptation from Gemini. He's just hovering around here. You think the engage might come, and the wave is pushing up. So if PSG don't sniff this one out, they could be in trouble. Let's see if Shun tries to act this one out and give the dredge line over. Here we go.
There we go, the flash forward. Oh, he's going to get the fear on to the choppers. He walks away, but in comes the Kench.
He's down.
And unified his bench. First blood for the Jinx. It was a heavy investment, but they pulled it off.
Yeah, what a long con that CFO were pulling off right there. Their bot lane was under a lot of threat, but they allowed the pushback to happen. And, you know, Gemini skips a couple of camps, but he's happy to burn all the summoners here, and he can run it back with Paranoia.
What were we talking about? This is what CFO love to do, is to play unexpected, and I love this, the jump scare gank.
Yeah, Red, he didn't actually get the auto attack for Red, but kept the tether on the entire time. Immediate flash in from Koala to shut down the kill. They burnt everything. This is absolutely massive right here. And the reason is, it's because PSG need a lane to snowball. They really can't let CFO get away with a scaling game. And if it's not going to happen in the bot lane, then it's really hard to see where that potential actually comes out for Juhan to get ahead.
Yeah. No, this is tough right now. I think Juhan's even got a harder time. I loved what he was doing to get the counter jungle on. He will actually spot Koala roaming through. Not much he can really do about it, though. He may go down to the bottom side, but without summoners on anybody here, this gets a little hairy, a little hectic, and Juhan does not have 6, so he'd be relying a little bit more on the Spectral Maw.
Yeah, I think PSG have to just pull their wave, or they have to rely on somehow Bay and Juhan being able to sneak into the jungle at this point. It's going to be so dangerous for PSG's bot lane to remain in the position that they are in. So expect a lot of action to be happening right there. We do have Shun with the, again, with the Noon Quiver. This does give a lot of lane control potential over to the side of CFO if they want to utilize it. So keep close attention onto this one. But currently the laning portion here is really dangerous. If you look at the bot lane, the Raptor is about to come up, and we should be getting the Krugs there as well. So, you know, I like this idea from PSG's bot lane. Now, at least they're going to pull off for now. You know, keep themselves safe and get the Drake in the meantime, too.
Yeah, should be able to grab it. I mean, red side, you do have that advantage. You can walk a little bit more openly into that side of the pit. And Koala is waiting in the wings. Nice little cheeky attempt at the snipe. Zap, not nearly as effective as trying to outsmite, but Juhan claims it in the end. Dragon goes over.
I feel like this is a really smart play because they kind of know that CFO is just trying to pull their lane. So they just flip the script, go for the Drake instead. Really like that play coming in from the side of PSG. And now we do have the hard part for them now. Gemini about to hit 6. They have to spot him out, and they have to keep their own jungle clear. So Bay is going to be forced to rotate here, try to sniff out where this Nocturne's actually going to be.
Ooh, they might actually pincer him right now, though. Keep an eye on this one. Shockwave going to pull him in, and oh boy, Bay's forced to flash away.
Ooh. Yeah, that was a little bit unnecessary, to be honest, on Bay's part. You know, they are going to give the shove over towards Mission, and that will allow him to walk away for the blue. I imagine it's going to happen pretty soon off. And Juhan's looking for an attempt here.
Koala goes very deep on this one. He's got the gray health, but not really worth it on that exchange.
He could be dead right here.
Oh, he gets away. Just barely. Shun's going to block for him. Oh, he might die now.
Yeah.
Sums. Oh, trade back. Yeah, Koala, you know you messed that up, dude.
Okay, that was completely unexpected, but congratulations to PSG. I feel like they actually just survived the summer downtime. What was that?
I have absolutely no idea. Koala went very deep, almost into tower range, and I mean it's the freest hook of Kyling's life.
Yeah. You know, I think
man,
should not have.
This guy is playing a different game. It's 5D chess. I don't understand the rules.
Here
comes the Nocturne, now the Paranoia, Unspeakable Horror. It's out of range, and the Gangplank ultimate, but they limp out.
Oh, that's a pretty big waste of ultimates right there. They dropped 3 ultimates for nothing. And that just means that, you know, PSG can waltz into this Herald now. That was CFO. I think they're playing way too desperate, completely unnecessary.
Yeah, they might be feeling the pressure right now. It is a game 5, but you have the scaling comp. Why are you going in for the unnecessary plays? PSG will absolutely take advantage of that as they clear away the Herald here, waiting for that last hit. And Shun's going to be able to push this wave, maybe get a plate, but, I mean, yeah, that's not great for CFO. As they had the lead, they had the edge. Gemini going to find a 1v2, Blasco and Taken to get out of there. And there's a lane swap coming in.
But there is dive threat here on the 2-man as we see Juhan coming in with the Herald now.
Okay.
And then they're not going to inch for it. Bay could come here. He does have the TP, so CFO have to be incredibly careful about this one. He could Realm Warp and then TP back to lane. They are playing pretty far back, but I do expect PSG to just race for this first tower. That'd be a very strong move for them.
I love this from PSG right now. Juhan does take a little bit of damage off the tower shot. Rest is going to try to keep that wave cleared. Shelly will get the charge down. Should be a few more plates, and I don't think they get the tower, but Unified's still threatening here.
Yeah, and they can keep this one going. You know, they're under no pressure here. On the flip side, you do still have Bay starting to roam around with the Realm Warp. The bot lane has to be very careful about the potential for the engage here.
Yeah, this is first brick.
It's delayed, but they will take it.
Nicely done. Good adaptation and taking advantage of the timing window they got themselves and the mistakes that CFO made. So, Ornn definitely can hold the wave a little bit, hold the lane a little bit, and Rest is, he's slowed down as a result as well. I mean, this is kind of a double whammy here for PSG.
Yeah, I feel like this is just CFO. I don't know what they were thinking, but they just threw 3 ultimates, got absolutely nothing for it, and PSG were like, okay, you actually have no combat power now, so we're just going to walk in and take all of it.
Teleport to bot? Mission? I mean, it's... Okay.
It's a wave.
It's a wave.
But just look
I was about to say he's got Spellbook, and I'm like, wait, no, he doesn't.
Yeah, 2,000 gold advantage out of nothing, so PSG doing a great job at just... honestly just picking up CFO's mistakes and running with it.
Yeah. Oh, they're running CFO around the map here. Dragon going to be pinged here by PSG, and actually it's CFO that are moving a little bit further away from it. And this might be another opening to keep the Drake stack on. It is the Hex Tech. We won't get a Rift this time around, but at least one Dragon on the map. And Rest has been a little slowed down. He hasn't even been able to catch up to Hanabi and farm.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. When you're playing with the Nocturne, you definitely want one of your lanes to be winning, and that allows you to open up a lot of these side lane picks. It's not going to be the case when you're having an Orianna and a GP that is behind. Mission misses the ward right there. But he does
that's a mistake.
ping his, he does ping his support about it, though, so
okay,
they definitely see it.
Not safe enough to clear. And this is going to be the Dragon started here between Bay and Juhan, but skirmish potential's there. You've got all those ultimates back, but I don't think CFO are interested in fighting it. They might just handshake for the mid tower if they can grab it.
Yeah, the mid tower is still incredibly healthy at this point, so unable to get that one. And we're starting to see kind of the side lane and the just map allocation difference coming in from PSG. They were able to bring so much tempo into those plays. And if you look at the top side, this is very difficult for Rest to get any sort of advantage. He cannot trade when there's no wards up in that top whatsoever, so he's going to have to back out. And I feel like CFO have been pigeonholed into the late game strategy. And the big difference here is, how much can Viego farm up? Even though he hasn't been able to get any kills, I feel like he's done a very good job at keeping ahead of the Nocturne in this game.
Oh, yeah. And I think that's an important thing. He's still going to have that kill threat. He's still going to be able to have at least an item diff. And, yeah, again, the ward coverage from PSG is just on a next level right now, as they'll at least be able to clear it away, but not a lot they can take anytime soon. It will be a Mountain Rift, keep in mind, as well. So that's the first time we'll get that this game. Or this series, I should say.
Really important for both of these teams. I think slightly better for PSG. And they already have the double Drake stack, so should be pretty happy with this one. And now the game tends to slow down. If you look at Hanabi, he's playing this very carefully. He knows that Nocturne could be anywhere, so he's not going to show himself post-river. He's just going to be happy to take away the rest of the map. And on the other side, PSG, I think... Oh, they're going to find...
That's Koala, though. He's okay. He's okay. They don't want to go for... As you mentioned, they're slowing the game down, right? And they're okay with that for right now. Even though the late game feels better for CFO in their composition, it's also where PSG have been able to thrive a little bit better in the plays. And if it does go very, very late, it's a territory they're familiar with. At the same time, though, CFO, they may not have the same tempo they were working with before, but they are trying to make moves around the map nonetheless. Just not a lot they can take. No objectives really available to them, and it's a good spread from PSG Talon to try and cover all the bases here.
This is honestly a bit of a perplexing game for CFO. I felt like they just handed over the reins completely to PSG. 2 back-to-back failed plays that were absolutely terrible. And
might be another.
I think CFO, they need to know that, okay, you can slow this one down, true, but you have to gain back your composure. That's the most important thing for this squad right now. I feel like they're getting these jitters. They've been here so many times before, and each and every time it was either Flash Wolves or PSG that just stopped them from reaching their own goals. They might be getting some deja vu, some PTSD, but they need to calm themselves and just take this one, like the matchup is supposed to be taken. They started this game with such a massive lead, and they just kind of threw it away. So we're in for kind of a late mid game. But I still think that Viego does need to still find some kills here and there. He could definitely do it in team fights, and not putting it beyond him. And I think for PSG's game plan is you just focus on GP. As long as GP isn't able to split push, the paranoia usage goes down quite a lot as well, and you just hold steady.
Yeah, it's a good strategy, and it's, Rest has kind of been pretty big focal point here for the CFO victory strategy, and the gangplank is going to get bigger and bigger, but if you keep him locked up in this side lane, you're able to trade out with him. The team fight potential is huge from Hanabi if he wants to get the teleport in, but Koala and Shun might get caught a little bit. They are out on the Abyssal Dive. Shun preemptively uses his Flame Chompers, keeping the wave cleared here, but it's not the safest at the moment into the Aphelios and the Rise and the Nautilus. One errant hook could spell doom.
Yeah, and we have to pay close attention to the guns right here. The ones you're really afraid about are the Gravitum up, but these are really nice teamfight guns for PSG as well. They're just going to march into the Herald. They know they have the far superior 5v5 composition. It's almost impossible for the backline to be reached from CFO's side without losing members and giving Juhans those resets. So they're very comfortable moving into this, and I think CFO are responding quite well as well. They know they can't just face check blindly into this one, so they have to win the shove war in the mid lane. That's what they're going for. And they have dragged it out. If they can drag it out a little bit longer, they can at least get staggered objectives and then try to break with the Mountain Drake. So I think PSG's move here is to, once the minions have kind of just been eliminated here, they should start moving into the river. They don't want staggered objectives. They want to fight one by one by one. And yeah, once this wave is clear, I expect them to try and go for that Herald, but no, they don't go. Okay, they're just straight up resetting.
All right. I mean, this gives CFO an inside track on the Mountain Dragon if they want it, but they're also resetting too. Both teams kind of handshake that.
For CFO, the Herald doesn't really have that much value. This is a very late Herald, and they would prefer to get the best out of the Dragon here. So I think both teams are kind of on the same track. They're just like, okay, no plate Herald, whatever. Let's just all converge on the Drake here. But I'm a little bit surprised the CFO are not trying to contest it a little bit harder. The third Mountain Drake just gonna be given over for free, and I just think they need more time.
Yeah, I think they kind of were slow on the draw there. It's gonna go down, so now it's Soul Point, 17 minutes. PSG are the ones trying to accelerate this game.
This is not a Drake you can give over. Not if you're running Nautilus and you're trying to cut people up. I'm a little bit perplexed by this one. I feel like CFO needed to play a little bit more forward, given that back, but they are trying to hyper farm up Rest. He's going to go for the Executioner right here, so strong 2-item spike. Let's see if he can do anything with it.
Now they're actually going to be moving for Herald themselves. As you said, it's not as important of an objective, but if it's free, you can get it. In fact, they're not. I thought maybe they'd turn on that one, but instead they just keep on pushing the wave in mid. Shun is on the front line. This is dangerous here, but he does find some great rocket and zap poke onto Juhan.
Yeah,
and he loves playing on the edge.
We are going to get the Banshees coming out. Not the Banshees, the Kraken Slayer. So a lot of damage coming in from Shun in this matchup here. You know, he typically has gone for the Gale Force most of the time, but he's feeling pretty ballsy in this one. Because he has to Tom Kench, I would have to imagine.
Yeah, so, you've got an escape. It's situational. You don't get it as much as you used to, but there you go.
I feel like CFO are putting way too much pressure on themselves for contesting this single Drake. CFO, they pretty much have to find a pick before the Drake happens. If PSG set, they don't have a chance.
And they're in on to the Herald, a very late one, as you mentioned, 18.5 minutes to get it. Wouldn't be around for much longer anyways, and this is happening in Vision, but I don't think CFO are in really a position to try and contest. They maybe try to cut off Hanabi here, but he's out safe. Maybe they get bot lane turret out of it. I mean, yeah, Rest is just hyper farming, so that seems to be the strategy for the time being.
Very interesting to see this one. They're basically betting that the Executioner is going to be worth it for giving up multiple objectives, but I kind of doubt that. If they want to contest the Mountain Drake, they most likely will have to give up mid in the next push. The Herald is going to be there for PSG. They can just play a very easy fork, force someone to respawn mid, and for CFO, I'm not sure what they can do here. They do catch out Bay on pretty much a bad rotation here. Able to put a little bit of damage here.
Chip damage is always good. They're actually going to teleport into the top lane. I think the read there was that Bay was trying to maybe push it, or at the very least, like Mission just felt like, all right, well, you know, it's going to come back soon enough anyways. Mission's been pretty loose about his teleports to cover waves.
Yeah.
He's kind of been like the backup plan against the side push now.
I gotta say, I feel like CFO are the ones coming into this one a little bit jittery-ish. But
yeah,
Shun
they might be. Oh, Shun
has
playing
a lot of confidence.
So far forward. He's got Koala, but yeah, you don't want to push your luck on that one if you don't have to, and you know the Nocturne's about to be gone, so trying to keep those side lanes going at the 20 minutes about to tick over here, but yeah, we really want to keep an eye on that Dragon timer as well, as it is going to be Soul Point for PSG in just a couple more. You can't afford to let PSG get set up, so they need to keep these waves pushed, but it gets more and more dangerous here. Zap is dodged. Shun's still on the front lines, finding a little bit of chip damage.
I think Shun's calculations here is as long as the Gravitum isn't there and there isn't a potential for both Koala and himself to get locked up, he's going to try and push his luck. So Rest, they finally get the vision control, but Rest has to have the best barrels of his life to make this all worth it. They gave up so much on the map for him to just farm those 2 towers, and now it is time for the reckoning. Here we go. We're 1 minute into it. CFO are pushing this in.
Shockwave! Okay, Bay does get caught, but he goes into the stasis. Here we go. Call of the Forge God. Gemini is actually going to be able to spell shield through it. Do they have the turn on this one? It's a big cannon barrage, but Kaiwing is zoned away. Mission swallowed up by the Kench, and they have to cut their losses at this point. No more wave to work with, so they can't keep it going, but they're ready for round 2 off the backs. I think they get tower here. Good barrel chain. No, they don't. The teleport is committed.
PSG win big here. They burn all of the ultimates right before the Drake. That was, not sure about that, CFO. Like, you didn't need to force that one. You could have gone for picks, but not those, straight up picks underneath the enemy tower. That seemed far too ambitious, and now they just don't have the tools to fight.
They're going to lose mid-turret as well. I mean, this opens up even more of the map for PSG. 30 seconds and counting here on Mountain Soul. Got to keep an eye on those ultimate timers. It's just the Jinx rocket. That's not the one you're looking for here. Sure, you might be able to get a lucky steal, but you don't want to rely on a low percentage play.
Yeah, and this is Mountain Drake. That's going to be absolutely huge against a team that's running so many carries here.
You need a pick, but you don't have the tools for it right now, and PSG know exactly what CFO are going to try to do. Dragon's live, spotted immediately, and oh boy, this is not going to be easy. Keep your eye on Gemini's ult. It's very close, but it's already going to get bursted down. They're going to try to get in here. Here comes the paranoia. Waiting for it. No, it's already going to go, but they have to win the fight now. Soul is on the turn. Here's PSG. Bay takes out Rest, and this investment has not paid off, but should
still alive, though.
Turn back onto Juhan. Here comes Bay. Koala going to get caught. Rockets are big, but there is the tank in. Rune Prison, and Hanabi is going to be able to take him down with the help of Unified. Shutdown Cold's there. It's a 2 for 2 so far, but a hugely worth trade for PSG Talon.
Yeah, what a big win here for PSG, and this is just the patience coming in. I am having trouble reading CFO this game. I feel like they're just going for such low percentage plays over and over again. They force themselves into the tower. They burn everything right before the Drake, and it's not even a pick that is of high percentage here. They knew that they had the stasis. We're going to watch this one again, starting from the team fight right here. And look at Rest. He has to get that vision back onto the Drake, but Rabadon's already running on him. He gets hit by the depth charge, instantly killed, and this was everything that CFO was banking on. The 2-item GP, he doesn't even get a barrel chain off whatsoever. Shin does a very admirable job, but he's facing way too many players running him down, and you see the double flash from Soul Lanes just to pick him up. I think Mission is incredibly lucky to escape here with his life, and this game is looking, like despite I think some of the late game edges here, PSG are looking so incredibly strong. So far, the Nocturne has done absolutely nothing.
Yeah, they've gotten tempo, but it's, of course, off the back of CFO just getting antsy. We're 23.5 minutes. The Soul is on. That's a mountain that's massive here for PSG. Sure, CFO have a gold lead, but yeah, it really doesn't matter. Yeah, they're gonna need to hold the line for a while. This is a position they are very unfamiliar with.
Yeah, this game is turning up incredibly weird right here, and I was talking about the jitters, and weirdly enough, it's not Shun that has the jitters, it's everyone else.
It's all the veterans.
Yep.
Oh no, Gale Force. Okay, into the belly of Kench. Whew, should not have been there, but still.
Yep, they get him out. Still a big cooldown here, and PSG are pretty happy to push their luck. They know they have the superior 5v5. The side lane pressure, they're just completely ignoring it. They're going straight for the prize.
Rest is left. He's not there anymore. They're going to try to contest this, but this is a fast Baron shred right now. Oh, CFO, you need the perfect engage. There's the ball. PSG, they're going to respect it.
Juhan's a little bit low here, so they do have to pull off here. But the Realm Warp for the engage, they're going to catch Rest.
Oh, Rest. Oh, no. Okay, he burns Flash. That's hugely worth. Once again. Dance continues.
Yeah, this is so smart. They can just run this play back once more. I think they need to pay a little bit more attention of who's actually tanking the Baron. That was... the Juhan taking it was definitely a mistake right there. They can just fix that. I feel like they could run this play back so many times. Like, even Unified can take at this point. He has the Bloodthirster. He has so much shielding going on there.
Yeah, and this is a timing window they can take advantage of, right? I mean, the Jinx is not on a 3-item yet, so the deletion's not coming in there. The Gangplank, I mean, Rest needs to look so much better in this next fight. His positioning was just not there. And, yeah, I mean, they focused so much on power farming him. Clearly setting him behind early, PSG, it was a winning strategy.
Yeah, I do think that PSG themselves are aware that their teamfight comp, when it does come to the late game, they're still there's definitely still outs for CFO. If it goes to 3 items, the equations do start to change. Like,
and
it's
we just
very
start
hard
to see
walk
that
up as
LDR.
Aphelios.
I mean, that's a difference now. If Shun
Yep.
can stay alive in this one, look at the setup, the brush bait. CFO
Mission does have the
playing it
stasis.
safe.
Was willing to walk up a little bit.
All right, good wave clear here. I mean, but without the outer tower falling, I mean, there's a decent PSG fallback point on this one.
Yeah.
They can push forward.
Kind of a weird position for either side. I don't think there's anything really up for grabs, so I don't expect any risky plays from either. They're just trying
Baron.
Yeah.
I mean, this is peeling Rest away. I mean, if he were to just sit bot, he can probably get that tower on a few of these, but he's unwilling to commit to being able to teleport. They don't really have a ward in position except right in front of the pit.
And we have to point out that Shun doesn't have the flash in this one. PSG will respond if they go any further.
Okay, barrel chain comes through, but there's really nothing else to clear here. Oh, Shun playing on the edge. He has the Kench, but that's it, and they're going to back away. I can't believe how long this mid tower has lived for all the pressure CFO put on it.
Yeah. This is perfectly comfortable for PSG. You know, Ornn might not be getting any farm this game, but he doesn't really care, and here comes the engage.
Yeah, Call the Forge God. Koala is going to get the swallow up onto mission. The knockup is there. The turn, and do they have any more damage? No, Gemini, the unspeakable horror, goes onto Bay. It doesn't find its mark, and after Paranoia and the Kench ultimate burn, that is going to be the go button for PSG.
Yeah, but a lot of
mission
stuff
back,
burned.
yes, TP.
A lot of stuff actually burned on the PSG side as well, and I think CFO actually responded with that one very nicely. The only problem is they can't sneak into the Baron Pit anymore.
Rest is caught right now, and here you go. Gemini on the front line. He doesn't really get the fear off. Rest is trying to 2v1 right now, but this is tough. Shockwave going to land in, not do enough damage here. Exhaust is down. Rest is going to drop in this one, and Bay is going to be the one to take him down. Down goes Mission as well. PSG on the charge right now. They find Gemini for the double kill, and this is PSG Talon running wild. Shun trying to turn it away, but Bay,
he got him.
Gets the kill, and a decisive fight in the favor of PSG Talon. Koala on the run, but it is only a matter of time.
Oh, and this 30-second death timers, PSG can just close this one down at 28. They're going to turn around for the Elder Dragon, and there's absolutely no response here. They're going to go for the absolute safest play here to close the game down. With this Elder, it also means Baron on the docket for them. CFO, their third item spike doesn't matter whatsoever.
This is a huge swing. PSG turning it in their favor. What a long series this has been. This fight, it started pretty good for CFO, but Rest could never get to his team. And the CFO ultimates just didn't land where they needed to.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think Koala was actually completely outside of position right here. He doesn't get to do anything here. He doesn't have to devour either way, so he's just a complete non-factor on the top side. I really question what the idea was behind that positioning. Koala literally, he doesn't even body block.
Yeah, it's been a little iffy there. So, with the Elder secured, it's right over to the Baron. Try and pick up all the objectives and march it in for the win. This is going to be oh so hard, and will CFO try to contest it? They actually try to go for the mid, but Hanabi is able to still hold it. They don't even have this outer turret. Shun will finally finish it for an objective bounty, but man, that is absolutely not worth the rocket. Is way too late. They're going to walk away from this one, and can they hold the line?
Well, I think PSG is going to look for the straight-up decisive team fight down the mid lane. They have the empowered minions. They have the front-to-back team fight with this Ornn right now, and there's no setup time for CFO. They can't even get the barrels to land.
Ooh. PSG looking for the finisher. Shy at 30 minutes. It's definitely a much faster game, and they knew they had to do it here. Inhibitor going to get cracked in the mid, and it's going to be the desperate hold right now for CTBC Flying Oyster. Their hopes of flying high to MSI hang in the balance as the call of the Forge God comes in. Gemini turns out the lights, and that's going to be enough to spook PSG for now. A lot of ultimates burn, but they're coming in with a fresh
second
minion wave.
They've got triple ultimates down right here, and the Elder is still going to last for just popped off right there. They're going in.
Realm Warp. Doesn't get taken. Just a little bit of a bait here, and this is going to be The collapse in last Nexus turret
Rest,
on. You can see
he's
Rest
down.
is deleted in this one. PSG, that's the go button, turning it on, keeping everybody locked up. And the Nexus is bare. PSG know they can take this game. They want to try and zone them off for the fight, and they have done it. PSG Talent back-to-back champions.
Once again, PSG dominate the PCS. This game was a real nail-biter for them. There was so much on the line, their reputation as the best in the PCS, but they pull through in the end. And I just think this series shows you, sometimes it's not about having the best players in every role, it's about the discipline. They just know how to play this game measured. They know how to use their cooldowns to their advantage. And I think, honestly, that it's I hate to say it, but CFO really saved their worst for last. This was a game where there were so many jitters and so many inexplicable attempts.
They just needed to hang on to it for the late game, but this is a team that clearly still has some issues in the clutch, in the moment when they have a tough series on their hands. PSG, they've been here before. They were even here last split up against the likes of Megabank Beyond Gaming, and, well, that is going to be it. That's GG. PSG Talent pick up another split here, a very hard-earned one. CFO and the rest of the PCS are making them work for it, but that is number 4 title overall, and 3 in a row.
Came down right to the last second to finally snag it up. There was a lot of points in this series and in the playoffs overall where, we were kind of worried about PSG. My original estimations going into playoffs was PSG are the only team that actually has a top-tier team fight. They actually are the only team out of the J-Team universes that really not out of they're outside of the universe, but they understand how to play objectives very well. And I just think it's that consistency, the macro play, the understanding that you don't have to force hard mechanical that allow them to kind of persevere. Remember, this is a team that had to play 10 games back-to-back in these 2 days, and they still were able to triumph.
It's incredible the tenacity that this team has, and I do think that even though we have put some critique on the likes of Bay and Juhan, they have clearly meshed well with the team. They've gotten into the system. We know from reports that from day one, the moment they were moved over, they were hitting the books hard to learn Mandarin, to get the communication, and this is the PSG Talent system. They are trying to develop their talent and be the best they can be, and they have now punched themselves another ticket to MSI here. They'll be heading to Busan. I'm sure Bay and Juhan will be happy to go and visit their home nation once again. And for PSG Talent, I mean, it's no longer the Maple and River days, but there is definitely a lot to like about this squad. Unified, we were wondering if he maybe had some jitters himself, but he clearly conquered them, and should have made him work for it. But man, like, when this team is on point, they are beautiful, and they're just such an incredible squad at understanding game states, at how to take advantage of macro mistakes.
Yeah, a lot of this I feel like does come from their coaching staff, and I would not be surprised if PSG actually are able to have a better international performance than their previous games. Their previous iteration was very much focused on tempo, and when you're only playing tempo, it means you have to have mechanical edges over your opponent. This version of PSG, even though in my opinion the mechanical ceiling is lower, they actually play, I think, a type of game that has a higher success rate in international games, because they can play for the late game, they can play for scaling. A lot of their decisions are very solid. They know how to play with cooldowns. And, I think we have to embrace them as the true kings of the PCS, whatever iteration this is. Coming back into this game, though, I feel like the big issue for CFO, outside of just, I have no idea why they were doing, just throwing their leads, they didn't get a split push lane. That was the most important thing right here, because their setup was much about a 1-3-1. If you're able to stretch the map out, Paranoia gets a lot of value. We only saw defensive Paranoia this game. There was no stretching the lanes. PSG was able to lane swap again and shut down Rest like they did so many times in this series. Make sure he doesn't get the 1v1 against a tank. And they just were able to roll straight into team fights where CFO just botched multiple engages and catches before giving themselves a chance to actually fight.
Yeah, CFO definitely got in their heads a little bit, but also just kudos to PSG for finding a way to shut down some of those advantages. I'm not just talking about the 2v2 down bottom. I really like the lane swap to try and cut up the GP. It was a nice double whammy because you not only keep him down, you can make a race for that first brick and try to grab some gold back from yourself. And they just had total control of the dragon. We talked about red side being important for the pick ban, but how about being important for the dragon control? I mean, you have the open area for it a little bit, and they just were able to have so much better position. And yeah, hands up to Hanabi. He was holding it down in the bottom lane, really, because he was swapped down there a good chunk of the time. Some of those Call of the Forge gods certainly set things up. He may be physically apart from the team, but he certainly was right there next to them for their big win.
Oh man, the evolution of Hanabi has been such a breathtaking moment. If you remember the last split, he was actually getting solo killed quite frequently in the regular season, but that has not been the case. He's actually been one of our top solo killers in this split. He's had 6 solo kills. I think he's tied with Rest right up there with the most solo kills into the top lane. And he's been able to do it all. He's been playing strong side, he's been playing split push, he's been drawing bans, a lot of times triple bans throughout the postseason on all 3 of his main champions, Ornn, GP, and Gnar coming into this one. So I think something really clicked for Hanabi going to Worlds. We thought Hanabi was going to have a very rough time in the group, and he actually turned out to be like the best top laner of the group. He didn't fold to Xiaohu like we thought he would, and he was able to stomp out the rest of the top laner. So something happened in Iceland. He brought it back into the PCS, and he's rolling with it.
Yeah, really love to see Hanabi really stepping it up. And it's also a very tough top lane pool. We've had new talent and old talent, and he's been able to stand up to them all. And for PSG to take themselves another title, they have absolutely established one heck of a dynasty here in the PCS era. And it looks good to see. I'm so excited to see them on the international stage once again. Cannot wait for May to get here. But we are going on a short break. We'll be back with an interview with Riichu and the winners, PSG Talon, right after this.
Yo, One thing's for sure, you're gonna recognize me when I walk in the door. And the tactic get the haters to giving applause. I can get an encore without giving them more. But wait, I'm giving them more. Every 7 days I'm giving them 24. You can't make the cut if you ain't gonna bore. These ones don't know about war. I grew up cold, hungry and poor. I wasn't grateful, I wanted more. I wanted women, I wanted tours. So I grinded and grinded some more. Woke up depressed, I had to fight more. So I burnt out, I couldn't do more. I had to put ascension on pause. Now I'm back like I want no war. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. I'm in my bag like loose change. Self-proclaimed hero like Bruce Wayne. Out the sight even if you bought new frames. All this talk about weight but got no gains. How you gonna do a sight with no aim? Marathon longevity is my lane. I get dark like under the duvet. And don't roll with a weak link like a broke chain. Self-ignorer when I was poorer. My struggle gave me a god flood of the Torah. I didn't stop me pleasuring somebody's daughter. My cup running over to the spills of the saucer. Look, call me Drew the author. My battle plans rapper terroristic torture. Look, these hands can bend water. Boom boom exploring like Avatar Korra. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. I rhyme like nursery, still my style, you will reimburse me. Plus 30, big hands and they're sturdy. I'm Drew the first, I'm back like anniversary. I came back worthy, like I swam in lava till it no longer burns me. I walked the desert for my ego's perjury, working for that zone where you can't outwork me. I'm a big man, but I ain't 32. I came to the front line with like 32. I'm a Rex, that's a shout out to 32. I'm a danger and I play 32. I'm just so 2032. Ahead of my time, so I'm hard like room. Flows the rum like I shook the room. I stay lit like Christmas and hot like June. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I win. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again.
Hello，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人 Rich， 今天特别高兴能够欢迎 PSG 整队来到赛后采访。Hey guys, I'm Rich and I'm here with our newly crowned PCS Spring Split champions plus MSI representatives PSG 正季冠军 PSG， 你们好。
Hello。
Congratulations on the win. You guys are Spring Split champions right now. How do you feel? 恭喜你们今天成功的赢下 PCS 春季决赛，可以先说一下现在的感受吗？
现在的感受就是基本上真的没想到会打到这么艰深，就是可能我们最近跟那些就是 LPL 团练或是那些越南团练，就是节奏打得太过快了。因为如果在训练赛的时候节奏不打快一点的话，是很快会 GG。所以变成是我做成是我在比赛里面可能也有些比较急的一些想法或是 call， 所以让我们前面可能出现爆炸，然后再加上打上 CFO 这种强队的话，那肯定是顶不住的，就是他们会不给我们任何抓到他们失误的机会。然后 J Team 的话，其实我感觉起来，他们其实整队来说是变强了很多，比起我们在打那个季后赛，比起我们在打那个常规赛，所以 对，到你们。
所以现在感受？
现在感受是有点累，但很开心，还好是我们出去那个 MSI。
好，so um um he said that lately PSG has been playing a lot of scrims with a lot of the LPL teams. He said that when they play scrims versus the LPL teams, they have to play the game a lot faster because that's the LPL style and that's how they scrim. If you don't play a very fast-paced game, there's no way you can beat the LPL teams. So he said that the problem with that is that when they play back in the PCS, for example, when they play versus a strong team such as CFO and they try to go too over-aggressive early, CFO are able to punish their mistakes. So he said that's why, especially like today, that's what we saw. We saw them make those little slip-ups here and there because they were too aggressive and they're too used to playing versus LPL. He said that he also thinks that J Team played a lot better this week in the last week of the playoffs. And he says that right now, his feelings, he's very happy, but he's also very tired. He's very relieved that PSG is the team that goes to MSI. Thank you, Kai Ling. My next question that I want to ask is, was the team nervous after dropping the first game today, especially because you're just coming off of the loss versus CFO on Thursday? Did you think history was going to repeat itself? 那今天就是掉了第一场之后，大家有没有觉得很紧张？尤其是周四刚刚输给了 CFO， 有没有导致到就大家今天变得更紧张呢？谁要回答？要不然我就开始 Q 人了。
火龙先吧。
Unify 吧。
火龙快。
发言。
那肯定是紧张的，因为我们昨天差一点就输了个最 team 了。就是如果我们昨天输了最 team 就没有今天了。其实这是我自己有想过了，因为其实我们第一天输了个 CFO 最大的问题就是他们竟然拿出一个我觉得不可能的打法，但他们出现了，就是我重新去看一下他们打我们的 VOD， 我觉得他们是很针对下路，然后他们那个专门来，我看他基本上放弃他自己的发育，一直保下路，所以变成是我们对下路的进攻会受到影响，然后基本上他有很多的埋伏跟克法都做得蛮到位的，所以我觉得他们 CFO 打我们 PSG 的话研究的蛮透彻的，就是他们知道我们下路动不了，我不好游走的话，基本上那个游戏是可能比较难赢，但还好火龙的那个状态比较好一点，所以我们那个局面没有被拉得这么差，所以输完 CFO 的第一天之后，我觉得就是我们调整打法的话，再次打一下 CFO 其实是没有。
Apple.
So he said that of course, they were very nervous playing today and also losing that game number 1 because it was just yesterday where they nearly lost to J Team themselves. If they had lost to J Team yesterday, they would have been eliminated from the competition altogether. He said that he actually went back to look at the VODs of the PSG playing versus CFO on Thursday, and he said that he thinks that the CFO coaching team did a lot of research as to the way that they play. He said that one thing he noticed was that Gemini in particular on Thursday decided to just sacrifice a lot of his own personal farm to keep on going towards the bottom lane. So Kai Wing said that he actually felt that he and Unified had a very tough time on Thursday versus CFO. He thinks that CFO did their research very well and they had some very good strategies coming in, especially against PSG. But he said that they also did prep work themselves and that they had confidence going into today that they could fix those mistakes. So I have to ask, tell us your honest thoughts. Did you guys expect to win today after the recent playoffs performance, especially as you mentioned, being so tired coming off of a best of 5 for yesterday and today? 那最近季后赛的表现就稍微不稳定，昨天跟今天加起来又打了一个标10。老实说，今天开赛之前有没有预测到 PSG 会赢呢？不要再凯文了吧，火龙好，请。
其实今天的比赛我本来觉得就比较难赢吧，就是我觉得对面前几天打我们的时候打得蛮好的，所以赢的就是蛮惊喜的。
So Hanabi said that he's really happy that they won. He's also a bit relieved because he said that, they just lost to CFO recently, and he thinks that CFO has played really well this week. So he wasn't sure if they would be able to beat them, but the fact that they did beat them, he's pretty happy about that. Okay, great. So I'm going to move on to ask each of you some individual questions. I'm going to start with Hanabi. I wanted to ask you, I'm not sure if you remember about game number 2. The casters are talking about this play as well. At about 30 minutes in, the very last team fight where you just flashed onto the enemy jungler's face and won that fight for your team. What was your thinking at that point in time? 那首先想问给火龙，就是关于第二把大概30分钟，就是最后那一波远古巨龙，那时候你是直接闪现到哪个点上，然后又秒了他，那时候你的主意是什么呢？还有可以跟我们分享一下你的思考吗？
因为那时候就是他们开了远古龙嘛，然后 Unify 把他们打残，然后他们跟 AD 刚好又站在一起，就抓到这机会，然后闪现1，就他们如果没按出闪，就会死，然后按出闪的话，他们也打不了这个团。
So he said that it was a point in time where CFO were starting the Elder Dragon, and he noticed that 2 of their team members were standing together in the same spot, and he thought that was a very good opportunity for him to flash onto them. He said that he felt that if he flashed onto them and their reflexes weren't fast enough to flash out from him, then they were definitely going to win the follow-up there, and you guys did. I wanted to ask next because yesterday, in yesterday's interview, you're very humble. You said that you would call yourself the number 2 top laner within the PCS. So I wanted to ask about today. Now that you're the Spring Split champion, can you finally say that you're PCS number 1 top laner? 昨天采访中你是说PCS 第一上路是 Red 选手，然后现在毕竟是赢了春季决赛，现在的话呢，能不能终于说自己是 PCS 的第一上路呢？
我觉得不是，我觉得今天就我的发挥也不是到特别好，所以我感觉可能还是他比较厉害吧，他还是第一上路。
能够评价一下今天 Rest 的表现吗？满分是10分的话，你给几分？
满分10分的话，我给他100分，太强了。
So Hanabi says that he actually still doesn't think that he's the best top laner within the PCS. He said that today especially he had a couple of mistakes in his performance, and he thinks that Rest played very well today. He said that if you're going to rate Rest out of 10, he would actually give Rest a 100-point mark. Next question that I also want to ask you is because I'm not sure if you caught this because we were in rehearsal just now, that the FMVP for today is going over to you. So I wanted to ask if you expected it was going to be you. What are your thoughts on that? Do you have any message that you want to say to your teammates? 那不知道火龙选手刚才有没有注意到？因为毕竟我们也是在彩排中，就是今天的 FMVP 其实是给了火龙选手，想问一下，就是感受如何呢？有没有料到会是你吗？还有没有什么跟队友想说的话吗？
就感觉今天的发挥其实没有到特别好啊，其实会拿到 MVP 其实算有点意外吧。
He said that he doesn't think that he performed very well today, and he said it's actually a bit of a personal surprise for him that he got the FMVP for today. All right, thank you so much, Hanabi. Next, we're going to go over to Juhan to ask you a couple of questions. 接下来是 Juhan选手다음 Juhan 선수에게 질문 드리겠습니다. Can you introduce yourself? 可以自我介绍吗？
你是 PSG jungle 주한.
자기소개 가능하신가요?
我 PSG 정글 주한.
可以。
네,
Then my next question, I want to ask, what are your thoughts right now after winning the finals? 现在的心情怎样？赢下决赛，感受会是如何呢？ 아,
나 기분
기분이 지금 기분이
so
어떠신가요?
so good. Very very good.
很好，
very good.
他说
很好状态。
突然变成中文教学课了，感觉。好，那下一个问题想问的正好就是最近学到了什么中文呢？不可以秀一句中文吗？What Chinese have you learned recently? Can you say something in Chinese maybe? 중국어 좀 배우셨나요? 중국어로 한마디 가능하신다면 아무거나 한마디 부탁드려요.
OK，我们可以吃火龙，
我们可以吃火龙。
吃火龙，哎，圆锅龙，
远古虚龙啊，
圆骨龙，
圆骨龙。He said, we can go get Elder Dragon. Nice, very game focused. I like that. My next question I want to ask is, what advice have maybe the seniors on PSG given to you? 就是 PSG 的老将选手有没有给你一些指示 advice 吗？PSG 베테랑 선수들이 지원 선수에게 준 어드바이스가 있다면 어떻게 있을까요?
没快打，
完了，凯文翻译一下，凯文。
我听不懂他说什么，没快打是什么？
빠르게 양타하지 말라는 걸. 만만 다투한.
慢慢打。
就是打的不要这么急，就是可能
我知道慢慢打的意思，好吗？好，so you said that that his seniors on PSG told him like not to play team fights that fast and to like calm things down when they're going for the team fights. I also wanted to ask maybe who the friendliest senior on the PSG squad is, or whose relationship like are you closest to on the team? 那最后想问就是队友当中你跟谁的关系最好呢？会觉得谁人最好，还是说谁对你最好的选手会是谁呢？ 팀에서 가장 잘해준 좋아하는 선수가 있다면 누구인가요?
하나비.
하나비 홀롱?
네, 홀롱.
왜요? 为什么？
우리我们的 J 팀. 화이트 J 팀. 흔창 하나비.
为什
么？
他是说你们之前
carry 吗？就换。
很 C 是吧？
谢谢。
很 C。
我知道。
So he said that he's got to give that word to Hanabi because in yesterday's series with J Team, Hanabi was the one who carried their team the most. All right, thank you so much, Juhan. Next up, I want to ask Bae some questions. 네, 감사합니다. 다음 Bae 선수. 首先可以自我介绍吗？ 자기소개 가능하신가요?
我 PCS 中路线杯
PSG
PSG 中路线杯。
很好那接下来想问就是今天进了决赛，而且又是打一个国际的决赛，会感觉很紧张吗？Were you nervous playing in today's PCS finals today since previously you were playing in the LCK Challenger series? How did you feel? 오늘 PCS 결승전을 네. 하시면서
많이 또
또
또.
많이 떨렸는데.
yes. 또.
He said that he, of course, felt very nervous today. 他说他是很紧张。那接下来想问，就是你觉得今天发挥的最好的选手会是谁呢？Who do you think performed the best in today's series?
Hey, ESKU, who carry?
워먼. 우리들 워먼 캐리. 워먼 MVP.
我们 누구라고 생각하신가요?
워먼.
我们 누구?
팀.
Team? Okay. Okay. 好谦虚，好谦虚。So he says that he didn't name any one particular player. He says that the team as a whole carried and the team played the best all together. So I want to ask as well, if you had to give the MVP to someone for today, who would you give it to? 那如果是你选的话，今天的 MVP 你会给谁呢？而且为什么？ 그럼 오늘 MVP 누구라고 생각하신대요?
샤드.
He said he would give it to
한 명은
네.
꼭 집어야 되나? 오케이. 카이.
Okay. So he said that he would give the MVP over to their bot line and to Unified. All right, thank you so much for the answers. Next up, I want to ask Unified a couple of questions. 接下来就是 ADC Unified 了，想问就是那天凯文说你最近变菜了，有什么感受呢？
真的菜啊！
反驳不了，说实话。
确实真的菜。
你要让他先说好吗？Unified 有什么感受想回复他们吗？
没有，就看状态啊。
So I asked Unified about what Kevin said in the interview a couple of days ago about how he says that Unified lately, he thinks that Unified has become trash, and whether Unified has any thoughts. He said that Unified doesn't really have anything that he wants to say to justify himself. He said that it really depends on his own personal performance and how he plays that day. And that's what I want to ask you next, because we've noticed that your performance during playoffs was a bit inconsistent. So I want to ask what the reason for that is. Is it maybe because you feel pressure having to step up and put on a good performance for your teammates on champs such as Zaya? 那就是接下来想问就是关于 Unify 刚才所说的，就是要看状态。就最近例行赛的表现。跟季后赛的表现相比，就是能看得出来有些差距。想问，是不是季后赛玩那些大 AD 角的压力会比较大吗？还是其实是有什么其他的原因？
我觉得可能看角色吧，就是看那个熟练度，而且跟我们最近团内的对手都有点关系吧。就是感觉团内对手都玩的比较急，所以我们在比赛中可能我们在比赛中也会玩的比较急一点。
So he said that actually he thinks why his performance varies really depends on the champions that he plays. He says that sometimes he doesn't have as good a performance. It's because he hasn't practiced that champion enough in solo queue. He said it also has to do with their recent scrim partners, because he feels that the recent LPL scrim partners, they play a lot faster and it makes him play a bit over aggressive in lane, especially early on. So he thinks that's also also a reason as to why lately they've seemed to be making more mistakes. So my next question I want to ask Unified is that this year, once again, you're going to be heading to MSI as the PCS representatives. How is this year going to be different from last year? 那最后想问给Unified 选手的问题就是，今年又要出战 MSI，跟去年相比会有什么不同呢？
不是又是第一次，
有点没去。
哦，对哦，那
对
今
他
年
去年没去
今年跟去年相比，今年终于可以去 MSI 了，有什么想法？
想法吗？
感受、想法，请说。
其实，感受一下 T1 的下路吧。
还有吗？比如说期待去韩国之类的，有什么感受？
不知道说什么就说去韩国代购。
阳光一下。
去韩国输一输了。
这个太过分了。
So he said that because this is actually the first year that he's going to be able to go to MSI because of last year's issues. He said that he's actually looking forward to playing versus T1's bottom lane. Hanabi also wanted to say that, you know, if you don't know what to answer in an interview about going to Korea, just say that you're going to go there and go shop and buy stuff and bring it back home. And Kai Wing also mentioned that, you know, they're just gonna go to Korea and maybe lose. They'll see. They'll see. All right. So next, I want to ask Kai Wing a couple of questions. 接下来就是问给凯文选手了。凯文 ，Hello。
Hello， 你好。
Yeah. So my first question, I feel like I ask you this every time we see you in the post-game interview, but how are you guys going to celebrate tonight? 感觉每个赛季都会问你这个问题，就是今晚打算怎样庆祝？
其实我今天还蛮肚子饿的，因为我可能打这种比赛的时候就不喜欢吃东西，所以可能等等会看看有什么好吃的吧，但绝对不会是麦当劳。
你麦当劳到喽。
不会跟去年一样是麦当劳吧? So he said that actually what he's feeling the most right now is he's feeling really hungry. He says that personally he doesn't really like to eat a lot on game days when he has competitions. So he says that, like, you know, earlier today we didn't really eat. So right now he's super hungry. He hasn't decided what he's going to eat yet, but it's not going to be like last year where the team had McDonald's. He said it won't be McDonald's this year that they're gonna go out to eat. So my next question I want to ask, this is something that the casters and analysts mention a lot, especially during playoffs in this meta, about how Nautilus is so strong. A lot of the times when a support gets the MVP on Nautilus, they mention that it's not that the MVP is going to the support player, but it's just they're giving it over to Nautilus. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think you're personally unbeatable on the champion? 那想问就是直播赛品一直都有强调，就是诺蒂罗斯在这个版本很强，然后每次辅助拿到了 MVP， 他们都会说是给罗斯，而不是给选手的一个 MVP。那你个人有什么想法吗？还是觉得诺蒂罗斯在你手中确实是无敌的？
其实基本上纳蒂鲁斯这英雄在我手上的话，其实很难输。输的话就是意外，是有意外才会输的，所以基本上，对，我觉得其他辅助我不知道，但我拉的话，赢的话就应该是 MVP。
So he said that personally he thinks that he's good on Nautilus. He thinks that in his hands it's very hard for PSG to lose a game on Nautilus. He thinks that if they do lose a game when he's playing Nautilus, then something huge, some sort of shock or surprise must definitely have happened for them to drop the game. My next question I want to ask is, has it been hard to control Unified this playoffs? You mentioned in in the interview last time that you need to go a bit overboard in trying to control mid lane。那最后想问给法院的就是这个季后赛会觉得很难控制 Unify 吗？之前在采访也有提过说，只有你最近需要更加弥补一点，怎么认为？
其实就是我跟玉法搭配蛮多年的吧，大家都知道，所以我是知道他的打法跟习惯，就是他可能对线呢，或是会战这种。但就是最近一两年的时候，就我看其他 LCK 或是 LPL 的比赛，就比如说姑妈游戏啊、Wipe 啊这种EU 的 Upset 或是 Lula 这种，就是看他们玩，就是他们的操作，就是我觉得身为一个强的 AD，我就跟你说，你要变成一个强的 AD，你就必须要像他们这样子。所以我会很常去给他看，就是如果别的赛区的 AD 做什么操作，我就告诉他，你可以去参考一下、学习一下。所以变成是，但玉法本来性格就不是这样子，玉法本来就是可能要先稳定看一下，然后观察一下，然后再去做。但我想跟他表达就是如果你能做到，就是打得比较凶一点，对不对？然后我们的辅助跟打野都玩得比较顺，所以后面他是有跟着我去配合一下，但可能还是做回 Unify 更适合。
他的 Unify。
Unify 有什么想回复的吗？还是没有？有吗？有去参考吗？
你以为你是 carry 啊 ，Kevin？
你要往强的地方学习，谁强就是要学习谁。
So, Kai Wing said that it's common knowledge by now to everyone that he and Unified have been playing together as a duo bot for so many years. He said that he has told Unified in the past that he needs to become a strong AD carry, that he needs to become a better player. What Kai Wing does is a lot of the time he will look at VODs, he'll look at other games of the strong AD carry players from other regions. For example, he looks at VODs from Ruler, from Viper, from Gumayushi, and he looks at the way that they play, and then he tells Unified, like you should also take a look at these VODs so that you can kind of reference them and see what they're doing at which point in the game, and so you can improve yourself. So he says that he's always trying to get Unified to play a bit more aggressively. He thinks that people have noticed that in the recent games also, he's trying to tell Unified to go forward and be a bit more aggressive every so often. He said that he's been playing with Unified for so long, he does know what type of player that Unified is. He knows how Unified likes to play out lane. He knows where Unified likes to stand, what he likes it to do, but he thinks that for sure there is a lot that Unified can improve on. All right, thank you. My last question that I want to ask you guys before we go, of course, is what are your expectations and thoughts heading towards MSI as the PCS representatives? 那最后一个问题想问的，当然就是问给大家，就是关于前往 MSI， 大家的感受会是如何呢？会有什么期望？自由发挥。
这是第几次啊？1、2、3，第4次去 NS2嘛，希望这次就可以突破4强吧，进冠亚。
其他人呢？
合理，需要突破。
Okay, so Hanabi said that I think this is his 4th time heading towards MSI, and he hopes that this year will finally be the year that he can break the top 4 curse. He hopes that this year they will finally be able to make it into the MSI final. All right, thank you guys so much for the interview. 那今天的赛后访问就到此为止。再次恭喜 PSG 战队获得今年 PCS 春季赛的冠军！祝 PSG MSI 加油！为 PCS 赛区争光。Huge congrats to PSG, our newly crowned Pacific Championship Series Spring Split 2022 champions. All the best at MSI. 接下来就是主播台咯。
好了，我先去捧杯了。
我的杯呢？我要捧了，我还没。
Thank you very much, Ririchu. And whoa, man, a lot of questions from each of the players. It was cool to hear from all of them, even if Unified had a little bit less to say than his duo winner. I do know who communicates the most on that team, I think.
It's pretty easy to spot out. Unified always has needed a translation machine, and that machine has been known as Kaiwing, who sits on his right side for the most part if you're looking at him from the stage on there. And to be honest, I feel like PSG, they're in a really good spot. I think they can go forward. They can play a slow game this time around. Looking at the MSI, a lot of familiar faces. You got Istanbul Wildcats, Fast Pay, I think is still in there too. You got G2, you got T1. Really
Return
tough.
to Detonation focused me as well. I think there's
there
gonna be some spice, man. I'm just happy to see Unified get to go, right? Like, because it was such a heartbreaker because of his health issues that they had Doggo on loan. It was still really good, but we didn't get to see the full squad. I'm really excited to see that happen this time around in Busan. And honestly, I do agree with you. I think the squad looks stronger. They look more versatile, and they're hungry. They want to break that top 4 curse. You heard it in the interview.
Yeah, if I don't want to think about it, but usually it's always a bit of a 50-50 if they go to internationals. I think they could bring Shin here, like if he's available.
I mean, if it comes down to it, I hope not. But I mean, it would be a great experience for him if it ends up having to happen. But yeah, for PSG Talent, I mean, they get another split here domestically, but I think what's important is how hard they really had to earn it. It's a very competitive split. Oof. They just had a better sense of how to play the game. You can thank the coaching staff. You can look at just how well they actually play around the map, and to have the fortitude in such a long series to climb back out of the lower bracket and have a 5-game route with J-Team as well. It's not easy, but these guys are absolutely tenacious. I cannot wait to see what they can do at MSI, and it is going to be a ride over there in Busan starting May 10th.
No, it will be a long event here as well, going all the way, I think, to I think it goes into the 20s, so it's a
it'll be almost the entire month at the end there.
Yeah, so it's over. It's close to 3 weeks, 19 days of an event right there. And, I think it would be a great test for them. If you want to go to the MSI and you still want to come back and dominate the summer split, that's always the most difficult part. So we'll see if PSG can continue that streak or if some of the JT Universe members are going to creep back.
We'll have to find out, but I am so excited to see it. I hope everyone shows their support for PSG Talent at MSI. That's it, us signing off for the spring split. Thank you so much for watching. Be well, be excellent, and we'll see you next time.